Hey everyone, how's it going? It is either way Randy Chavez coming at you today with a Veve OMI update video. You guys, if you're new, welcome. For not, welcome back. I love y'all. Open sex with Dashi. Hello, Dashi. Commenting, liking, and subscribing is a free way to help support the channel. Non-free ways are Patreon and smashing that super thanks button down below. Super chats as well. And we were supposed to have Lori Brenner here tonight, and she still may or may not come. I don't know. So we had planned this for. I usually stream on Friday nights anyways. Just because it's I don't really stream a ton during the week. You know, I have Around the Verse, which is not really my show, even though I do stream it to you guys. I stream to the audience. To my audience, it's not a huge streaming thing for me because again, it is Jordan's show. He lets us stream it to our audiences. So I do like to stream here anyway. But like a few minutes after I had posted, "Hey guys, come chill with me and Lori tonight." Well, interviewer. Then VV Magic had posted, "Hey, I'm actually going live, or I'm going on Spaces with Metaverse Life tonight." I was like, "Oh, okay." And she's like, "Do you want to do it?" I was like, "I don't know. Do you want to make it later? Do you want to make it tomorrow or like next week, or still go on anyway?" And she's like, "I don't know. We can play it by ear." And I was like, "Okay." And then she never got back to me. So I have to do a show anyway. So here I am. If she comes, great. If not, no big deal. We will get this show on the road either way. So we'll start with the Grumpy Cat. Oh, that's not Grumpy Cat. That is a completely different thing that I cannot talk about yet. But the Grumpy Cat right meow is at about a $1.5 million market cap. It's been down there for a while. It's at quad 747. I don't 0.000000004 027. So it's down about 15% on the day. But again, it still hasn't really gone below the 1.5 million, even over on like the 90-day. Over the 3 month, it's kind of had that. It's kind of just had that sort of thing. So again, in a couple weeks when I get the payday I'm looking for, I'll be getting a little bit of Omi, I'll be getting a little bit of Grumpy Cat, and then a little bit of probably Bojack because I don't have that much. I'd really like to have a bit more because I'm like one of the early founder adopters, and I really want to go and get that. But anyway, that's what I'm getting. Let's go to Bojack real quick. It's done fairly nice. It's at a $700,000 market cap. Chavez, wasn't it like 400,000 yesterday? Yeah. Market cap's gone pretty insane. There's a lot of things out there, and again, it's just when you. All right, so there was a movie. God, it came out like 15 years ago, maybe even before then, with Mila Kunis. It was like called like American Psycho Girl or something like that. It was like a horror thriller movie, and she played like a psycho murderer. And I was like, wow, why did she do this movie? Like, and it was okay. Like I go to my friend like, why would she do this movie? Like, she could do whatever she wants. What? Why would she pick this? And he's like, oh, it's probably just like to get it on her resume, just to show that like she did it. To get like whether it was an award or just say like, hey, I can do this too. And I was like, oh, okay. That's fair. And you see that with Apple, like on Apple TV. Comment down below if anyone actually watches Apple TV, if anyone actually goes and watch their shows. Amazon, yes, they have some decent stuff on there. Netflix, yes, they have some really good stuff on there. They take really good care of like Stranger Things and Squid Game, and I think they're bringing back BoJack Horseman again for season 7, because the rest of but they do a horrible job at marketing. Anyway, I go over to say this just to say that, okay, why is Apple going and making all these shows that nobody watches? It's because, well, the studios watch them and they get like awards and they rack up these awards and they go and say, okay, and that's just bragging rights. So obviously actors do it, big studios do this, like when people could be in like Marvel movies making like millions, or they could be, wherever. And sometimes they just do theater or they do whatever. Why? Because well, one, they like it, so that's definitely something to be said. But also because they can go and put on the resume, hey, I can do this, I can do all these things, and that's really kind of the reason why I like to go and work. I did a little bit of work with not Pepe, with 4chan, and then obviously still working on Grumpy Cat, and then now BoJack. It's like, well, Chavez, why don't you like cover Solana, and why don't you cover? Well, I mean, I cover anything, especially if anyone asks. But this is how you go. And I mean, for me, just learning how these go and get listed and learning, oh, you're this, oh, I worked with you on this company. Okay, you're this dev. And it's fun. And again, if I ever want to do like a token for the Chavez charity, or I make a Dashi token, for after all my blows, and I have tens of millions of dollars, that it's just a good way to learn. It's just a good learning curve. So that's what I really like to go and do. Anywho, let's get this right. But anyway, I don't have as much Bojack as I'd like. I have like 500 million. I'd really like to go and get quite a bit more. But again, my heaviest bags are obviously OMI is the heaviest, and then actually, so I put like 7 grand in the Grumpy Cat. Grumpy Cat is not worth 7 grand anymore. Grumpy Cat's worth like 2 grand. But the amount I put in Bojack has actually surpassed Grumpy Cat, even though I put a lot more into Grumpy Cat. Bojack happens to be the bigger bag just because I bought when Bojack was super, super low, and it's still low. It's still under $1 million market cap, but anyway, knowing what's coming, it's pretty fun. Now, be advised, I'll have a. I do want to go, and we'll talk about OMI now anyway. I have like I said, that payday coming in a couple weeks, and I want to buy OMI right now. I want to go and I could a little bit if I really, really drain the account. There was somebody on Facebook before. Let me find this message. It wasn't even a message. I screenshotted it because it was hysterical. Somebody says, "Wow, I don't remember ever seeing such bad sentiment here. What do you think? Is this the final end of the Akomi token?" So I go and being a little facetious, saying, "Yes, totally the end. I will buy anyone's tokens if they want to get out. We'll buy tokens on Veve app first. Drop a comment with how much OMI you have." Just because usually the people that kind of go and like sensationalize this are not ones that have 6 figures or even 5 figures in it. They might have like a couple $100 or like maybe $1,000 in it. So if they want to go and sell, sure, I'll buy from them off the app first. If they have other stuff, sure, I'll do it. But I guarantee they won't. I guarantee the people that was like, oh, this is the end. So be advised, guys. Also, people do like to joke. Asian Dan, Asian Dan before, Dan Lee, and I'm not being racist. That's his name on Twitter or X. He posts like a screenshot of OMI going to like 00059, so it went below the 0006s as a 00059, and he's just like, it's over. So again, he's just being funny. He's not going and returning to Paper Hand Dan. He's not going and returning to, he's not going to sell at like a loss, especially down here. It's idiotic. It's just him being funny. So be advised, if you do see something like that from other people, it's a decent chance that they're joking. Anyway, OMI on the day is down about 3.4% to 000595. We have 743,000 in volume. Yeah, and I guarantee you, as soon as I want to buy it, give it me like 2.5 weeks, I'll be ready to buy it, and then boom, it's gonna go up. I guarantee you. Called it here. You heard it here first. Oh God, excuse me. Hiccups. 1 second, guys. Okay, now where was I? We have the other stuff to go over before we get to the Veve news. Let's see what we got here. We got the Bitcoin up about 1.2%. ETH's relatively flat. BNB up about 0.8. XRP and Solana are flat. Lido Stake is flat. Cardano's down about 1.2. Doge is up 7.9. Doge has been up fairly consistently over the last week. Doge is up like 14% on the week. Avalanche up almost 50% on the week, up 48%. Yeah, that's on the week, 7-day. Nothing I can see. I guess Caspa, I hear a lot of people talking about that. I haven't really delved too deep into it, but that's up almost 50% on the week as well. Thorchain or Runes up 60%. Good for them. New Protocol, Mantle, that's up as well. I mean, you get some losers here. Arbitrum and Aave down 12% on the week. Render's up 26%. Bittensour's up 44% on the week. Celestia, dear Princess Celestia, up 124% on the week. Good for you, Celestia. You go, Glen Coco. BitGet token up 10%, and it's at number 69. We're coming nice down below at 69. So I'm just kind of going through it here, seeing if anything's really crazy. Ordi, ORDI is up 28%. And that's really about it. Oh, Pepe's number 100. Look at that. down 13%, but look at the Pepe. All right, so let's take a look at the news here. Over on the news, where did we finish off yesterday? Did I do a live? Did I do no? I did a video. And the video. Oh, okay, yeah. There's all right. First appearance of Carol Danvers as Captain Marvel Spider-Man plummets into action with all new Captain Marvel. Let's take a look at some of the other things that Veve has done. Veve keeps signing me out. Is this having like anything? Is this going on with anyone else? Veve keeps on like not signing me out. It's just like kicking me off the app, and I have to like go back on, and it's just kind of annoying. And I get it. If that's like the biggest issue in your life, Chavez, your life's doing okay. It do be doing okay though. Let's see what we had with drops recently. We'll go over how much money they made. Marvel superheroes. I don't know why. All right, so we have Marvel superheroes featuring Captain Marvel. Where stalks the Sentry. So this one, pretty cool. It was the first appearance of Carol Danvers, who would eventually be Captain Marvel. So it was Captain Marvel at the time, returned and faced a. I don't know what exactly they did, but they made this at $10 with 10,000 comics, and it. I don't know why they did that, because I don't think they expected this to sell out. Again, this is it's a good comic, sure, but maybe like 6,500 at $10. That would have sold quite a bit better. Or this 10,000 editions at maybe the $6.99, the $7. I think that would have been fine as well. But it was $10 at 10,000 editions, 6,200 remaining. So let's say, I don't know, let's say they made like $33,000 with that. That's fine. That's fine. They could do that. I'll take that. We had another Ms. Marvel. So it's the first ongoing series of Kamala Khan. So this isn't the first appearance of her. That is the all new Marvel Now .1 or all new point, whatever that was. So this one, I think they had a price right, 6,000 editions, $7 each, and it still only sold about 2,100. So that times 7 we're doing, so it's only about 14,000. So really not a good week for the Marvel comics. I mean, again, making 30 grand on the Captain Marvel, that one from 1967, that's fine. 30,000 is not bad. But the Ms. Marvel did not do so hot. I mean, they made a nice amount on Hawkeye, which I wasn't expecting. So here's the other thing. They had a fairly decent. They had a really, really good drop with the Hawkeye statue. They had Hawkeye, and then they had Kate Bishop, who's like, Hawkeye Jr. She's just absolutely incredible. And then outside of that, they also had Ronin, where they had this really cool thing where you can go, and if you have both of them, you can craft and then pay an extra 50 gems, and you get Ronin. And again, I feel like a broken record here. People were big mad about that, especially on Facebook. They were just like, "Oh, who has the money for this? You have to pay $100 and then spend another $50 to get this guy." And they did not read the article, because they were just like, "And then you lose your collectibles." Like, read the article. You do not lose your collectibles. You have them there, and you can craft one. I don't know how Ronin is doing. I imagine he's still. I mean, we could take a look. But I'd imagine he's still above retail. I don't think he would fall down below. I don't think anything's really been announced that would make him fall below this. Yeah, $58. So what is that, like 8% above retail? Oh no. That's like 16% above retail. So it's not bad. But it's the people were just big mad about that. But anyway, the team made like $70,000 off of this. And that was like off the first like 12 hours. So why I bring that up is because they announced Flurkins. What's a Flurkin, Chavez? So Flurkins are, if anyone's ever seen Captain Marvel from 2019, yeah, 2019. Carol Danvers. It's technically the second story in like the Marvel universe. You have Captain America, the first Avenger, that was made in the 40s. Well, took place in the 40s mostly. And then you have Captain Marvel, which takes place in the 90s. They have some really funny tropes, like I don't know what my friends are doing. There's some really funny tropes where you have, they had a blockbuster in there, and they had these really old computers, and it was It was a throwback. It was fun. I got drunk and I saw it with my friends in Germany. It was great. But the cat in there, Goose. So it's how Nick Fury lost his eye. Believe it or not, it's from Goose. So it's a cat named Goose, but this cat is not a normal cat. It's an alien, and the alien is called a flurkin. It takes the form of a cat, and it has like giant tentacles inside that it reaches out and eats people. And it literally ate the Tesseracts. Like it ate the an Infinity Stone. It's heckin' nuts. So when they went and they did that, Kevin Feige at the end of the last of Captain Marvel movie, he's like, next movie, I want 100% more of that cat. So I think he's just a big fan of cats or just animals in general. I don't know what his role is going to be on Deadpool 3 when they have Dogpool in there. Again, it's going to be like Deadpool. There's be so many Deadpool stories in that. It'll be like Deadpool kills the Marvel universe, but it'll be the Fox. There's a really good story called Deadpool kills the Marvel universe. And then that's what they're doing with the Fox universe. They're killing off that one. It has to do with Loki. I don't know if Mobius or what's his name, Owen Wilson, is going to be in it. He originally was supposed to be. I don't know if he's going to be in it anymore. Anyway, getting back to this, in the second movie, they didn't just have Goose. They didn't just have the cat, alien cat. They had a bunch of cats. So when they go and they went, oh, David, you speaking in the magic space. All right, we're gonna have to put this on hold for a bit. Fudge. All right, we're gonna go to the Veve Magic, and we're gonna go to her space, and we are gonna listen to the David U. Ooh.
Yeah. So I was finalist a couple times.
Crystal Hefner.
Definitely, it was really around the Vagabond game, and I think I was only around mid 20s when I was up for that. So I was under the young category, and I think back then the young category is around 30 years or younger. Or 35. I can't remember what back then the rule, the terms and condition was. So it's really for the shop, of the Vagabond and the distribution business side of things. And just keeping in mind that,
sorry guys,
I started the shop with no money. I mean, literally, it was like $1,500-$1,600 in my pocket, and that's how I began the business and journey of entrepreneurship. What I would used to do is buy a little bit of comic and sell profit. I make it goes back in. If you guys have time, I'd be happy to share that story. But that pretty much that business still exists today. The Vagabond Games today is one of the oldest single owner on gaming store, possibly in the whole entire Australasia. So it's 25 years. I never had a change of ownership. I owned it all my life, and that's how I really when I set business up, when I see things I'm passionate with, I just put all my time into it, and I don't stop until I get to the end goal. But as you know, in collectible businesses, it's never end goal. You really preach what you believe in, and you sell and you collect. But it's just becoming a fantastic business. And what it is today turned into a vision of the beginning for Veve. And just keep in mind that I met Dan back in 1997. When I first started the business, it's around 96. And I met Dan because he was cold calling to make websites, an e-commerce website. And that's how I first met and know of Dan from then. So our history actually goes back a long time. So it was really amazing to have him to join the award dinner. I pay my gratitude to him being one of the most amazing friends in dedication. And he just he's one of those guys, I guess, when you think about people who inspires you, he's definitely up there. No matter how hard he parties and goes for it, he puts in, you know, the better other half of working, and he has been instrumental to success of, you know, Veve, a major part. And it's really just amazing to have someone who can balance the other side and drive that skill and take that forward.
You guys are such a great balance. I love the picture of you guys, and thank you for sharing with us from that event. The question that was on my mind immediately after seeing that picture, because I know how easily excited and enthusiastic you are about pretty much anything in life. I'm dying to know what both of your reactions were when you heard your name.
So there was actually a few reasons why I thought I didn't win, and I would not have won. And just let me set the mood a little bit, and you guys can picture. I mean, to win the supreme title for the country, you pretty much needs to be absolutely the best of the best in your playing field. As you walk in, the reception for the evening for the award dinner, and there's over 600 top tier business bankers. And I'm talking about even Veve's bankers were there in the evening, accountants, law firms, you know, serial entrepreneur from every category is there. As you walk in, they have 24 years of winners picture, you know, hanging with spotlight shining down. And just even walking through that, you feel like, God, these guys are legends in New Zealand business. A lot of them have created industry and become institutions, you know, from software to service business, goods, transportation. There's all sorts of field, from wineries and so on. And these are really people who inspires me, because I grew up in New Zealand all my life. Every day you read about these people. New Zealand is very small. We're talking like a size of 5 million people. So, but nevertheless, the number one approach we have in New Zealand is, you know, we can do anything if we put our minds to it. So the move for the evening is, and just so to set the context right, I knew I was getting in a category award. So I told Dan, you know, I better not drink tonight, because I get really red-faced quite easily. so I say, I better not drink, because people might think, shit, man, this guy's shit-faced before he even got the award. So I say, I'm just going to drink Coke and have a bit of water, and I'm going to be ready. There was the young entrepreneur announcement, followed by, I believe it was the service, there's technology, and there's one other category there, there's the master. So when my name is called out for that one, I'm pretty confident, because I kind of recorded a video message and talk about what Veve's about, what we're doing, and they told me exactly how to walk up. So, and then after that, the media's outside taking photos of you, and pretty much this is like, you know, 20, 30 people trying to congratulate you, trying to say thank you, trying to take photo of the media, the radio station, all together bombarded in one area. And then I need to come back, sit down, and just keep in mind, I'm on the real far table, definitely not where the winner should be sitting at, like really far out next to the door. I'm on table 62, and I think there's like 65 tables. So I'm pretty much at the edge of the exit. It's like, and I guess they put it there for a reason, which I have no idea. It's definitely not close to the stage or center in any way. So that was the number 2 sign. I go, well, I probably haven't won, because I heard these people and the category sitting at table number 1. But it could be because we booked the table very late. Knowing me, I might debating to go, do we want to have a table? If I kind of didn't win, it would be kind of embarrassment or something. So number 2 is I booked the table extremely late. But nevertheless, before they were calling out the winners, they did a drum roll. I probably tried to find the video, what them and the other team members have recorded, and maybe if it's appropriate, I might share it somewhere. But in that moment when they actually called my name, I didn't realize. It took about a 2 to 3 second. Dan was already standing up. Everyone from the team was clapping for me, and then I stood up, and it was very, very wonderful feeling. I did have the third part was this, probably might not be appropriate to say or anything, but someone did mention to me, they go, well, the other 23, 24 winners on that, they're all European. And they go, Dave, you've made it tonight, you're the first Asian New Zealander to be on there. And I go, yeah, I mean, we'll see. So I was very, very stunned to take that, and extremely honored. And now they did say I could actually use the phrase in this Young Entrepreneur of the Year. I mean, it's not like I'm going to use it on my stationery, but I did ask them, could I NFT this? And they say, oh, they better check that they're legal on that. I thought, man, if we had the rights, I'll mint thousands of them and give it to every Go and Silver car holder, because really, is the fan, and a part of my speech, I really thank the fans and family of Veve, and obviously our colleagues at Veve, who really have made this happen. Even though the award's really about self-achievement award, but I really thought it was a collective impact, what got me where it is. So I was really celebrating on behalf of everyone, and there was no one moment I was thinking. I was not thinking about the fans and the people who got us where we are today.
We certainly celebrated with you. I don't know if you've had a chance to scroll through the feed, but those quote retweets and pictures have just been everywhere, and we've all been celebrating with you. And so I have a follow-up question. Did you do an acceptance speech? And if so, can you share a little bit of what you recall from that?
Yeah.
And then the second part is, after your acceptance speech, did you move the Coke aside and go towards maybe a bottle of wine?
So number 1 is I did do acceptance speech. I was very shocked, by the way, because the lights were super bright. I mean, they must basically go, we need to cook this guy. They turned the heat up. It was, or maybe for that moment, I felt it was hot already, and then with the lights glowing, and you can pretty much phrase it. This is like the Oscar award for entrepreneurs to celebrate with, right?
100%.
So you have people in front of you who is dressed to the best possible black tie, and listening to what you have to say. So I did do a acceptance speech, and really thanking the fans, the friends and family, colleague, especially I did mention Dan, and someone did tell me because they zoomed, it was on a multiple big massive screen. Someone say they think I was crying, the tear was coming down, because when I was thanking Dan, obviously it is very positive emotion for me, and thinking just the ups and downs that we went through, which I'll talk a little bit more later on. I would not want anyone in business to go through what we went through.
Great.
And he stood by me continuously, unconditionally, to run this business. So after I thanked Dan, and that was only halfway through my speech, everyone in the room pretty much just clapped for like a good 10, 20 seconds. And then I talk a little bit about how this award's been going on for 25 years in New Zealand, and a wonderful thing. And obviously thank the esteemed judges who selected me, and talk about, a little bit, finish off about the future. And when I think about the future for Veve and for our business, I'm honestly just full of excitement, because obviously I know what we're not telling our audience. There's a lot more coming. There's a lot more in us than what you see. Most of the people don't give us an opportunity to do our job. And that's one of the reasons why this industry is extraordinarily tough, because you're moving at 6 times the normal speed of light in a normal business. So that was a really wonderful experience.
Well, I have to follow up with this speech thing, because you just started with saying they tell you don't have to have one prepared unless you're the winner. Yeah. And so, like, you didn't know for sure if you were going to have one. Did you have one prepared ahead of time?
No, I truly, I honestly didn't. And Dan did tell me just before the.
Hey, Bill, we're listening to David and Magic and Metaverse Life.
Surely, Dave, you know if you won or not. And I said, I swear to you, I don't. He said, but you know everything. He knows I'm one of those guys. If I don't know the answer, I will go and dig it out and find it.
Space on the X.
And do, and that's the attitude in Veve, is that if we don't know anything or we're not sure, we go find the answer. We find a solution. And he asked me a couple of times, and I say, Dan, I swear, I don't know. He say, I'm sure you're keeping it as a secret. And I say, I honestly don't. And even the top tier guys in the Senyal say they don't actually know. The judges basically put the name in the envelope and give it to the presenter.
So this really is like the Oscars, where it's very secretive until that point.
Well, when you think about that's what they do, right? I mean, the Oscars, it's the result, the winners are all given to these big 4 accounting firm, and they hide the record, they embargo the dates, and they process it. So I think they practice the same thing. But it was a hell of an experience.
And the journey's not over yet, right? Because here you are. It doesn't stop, because your win in New Zealand now puts you against the other top 50 from other countries, where you have another award ceremony in Monaco in 2024.
Yeah. So they did say I can take few people to it, and I did say, oh, Dan's coming. Well, Dan put his hand up because I'm going. So we got a few staff in the company were luck to attend. I think it gets up to about 60 other countries and regions competing in this global title, which is very good. It's one of the bigger prize down under anyway. And just to share, I think the week before we did win one of the fastest technology company, and that was from Deloitte. And I do believe that there's a Deloitte award evening coming up on the 23rd in New Zealand. So we, as Veve, we've been invited to that. So we'll definitely share that, share the news if we did bag any category winners or any placement in that award ceremony.
Yeah, and so this kind of feels almost a little bit like the Olympics of business when you're competing with all these different countries. Like, I'm curious, because I looked at some of the past winners, and you have the one who won for 2023, Doris Su, and she was spearheading like silicon wafers for better chips. And then like the guy who won before was for digital marketing stuff for businesses to businesses, and so on and so forth. And you keep going down the list, and it seems like it's like these kind of like almost micro adjustments to technology and the field of technology and entrepreneurship. And then you have something like Veve that is a platform product that seems to be far and beyond what we've seen in the other things. When you are now in this era of fighting against these other 50 countries, do you know what you're going up against? Do you know the finalists and that kind of thing?
I think I get started to breathe and be educated around 2 weeks' time. They do give me a break between now, but apparently from February onwards, there's a lot of exams and there's a lot of tests. So the winners was actually not being picked. I don't think they just pick it because they felt you deserve to win. There's some exceptional finalists in the whole overall competition in New Zealand this year. They are all very much the best in their field. Okay, so the best in their field is that they're all exceptional. They're all doing something that's really contributing into the society or amazing talent, dedication into that field. Veve, one of the few of the things the judges really thought, and I managed to have a chat with one or two judges afterwards, and one of the judges would tell me this. One of the test questions when they were doing the interview, and they were going, "Well, so what do you do in your spare time?" And honest to God, I thought, this is just probably the nerdiest. I mean, there'd be other people going, "Well, they do hiking, they changing the world, or do something environmental." And I'm just being honest to them. I'm just saying, yeah, when I do have any spare time, I'm searching on the internet on the next comic I want to collect, or the artwork, or the artist, or attend a Comic-Con, or do this and that. I have a very extensive hobby. I love collecting, and that's what I do. It might sound really nerdy, where some people might, they might go to a food shelter and serve 500 lunches or something. So I thought, I could be really politically correct and say something I didn't do, or I just be honest. And I'm just saying I'm super nerd, man. I have a beautiful gallery in Auckland, which I never had time to clean up, and I finally got time to go and reposition and rehung my collectible the last weekend when I came back. And that's what I do. And he told me from that one moment, he thought, this guy doesn't just love his work. He preaches and he loved doing this. This is his life. So that was one of the reasons why he made him decide me over someone. And there's other reasons. He said that was one of the reasons, is that I'm just really passionate at what I do. And I guess, just telling them the truth, possibly have got me that. And that's the truthfully is that's what I was doing early this morning when I got up. I was still going through the New York Comic-Con comics I got, and I was just updating the inventory list, updating the Excel sheet, and checking out the conditions, grading them, or whatever grade they got, put them in order, things like that. So, that was pretty much my downtime, just preaching and continue with the hobby that I love.
I feel like you hanging out with your collection and organizing and revisiting all of it is like similar to me going to Disneyland. Like, it's your happy place. Like, you go there and you're just like happy to be surrounded by all these things that you've loved to collect.
Yeah. And I was going through the prints, and thank you securing me some of those prints from the Home Dimension sign. And pretty much I only managed to put away everything from New York early this morning. So going through them, putting in files and looking at them again, that's actually just makes me happy. Yeah, being part of this collecting community. I did constantly tell myself I need to stop acquiring more. Just doesn't seem to be working at all.
Yeah, that's not your blood, man. I don't think you can physically.
Yeah, I honestly I don't know how to stop. Honestly I don't know how.
I think they have programs for that, but I don't think you're at that stage yet, so you're good.
Yeah.
They might have a program just for him.
It's just for him, and it's in an NFT form. No, it's actually refreshing that you kind of have a similar way of doing some things where it's like, obviously you're so passionate about your work, this is what drives you, and then there's these simple things that you want to continue to do on the side that just kind of when I get to it, I'll make sure I do, but you've got your priorities focused on the vision. This journey for Veve, you've said already, it started a long time ago, and it really has only begun. And I know this person asked you like what you do outside of work, but I'm curious, like, if you have any personal goals outside of Veve. I'm just, throwing examples like, oh, I want to learn French, or go on a dino dig, or win an Oscar.
So couple things. Obviously, this award I got this new accolade has been really a major dream. It does mean quite a lot to me because I see it every year. The business, the accolade give me a lot more connection, and it opens up the door for me to do what we need to do at work. I'm just really passionate at the business we do. And the other thing is the way myself and Dan have been doing it, and apart from being on the social media, promoting on YouTube or doing the AMA at the early days, we don't actually have any other channel to echo our voice. We don't pay massive advertising. You guys would know we're very low key people, and therefore every time when we talk to people, even in the industry insider, they don't know who we are because we don't go on Forbes magazine or some of these massive magazines, and we always ask if we want to be written up, and we always turned it down. And I guess because of that, we probably built the business a lot slower, because we would have been, in a way, you could have built something bigger and faster if you go all out and advertise about yourself. And we looked at our competitor, and there was moments back in 2021, our competitors was on almost every page of everything. You wake up, you open up your apps for news, either CNN, CNBC, New York Times, any of these apps. You'll read our competitors doing that. They're raising this humongous X amount of market cap. They value it now. Things like that. We were always being really silent. We'll really just put our head down and go, well, hopefully one day we'll be recognized with that. And in a way, this award, like I mentioned, it may seem to be an individual achievement, but it's not. It's really a collective thing that the fans, in a way, got us there, and we're being recognized. And that there's something that I wanted to bag, in a way. So that was part of my dream. So I kind of ticked it off. It's taking me 19 years. So for those out there, don't ever give up your dream. And I do quite often get a lot of people ask how we build dreams and how we build what makes my ambition and continue to drive for business success. And I just wanted to share a little story about how I get motivated for myself and stick with that ambition and continue. And even if I fail, I just keep doing it. And that one important aspect for me is that I dream very, very big. I'm a big dreamer. I mean, I dream about owning the best comic book, the best collection of everything. So I dream very big. And I also dream a lot of very small stuff. You know, oh, I wish I could go to the Comic Con in Tokyo. I wish I could go to a Comic Con in Australia or somewhere. So I have all sorts of dreams. I have the big dreams where it's really like a 6 to 8 year plan, and then you have the smaller one. So for some people, they would dream, oh, I want to own a home. I want to buy a house, or I want to buy this. And something really huge for them is might be a 20-year thing. But one very important part, which I talked about, is to have the little bites. And the little bites is like, you know, you want to do a trip with your family, or you want to own a 9.8 of a comic, and it's not even expensive. It could be just a couple $100. But once you achieve that, and once you bag it, once you tick it off, it makes your heart and decide to be open, because you know you can do it. So it's not having one big dream about, I just want that. And when you fail to purchase your home or your house, your whole dream is crushed. So the rule, and for me anyway, the rule is to have a lot of things. And that goes from very small to something very big. And and you can think of this in the Sinyana War as one massive dream for me, the biggest one. It will be the kaiju of all kaiju. You have to beat down and to win it, to bag it. But you kind of need to go through all the little ones and collect them and get the big prize. And when you get it, it's more meaningful. And if you don't get the big one, you're not going to cry about it, because you still feel happy and you achieve everything. And I think one of the key to success in life is really just to be happy every moment in every way. And if you're achieving something, you're moving forward, you should be happy.
Yeah, I mean, we got some deep feels going on in here. There's something that was really great that I heard the other day, specifically when you're talking about Veve, and you were you know, keeping your head down and moving forward, and people don't see what's going on. But this was in another context. Somebody said, you're going to spend your life defending your vision, and in the end, the vision defends you. And I think that's where, like, this really stands out, is like there's all this fight that you're doing to move this forward. And ultimately, when they see what's coming, or they see the work that you're putting out, and that kind of stuff, that's the vision defending you. And so I really appreciate that attitude that you're bringing to the table.
Yeah, I mean, and one of the things that this morning when I woke up, I see Sam from OpenAI. He kind of had to step down, or being forced by the board to step down, and that was a headline news. So you can almost imagine this guy is the co-founder of one of the hottest things. The subtopic in the past, how many months or quarterly we've been talking about, and someone who has amazing vision from years ago to build this, and having to leave or resign. And if I did read it correctly, maybe he had to leave the board as well. So it may be a complete leave of the company. So it can be very it can be very, very hard to swallow. You know, Veve is it's a company that we envision that it's a number one, it's a very, very high performance company, and there's a reason maybe I'm working 20 hours a day, and that's because I'm not performing to the maximum. I mean, if I was very good at my job, I might be able to finish in 8 hours. It's because the job takes me that long. And a lot of that time is actually thinking. I and I maybe every now and then I told Dan that my brain actually works very different than how he thinks it will work. If I come to with a problem, I don't try to resolve. If not every problem is like those 20 seconds where I go, okay, we're going to do this and that, and we're going to move on. Some of the problem that we face, it may take me days or weeks to think and to solve them. I analyze the problem and I think it through and I process it. It takes me a long time sometimes, and I go and do a lot of reading. I don't make a decision based on emotion anymore. I've become a lot more logical to go, well, I need to make that work, otherwise this won't work. So there's a lot of stuff that in Veve, and part of the reason why things are taking where it is, or the way we do things is the way we're doing it now, is we had to change a lot of the structures and a lot of the way we plan things, and the legacy issue of the technology we had, or how we processed it and things. And we're putting more skillful people into the fields that they're good at doing. And these are all changes. It actually taken me a lot to adjust as well, because I used to be one of those guys who does everything. I used to be the finance guy, the deal maker, the CEO, the guy tells them what he needs to do and get that done. I used to be one of those every hat, 25 hat person, and Dan is probably even more, like 35 hat. You know, any file I get, I couldn't open on my computer. Dan has to find a solution to open it. If that animation sound doesn't work, he has to figure it out. And that's how we started the business. And that's one of the things that you will find from New Zealand entrepreneur, is that we just go find solutions, and try to learn everything. And you know, the company got to a size now where it's impossible for me to know every little bit, and I need to be honest. And this problem came across, I think, a few weeks back at one of the AMA. Maybe I say something that wasn't welcomed by the community, and I got absolutely smashed down. And the truth is, if I mention I don't particularly look after this field of the business, I can only comment on what I know of. So yeah, it's hard to please everyone, to be very honest with you. Doing the job I'm in, it takes a lot of guts as well.
Well, there's a couple takeaways to take away from that. One, if I can relate it to my field, where you as a CEO, or if somebody's the director, what the director says is not me who's making the film. I'm just hiring the best people, and I trust them to do their job, and I have to be able to do that. Otherwise, I'm not going to be a good director, right? For you, you're shifting out of these priorities that you thought were priorities for you, but you're giving some more trust into your team to execute. This is something that you've been doing over a long time. I'm not saying you're doing that all right now. I think the other takeaway from that is, as you said, you're approaching things logically and not with emotion, and taking your time to analyze it. And that really comes from a creative aspect. A lot of people don't realize how much creativity goes into business. When you think of creativity, most of the time you're thinking artists or singers, or stuff like that. But creativity is not a machine. If somebody were to come to me and be like, hey, I got this idea for this script, can you write it and give it to me next week? I'm going to tell them no, because creativity is a lot of thinking and trying to figure things out, and looking at different avenues before you actually can put more words on the page. For you, it's the same. I feel it's the same thing. You have to analyze which avenues to go down and figure out which one is the best path forward. And sometimes that best path forward may not be the best path forward. You find out when you get to a certain crossroad, I might need to turn back and take the left one, or so on and so forth. That's all part of that creativity. So major applause to that.
Yeah. And this is something that really, you know, a lot of these artists like yourself inspire me. That the thing that goes in your head, I mean, just, you know, the things that you share with me hopefully in our messages, that some of the work you're working on, it's just mind blowing. I mean, like, they are just so good. And yeah, I know you're working on a lot of amazing stuff. You know, even the small doco that we're putting together for the Veve fans. You know, just everything. The planning, the execution, and the execution is a major part. I mean, a lot of people talk about, well, we're going to do this, build this, and they actually have no skills in executing it. And one of the things for Veve is actually just to ensure that we're going to execute, and we are. There's a lot more to come, and it just that I can't share them with you doesn't mean we are not doing them.
I have a question for you. I have a similar personality type of being very type A and OCD and perfection, and I kind of equate, you know, this company as your baby, and it's like me having my own baby, and I raise this baby and I look after this baby each and every day, and then there comes a point in time where, because I'm taking on other tasks and what have you, and don't have the time, I have to bring in help to help raise this baby now and watch this baby, because I can't do it on my own. But there's this part of me that struggles with that, because no one's going to do it as good as I can. Nobody knows the baby the way I can. So how has that been for you in growing the business to the extent that it has thus far? Good question. It's going to grow even more. What has that adjustment been like for you, and not having to oversee every single part of this baby business?
Yeah. So the field that we're in, like I say, it's like 6x what a normal traditional business is. And this is from the audience, the fans, community, putting pressure on us. So we're trying to move as fast as we can. And obviously the technology is always the finish line. It's never the finish line. There's actually never going to be a finish line. I only realize that, because that finish line constantly are moving further and further out. There's just so much learning you have to do. Number one, you just can't absorb everything into your mind. The other day, I had to learn. I spent a good 4 hours researching and learning, jumping on call, learning about ZK EVM, you know, a ZK rollup type of blockchain system. You know, a lot of you guys will know we're using a layer 2 immutable X. You know, there's new technologies being in the forefront. We have to start learning new things and be constantly being educated and be brought forward. You know, there's new sets of regulations about to be set in certain regions. So you're moving your head from one spectrum to the other thing. But what drives me, and obviously there's the fun part. The fun part is looking at what release schedule we have coming. What are some of the creativities that we got coming? And get excited by the quality of the asset we're making now compared to what it was 24 months ago. A big part for me, you had to learn to lose control and learn to trust people and learn to appreciate the team who wants to put this business together for us into another new level. We could be the business where we were at 24 months ago and live very comfortably. And in fact, we probably would be much better off if we had a lot less staff, if we didn't want to grow the business. But like I say, we really believe that this baby is going to be walking and it's going to be running and it's going to be leaving home. And when it leave home, it's going to be going to university and then things that is beyond what I know.
Link down below.
One of the great thing about me and Dan is that we are not afraid to hire people who have more knowledge than we have. We used to like to think we know everything, right? Because you kind of know the worst and the best and the issue in the business or in this baby, but we kind of let it go out. It's learning and other extra activities outside what we are teaching them, and because the team and we have a lot of amazing talent at Veve, and these talents could expedite and open up where we are at much bigger than you will anticipate. We do have a very cool talent. A lot of them are stepping up their games. We have to do a lot of restructuring to move people into the best field, best position. But when you work with the team with the same energy and the same idea and that same goal, you know this baby of yours is going to be leading this in the best path. It's almost like Veve needs to go to like a Harvard or some crazy next level up thing where me and Dan were ever able to take. But creativity wise, me and Dan, we talk a lot about what cool fun things we want to do, and what new categories, what's the next brand, what's the next plane. So a lot of these are we still very hands on. It just we do trust the people around us to make other key decisions.
So I'm curious. Let's just say CEO off the table. You could do any other position within Veve. I'm curious what that would be. What like kind of thing you'd want to do if they're like, hey, listen, we've got somebody that you brought in. You have a new CEO, but you can do anything you want within the company outside of all those responsibilities. What would you choose?
I will probably be. There's few things I really enjoy doing. I'm very amazing at negotiating with brands, and I'm not talking about brands. It's like I need to get the best out of them. I love engage with the brands and try to brainstorm a business case to bring to Veve, and to paint that narrative how what makes it relevant in our ecosystem. I love that involvement. I love the creativity, like what I really think a collector will want to own. If that product is being produced, it will be amazing. And the list goes on forever. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I follow. Past week I haven't been following social much, but I mean, when The Simpsons came out, I was just like, oh, man, someone needs to call them up and go, listen, we need to do something together, And so my message does get passed down, and if I had my way full time, I would be making just every day. It will be another blockbuster hit. But unfortunately, a lot of these things doesn't just happen the way we always want it. I would have had every brand on board if I had nothing else but only one thing. I would sit outside freaking camp outside Pokemon Center until they give me Pokemon. I will camp outside Naruto's house until I get that brand on board. So,
David,
there's a lot more brands I want. I think for me, it's kind of hours I could be dealing and replying and go back and forth on the negotiate. That part I really enjoy. Coming up with rosters of what's in production, I really enjoy, and creating new categories. The physical side, I really enjoy the partnership. So all those, I guess, the business dealing, and making that come true and announce it to the world to tell people what we got coming. I mean, for example, Avatar. Most people think, well, because Avatar is a Disney brand, it's easy. We bagged it. It was not. It just doesn't work that way.
I know it was a different license too, which surprised me because I just assumed it was sort of under the Disney umbrella.
No, isn't Avatar still mostly under James Cameron?
Yes,
that was like one of the things in the Fox deal that they were like, we can't give this to you because he has it.
Yeah, you are correct. You're 100% absolutely correct. It's not as straightforward as people think. We're not trying to earn credit from our fans. Is that there's a lot of stuff and process to get through to get certain things, and it's every licensing is a very different type of business because you have talent creators, producers, studios, publishers. Everyone wants to be involved. Then the deal has to work as everybody wins. The bus ticket is only so big. Everyone wants to click on it. So at the end of the day, that business economic needs to be viable for everyone to make a deal with. It's so hard to land. I mean, the Avatar model, when I saw it, I was actually just I was almost in tears to go. We're gonna be releasing it. I just can't believe it. I mean, if we released this 2 years ago, this would be a huge blockbuster, for Veve. But the fact that it's still coming on Veve, it's absolutely amazing. It is gonna be one of those brands that the new Gen Zs are gonna remember because the movie came out part of this cycle. So it's basically gonna be their jam on it, like Jurassic Park was our one in our generation. It was very important. So Avatar's just leveling up that new category and having that disappearing.
The timing, I don't know if it was planned or whatever, but the timing of the release is so good because it's coinciding with the game that's coming out. They just announced where they're going to be placing an Avatar attraction at Disneyland in California. So it's like all these other things in the press about Avatar that just fit so well.
And to be honest, these things are never planned as detailed as you would like to think. I mean, I think often we get a lot of credit for thinking it's all part of something. It's all organic because if the model wasn't being signed off or good enough, it was never going to be released. And I did speak to the game publishers yesterday, and even last week they were telling me, how come you're releasing the game same time as we're about to release it? And they were surprised. They had no idea because they announced the game release because the game is.
He said he will sleep outside of Pokemon Center until I'll go over this later.
If they don't feel the game is perfect enough.
And Lori might come on later. I don't know.
You're gonna get criticized. You're just gonna get smashed down. So the fact that the game has actually been delayed, which is completely how you because gaming companies takes perfection. They want the game to come out perfect. And I recently saw GTA, new one, in the making or coming out. And these games takes years.
10 years for GTA 6.
To get it settled. And that's just how it is. Imagine the flip of last day that was announced at the time. I mean,
serendipity.
But it is good. I mean, the IP is amazing. James Cameron, by the way, on the news, James Cameron officially become a New Zealander, I think, this week. I saw it on the paper. So he lived in Wellington. I think he just got
James Cameron.
his citizenship fully. He loved New Zealand, so a good part of that, a lot of the special effects and some of the shooting could be down here. So
have him over for dinner.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah,
I could see a good partnership with him.
mean, another business elite in New Zealand is the Peter Jackson. I mean, if any of you don't know Peter Jackson, he's the producer behind Lord of the Ring and The Hobbit, and he did sell with a digital, I believe, to Unity or one of it's either Unity or Rio. I'm pretty sure it's Unity for some crazy amount of money. It was so big, I didn't comprehend. I think I was paralyzed when I saw that, and I just, he's amazing, visionary. We have a lot of great talent down under here, and it's really good to have another producer and high caliber down here and loving it.
Yeah, I confirmed it. He sold it to Unity for $1.6 billion.
Yeah.
I mean, good on him. Because I think they started that on a basically shoestring budget. He commissioned the sound studio that they used for Lord of the Rings. He personally put in $2 million to make that happen. Weta Digital was his baby. Him and Seller, forgetting the founder, but they kind of put Weta together, and it was them and like 5 guys. And then when Lord of the Rings came around, they had mass hiring because they had to do it so quickly, and they just kept hiring throughout the post-production process. Where it was like it started with 5, and I think they ended with like 400, 500 people.
It's insane amount. It's just so good. I mean, because they were the market leader in that FX area. And we really, in a way, Phoebe is run like this type of business, right? Is that every single week we have to come up with a content that is different. That content is going to be cool enough. It's almost like a movie production when you think about me and Dan. But the difference is that we have to jump from one IP to another IP. I mean, this week is a Marvel. Next week then is an Avatar. The following week is, I'm not going to say what's coming out the following week. I nearly did. But it's something else.
Marvel mighty. Yeah.
It's almost like a film production that you are continually our trying to roll out as many IPs. So we, in a way, TV is the house of all the first edition of these digital content. We want to live with a legacy with all these content as being the first. That's one of my other dreams. Just to tell you guys.
So I have a couple of questions I want to ask you. Just kind of break this up. We're going to jump back to this because I want to ask about negotiations with IPs, but a little something more fun to break away. Okay, I'm going to give you 3 options, and you can only pick one. Okay, Back to the Future, Jurassic Park, or Indiana Jones.
Oh man. This is hard. I mean,
like everything's gonna get burned up, and you can only pick one to watch again. What would it be?
Oh, everyone's gonna get burned up. I'll go with Back to the Future. I do really love it.
Man.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a few more of these. The next one is Aladdin, Hercules, or Lion King.
Oh man, Lion King.
Yeah, Lion King's really good. I would answer that as well.
Magic. What about you?
That's hard. It would be between Aladdin and Lion King. I gotta go Aladdin because I just love Robin Williams.
Aladdin's amazing. I think they will pick Aladdin.
We sang A Whole New World together during karaoke. Well, I sang most of it. He was down.
Because in '97, I was selling telephone cards. Most of you guys don't know. That's how I actually started.
Like the prepaid phone card?
Yeah, the prepaid phone card.
Okay.
So I started my hobby with stamp collecting. Then I moved into telephone cards and selling those, earning the money. And that's how I got into the comic gaming industry. So just to give you a little context, how I always loved history, so I always loved stamp collecting. And there was one particular year I had the chicken pot. And normally you get these chicken pot when you're much younger, maybe like 2 or 3 years old. I didn't get it until I got into the teens. My older brother bought me like a 2 kg stamp pack, where the stamps are still stuck into the envelope, and you have to cut it down and basically chuck it into the bath with hot water or cold water. You soak it off, it comes off, and you dry out. And you start collecting them as stamp sets. And I realized I had too many of the same stamps, because a 2 kg bag, you must got about a couple thousand stamps out of it. And later on in life,
Keep listening to David.
Not much later on in life, I will start to go up Wellington Street, which is the main tourist street in Auckland, New Zealand, and there's a lot of souvenir stores. And I used to make, if you can picture a leather paper, you'll fold it 4-way, so it's come down to a little like an A5 size. And I put that will be my baking board, and I will get it photocopied and cut the baking board down in cellophane sets of stamps, and I will consign them into the gift shops, the souvenir store throughout New Zealand, Queen Street. And what I will do is every Friday night, I will catch the bus to the city centre with my backpack, and I will go every single store, and I will swap the stamps out and collect the money. And basically, that's what I was doing with all the excess stamps I had. I was selling them in souvenir and gift stores. And later on down the track, this phone cards become a very big thing. And I think phone card really came in 94, 95, 96, 97. And there was a huge craze in the phone card industry. And what happened is I managed to have collected a lot of used phone cards. And I started selling them. And part of all that money I made is how I got into the games and collectible business. Because there was a comic and gaming retail distributor went bankrupt. And I bought some of their stuff in liquidation sale. And in fact, just so you know, one of the liquidators, who's also a distributor back in the day for Magic the Gathering and a lot of card games, is still a very close friend and a shareholder in Veve, because we done business over 20 years, and he was appointed to be a liquidator for this company. And I bought a lot of these stocks, and I needed to set up a retail shop really to sell these products. And I couldn't sign a lease. I was too young. I think I was like 17. You needed to be 18 to even get a check account. So there was a computer shop on the North Shore, close to where I live. The guy said he was setting up a repair center, and then I could take the front of the shop at a very cheap rent and set it up there, and he will keep the back part as a repair. And basically, that's my first shop. Back then, I was paying $585.25 per month in rent, and I was selling water. Then we bought a whole lot of comic books. The comic business went under. There was a lot of wild role-playing games, lots of D&D, lots of crazy board games. I remember back in those days, there was every type of trading card game you can think of. There was like Rage, there was like Vampire, there was SimCity, there's Over the Edge, obviously there's the Magic the Gathering, and all sorts. And basketball card was a huge back in the day. So I pretty much just bought as much stock as I can from the liquidator and basically just try to make a buck selling the it. And the honest truth is, I don't even know why would people come to my shop, because my shop was I mean, to pay that type of rent, you have to think in the middle of nowhere, and I was in pretty much middle of a village, inside, and just trading my way out, $1, making $1 at a time.
And Hero, did you not did you not listen to like all like the hard work that he did? Like, fuck off.
When I find the right time, I'm
going to timeout for that.
Share with everyone. There was a couple photos brought me back, and just thinking how poor I was. I couldn't actually afford the sunwriter to sunwrite my whole entire shop name.
Oh, hi, Mark.
So I will pay him. It was $20 for 2 letters. And Vagabond Games, no reviews, and Flexible had 8,000, right? So I could only afford to have like the first 50 letters for a good 1 year of my first year in trading. So I think Vagabond had VAGA and Vega. So I had 4 letters because that's all I could afford for like a year and a bit in my business. BOND came pretty much like much later date. So half the time people don't even know how to pronounce my shop because they couldn't see the letter appear on the signage. And that's just how poor I was. And I was studying law school. I was studying law. And every time I'm in class, because all the money rather than going into buying law textbooks, and by the way, you never buy law textbooks, and I'll tell you why. Because law textbook was one of those books I go and try to buy a second-hand one, and the lady in the store go, well, we don't sell second-hand law textbook, and I go, well, why? And they go, it's because every year they do new edition. They publish a new one. So in my mind, I'm going, well, why would I want to buy a new one, and I can't even resell it back to the store? So studying law paper was the hardest thing in my life because I was so cheap. I had to get to the class and I had to memorize and copy down everything. And that was how I had to save money to basically buy stock for my shop. Just thought I'd share some moment of my early days.
Wait, were you literally like you were writing down the pages?
Yeah, I pretty much I had to write down, and I had to go to the library to borrow that book and copy it because it's like 15 cents to photocopy it. The low textbook was very expensive, about $150. So I knew you won't need all of them. What you needed to do is just memorize the law and memorize the act, and you just need to write it down. So and that's just how cheap I was back then, because you could not resell that textbook when you finish that. When you finish the paper, because they won't take it back. Because next year there's a new book comes out.
You've got to have permanent carpal tunnel there, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh man. but you
all right.
And then you realize what you had built, and constantly you think about it. Yeah. I mean, the last past week I received some of the most heartful, great email. There was an email came in from my personal accountant, and he wrote to me. Obviously, he saw the award, and there was billboards across the country. And yeah, he said he would.
David?
I think we got a call.
Well, we'll complete that thought in a second. I was going to say.
So as they complete that thought, I was saying Flurkin. So they decide to go and not just have Goose in here in the Marvels. They decide to have a whole bunch of Gooses. They have a whole bunch of Flurkins, which means a whole bunch of cats. And it looks like that is taking place of the Marvel Mighties this time. It does not look like we are getting Marvel Mighties like we were supposed to. I think it's just because, hey, we had a really, really good day when we did the Hawkeye first appearance statues. You know, the animation's getting better, the sound's getting better. We'll just do that. And instead, they just gave us the Flurkin kitties that are $13 are in place of the marbles. That's what they're saying.
I also really love that whole Ninja Turtles live action film. I watched that thing like crazy, and I still would rather watch that than like any Ninja Turtles cartoon or
David's still on.
So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think David, didn't you get through Sean from Comics and Crypto the VHS signed by was it Kevin?
Yeah.
Into the Turtles, yeah.
I mean, I grew up in the Turtle era.
Turtle era.
Yeah, I have so much merch from the Turtles. Yeah, I must. I must look at how to get Turtles on.
Okay, two more for you on these. Now this is a throwback to more like 90s cartoons for those of you that watch them. Either Recess, Hey Arnold, or Fairly Odd Parents.
Oh, hey, I love all of them. Hey Arnold.
Hey Arnold.
Yeah, my bad.
Oh no, I'm gonna have to go with Recess because that was like my Saturday morning cartoon jam. It was like watch like Sonic the Hedgehog, Recess, Bugs Bunny, like all those things on Saturday morning, and then my dad would be like, "We got to play soccer." Last one: Xbox, PlayStation, or Nintendo?
Oh
Nintendo.
man, my jam was the family console Nintendo.
Oh my man, me and David are such pals.
Nintendo. Did you start with like the NES back in the day, or what platform did you start with?
I started with the family com, the red and the white machine, and then I think I had the NES, and then the 64, and then I still got the machine, by the way, and I got this thing that you can put on top and put disc, the floppy disk, the 3-inch one, 3.25-inch disc. You can put it in, and play the game.
On the Red Com or
no, not the Red
what one?
In the N64.
Okay, there was a flash disc or a floppy drive.
Floppy 3-inch drive. Yeah.
And then it turns to one that you can take it out of the floppy disk. Man, that was the jam.
Okay. Were you a GoldenEye player? Did you play GoldenEye?
Yes.
Were you did you play multiplayer with friends?
No, I just myself. Yeah. I still own the
campaign.
Poor Davis.
I still own the game. And you know that I was talking to Al Kahn about GoldenEye, and next time you guys you must bring out GoldenEye. GoldenEye.
I'm seeing him next week.
IP James Bond signed into a video game or something. Oh, he did the first deal.
Oh,
and
wow.
Was the GoldenEye one. You have to question him on that. He has a beautiful story around GoldenEye.
I'll ask him next week.
I mean, that game sponsored so many Friday night late nights with friends. You know, and just the ridiculousness of high speed slaps only, one hit kills
before Super Smash Brothers.
All the fun stuff with that. Did you ever play like Super Smash Brothers or any of those?
100%. In fact, during New York Comic Con, I did buy a Super Smash Brother in a graded
Super Smash Brothers,
a graded case, a brand new one, and I also bought a Pokemon.
No way.
Super Smash Brothers,
and yeah, I think I got a 9.8 grading.
For the Super Smash one, who did you? What company did you get that from?
It was one independent guy on the. I can't remember the guy's name. They pretty much in the. We were Veve was about 3,500, weren't we? I think they were in the 2,000 aisle or 1,000 aisle. There was a dealer down there. He has every freaking thing graded. Yeah, it was fine. It was amazing fun.
what kind of games would you have leaned more towards, especially back then? Were you a first-person shooter guy? Were you more of like the role-playing game or story-driven? What kind of stuff were you leaning towards?
First-person shooter, build game. Yeah, I mean, I play all sorts. I was actually never very, very good at gaming, by the way. Yeah, I was, because I had two other brothers, and there's only two set of controllers, so I had to fight over the controllers just to get a go at it. So I was actually never super good. And if you lose, you're out. Basically, the next one comes in. Yeah.
Sure.
Good day for both guys.
So funny. Magic, I know you had some questions.
Yeah, so I've got a few from the audience. I've got three from the audience and one of myself. I'm going to keep mine for last. I feel like the answer's going to be long-winded. The first one is Aliens or Terminator?
Terminator. He'll probably say it.
Terminator, so good stuff. But Aliens.
Oh, I knew it.
Aliens is your final answer?
Yeah. Aliens.
Yeah. All right. Tim seems to be happy with that answer. That was his question. The next one is Taylor, Rihanna, or Beyonce?
Taylor.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
fandom. You don't have to talk about anything Veve related. Fandom-wise.
Fandom-wise. Oh, Taylor's great.
Taylor is great.
Oh man, such a fanboy.
Yeah,
I'm definitely gonna pass on that question.
Yeah, they're all good. They're all amazing. Well, Taylor's mentioned.
Ah, crazy. Do you have a Switch? A Nintendo Switch?
Yes, I have a brand new Switch.
You play Mario Kart?
I haven't even opened it. Someone give me a Switch. I haven't opened it. I feel so guilty. I will have to open it.
Oh, there was one that came across, but shoot, I missed it. Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. You are welcome to not answer it because I've already asked you this and I didn't get a response. But one of the top questions that I think everybody wants the answer to is circling back to this whole Simpsons thing. You posed a question that you never responded to.
Oh, the $427,000 question.
Yeah.
Well, it's a $427,000 answer. I am going to write the why he put that on.
Oh, so you were asking the question yourself?
Well, I was fishing. I thought someone would tell me the answer, but I will find out.
Because the way it was phrased, it definitely sounded like you knew the answer. Like, do you want to know?
You want to
what
know?
the answer
I want to know. I promise you.
They're having fun.
There must be an answer for it. I mean, they don't just put that on.
And then I do have another question I forgot. Thank you, Mahalo, for reminding me. He wants to know how many 10 grade comics do you have? And if you have multiples, what is your favorite or some of your favorites in that collection?
10 grade 10. Did you say? Oh man, I think I only have one graded 10 comic. One. And I think that's a DC Batman Damn. Okay, so for those of you who don't know about that comic, and the reason why I got a 10 is because it's actually a book. So it's easier to grade a comic book a 10 because it's thick, so it's not going to get damaged like as easy as the soft covers we have. And that was the first time. Not sure. I'm not sure it's appropriate to say. I'm just saying it as a comic collector. It was the first time Batman was exposed.
His penis.
Not wearing clothes.
The penis. Oh, that was hysterical.
Yeah. Just too many things.
That was hysterical.
I believe DC had to remove all the books. I believe that somehow I found a 10 in Singapore Comic Con.
Wow.
And I said, well, I have to have it. Not because I like looking at it. I think it's a very special edition and it's a grade 10. So I own that one. I do own two other ones. One is at 9.8, and then the other one is just open for reading. And the open for reading one is actually given to me from my baby bank.
I'll go back into this, but yes.
I think Mahalo has you beat here. He said he has the same one, and it's also signed by the artist. He didn't specify it was 10.0, but oof.
Yeah. And that comic is just something that was very special. I don't know how they managed to get.
Well, I'm curious how a comic can actually.
Oh yeah.
Like the only way you can get a 10.0, it feels like, is if it's printed at the manufacturer and then just delivered with gloves to the grading service. Because you'll have these first prints. Like I have a ton of something that's killing the children. Probably 50, 60 copies of it, and it was main reason I held on to those because of Netflix picking it up and wanting to do something with it. And then it came straight from the manufacturer and had been in a box. And Sean had sent a couple of his off to get graded, and they came back as 9 6s. And I'm like, these are right, just came from the manufacturer. So why is it that we're seeing such a drop in quality, or where are they getting this 10.0 grade from?
Just going back a little bit, because that wasn't really a comic book, more like a book. So it's very, very hard to damage it and translate. It's pretty difficult. And that will be one. And by the way, about an art, so many copies of it in different covers, different artists. I own the artwork. I think James, the creator, absolutely genius, so good. I was so lucky to meet him numerous times. San Diego Comic Con last time, Singapore. I believe I'm going to see him in Tokyo in a few weeks' time. I'm so happy to see he's got a Netflix deal. Well, from what I've got a Netflix deal, but so good.
Yeah, he got a Netflix deal for that, and I think another one of his projects too. But yeah, they came to him and were like, "We want all of it."
Yeah, the other one. The other one, something to do with the government. It's going to be pretty cool because it's comic book, just because of the name. It's something like
I'll look at it. To bring it back to something you're talking about, you mentioned that you love negotiating with that process is going on. Are you guys gauging what something to show them? Say hey, this is one of your IPs and something we'd love to do with you. Here's an example of something. Or are you coming into the meeting more as a high level conversation? This is what we can do.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear more of that.
So my job, I don't actually know what Avatar was coming out until a few weeks ago. The truth is, the team in Veve is very secretive. If you don't need to know, you're not going to know. Okay? So I knew Avatar was coming, but I don't know when, I don't know what, and I don't even know anything around it until it's ready for me to know basis. Few things that I will know at the very beginning is, do we have likeness rights? For example, if you see a lot of these actors, we don't actually own the rights to use their face on it. So part of my job is negotiating if there's any talent likeness need to be included in the deal, and I might have to write to the talent to go, listen, I'm gonna make you into a digital collectible. People can technically put you in their living room and take a photo with you where you like that, and if you do commercial deal, how it works. So part of my job is to see an IP the relevant to our audience and the likeness right. The more likeness you do, the harder it is. We are working on this amazing deal, and hopefully we will get to announce it. The likeness right is probably 1-to-1. I mean, if that deal ever gets through, it's going to be a groundbreaking for our business because we never had gone that true look likeness in the company. And obviously, our biggest thing is to bring this AI experience to you almost like if it was real. Right? If you've seen the Lamborghini that we released, if you didn't own one and you AI at the right size, the right scale, you feel like things on that. And that's how real we want to be. And that's where we need to get into. So likeness and all the creation has to be part of it. Because I don't really think people want to buy a Lamborghini if it was a cheapy style, right? You have a Lamborghini that looks like a
Cheapy still fun.
hold on. Hold on, guys. I just have to put my big plug down. Earplug. Sorry. You didn't really. You don't really want to own a vehicle that looks too cute. If it's Lamborghini, you might want to, but we wanted to bring the true 1-to-1 scale to you. So that's part of all negotiations. And then we have a creative team who then work with the studios to work through all the hoops, what can be done, what can't be done, and so on. So that's part of that whole exercise. And I don't really get into that involvement, that detail at all. Unless sometime I'm on the call for something else and it comes up, then yeah. But by that time, normally the decision's already been made what's going to be on the development side.
It sounds like, and you mentioned this privately. I don't know if how much you can talk about, but some of these NDAs are pretty intense.
Yeah,
with these companies.
It's very, very tough to get by. I mean, they basically get everything. I mean, I remember signing an NDA with another company and basically say it's pretty much like you can't say anything or talk about or even mention about their company name. There's one like that.
Oh,
yeah.
I think I know who that one is.
Yeah. And sorry, real quick, it's something. Well, that's so. I guess long story short, I don't know if I really got an answer. When you are going and negotiating with the IPs and licensors, you're not bringing an example to pitch them on, to bring them on. It's more about what Veve is.
I mean, most of them know who we are already. I mean, we are known in the industry enough. I mean, they see it. I mean, I don't think I have approached an IP go, well, who's Veve? We're very lucky because you guys just, the social viral just went crazy. We pitch about when, if there's a time slot, when can we onboard you? It takes years to negotiate. There's one that I'm on the phone call with even past midnight last night, just to get across the line. And yeah, we still got a few more things close. We have to get passed by their CEO and has to be comfortable. It takes a long time, a lot longer than it should be. Very straightforward, where you just go, well, these are the terms. Do you want to do it or not? It doesn't quite work that way for them. They have to go to make sure the producers, the artists, the talents all want to be part of this. It takes a while.
Yeah. So totally get that. I mean, there's been licenses that you've had for an extremely long time that were just coming out. I mean, I think you talked about how Lambo was a license that you guys had for over a year, maybe longer, before you actually released Lamborghini.
And there's a lot of other license we will be announcing, the marketing team is getting, the PR or the marketing to be announced. I know where this is going. I'm just going to mistakenly speak too much. So.
No. I'm not trying to go that way. Definitely not. I'll steer it a different direction, which is you guys just did this partnership with Funko. This physical digital space. How did you feel the reaction was? How did you feel it went? Was this a partnership that you felt like, okay, this was a great test and we're moving forward, or where
we'll get there.
Where do you see this going?
It took a while to get to where it is. Obviously, I mentioned last time the production for the SI and having Marvel involved. Funko's an amazing company. I've been selling Funko products in my shop from the very, very beginning. In fact, when I met up with Mike in New York, I showed him my original Funko where he created. It was a Kiss bobblehead, and he looked at it, and you could see from his eye, he's just going, man, you're going way back. And this is, way back when he's just started out, probably only had thousands of dollars in marketing these products. So number one is they're an amazing company. They really built a fandom globally. And I admire them from very, very day one. And in fact, I met the CEO numerous times back in 2016, 17, trying to work with him. I've done everything I possibly could. I flew every part of the world, to pitch to them. And back then, seriously, they were very physical type of, they're still very physical in the production. They just didn't see where the digital was sitting. And I think it was really during the COVID period when the NFT just got really big. They went and acquired another company, and I believe they're still on the Wax blockchain, doing those car with the pop figures. We kind of see our business more in the premium side, and that's why this 18-inch gold line came out in this collab together. Now, how did it go? It went amazing. It went beyond what they thought it could go. I always knew that there was a market for scarcity items, especially Funko had a huge audience. I do have to admit that the 18-inch gold wasn't their top performer selling line. It was something very new. In the recent thing is it's a high price bracket product, but when you feel in the box in the actual merchandise, it's just amazing. It's a solid quality, and we were so honored to have done the collabs with Funko on this one. So I was very, very, very happy. I did have a call with them last week, just a post drop, catch up, and discuss what we would like to do, and if there's opportunity to do something with other IPs and so on. Yeah, so if there's something coming out, stay tuned. I mean, our job, my job is to make sure that there's other companies want to work with us, right? I mean, the result has been exceptional, great, considering. And I was working out what an average Funko Pop goes for $15. So this one went for $150. So technically they did 3,000. They had to sell 30,000 Funko Pops to get the equivalent same type of retail value. That's a lot of Funko Pop on one SKU. So
27 hours.
It makes sense commercial wise that we should be doing a lot more yeah, so hopefully there will be something out of it.
Yeah, I know that at least on our side of things, we had a lot of fun just, you know, doing the whole treasure hunt. I mean, once you opened up the bounty, I think that became a whole nother thing. Did you end up ever having anybody reach out to the number one?
Not as yet. We had people reach out on the other number ones. And I mean, some of the asks is huge. Don't get me wrong, more than what I was offering for the SR. Yeah, but I'm hoping the SR will be servicing sooner or later. I'm very surprised it hasn't come out yet. Or someone probably got it. They just haven't redeemed that card.
Yeah, they haven't been redeemed yet.
Threw up their one in the alley for 30 years, so that could be that one. So if you have a 18-inch, please go redeem your Veve Digital just to see what you get. You might be in luck for something amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I am personally just out of questions. So I'm gonna let Magic take over if she wants. Otherwise, I think it might be good to open up for questions from the audience if you're down for a few minutes.
Questions from the audience.
Okay.
Comment down below if you want me to go on. And
by the way, have you been watching?
No, I haven't started that. But I did see a lot of the social media about it, so I'll watch it when I get if I get a moment. Is it good? Is it
definitely?
For my question though about after you accepted your award, did you get any time within these last few days to be able to relax and celebrate?
No, not at all.
Aww.
The inflood of emails has been amazing, and messages. I was very surprised how many of the studio that we work with knows. I was over surprised on how many studio send me messages in the emails and ring me up. Even company I thought they don't even follow Veve written to me. So just my whole heart is full of gratitude for all your messages. Thank you, and I'll read through the social ones. Probably some negative one there, but I'll just go, oh wow. I probably still like it.
Love that.
Hey, what's going on, Sanjay? How you doing?
Sanjay.
David, massive congratulations on winning the award Entrepreneur of the Year in New Zealand. We're all just so excited and happy for you and the full Veve team.
Thank you. I couldn't have done it without the team. You guys have no idea the amount of work the team put in and put up with me. Just to get to where we are. So thank you, and we'll continue. I promise you. When I look at the future, it really excites me with what's to lie ahead.
Yeah, David. Hey, there's one question to you, David. Hey, one of the ideas was to do the Oscars, where we kind of have different kind of nominations.
Get that Oscar bread.
Best short film, best content, this, that, the other. Just wanted to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Not sure if we can use the word Oscar. Maybe we'll call it something. I think we certainly should have a Veve something. Let's think of it, Veve something.
We can definitely do like Academy Awards because Academy is not copyrighted, so you can do Veve Academy Awards.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, Veve Digital Academy Award something. Yeah. We need to own it in this space.
Yeah, we'll have to get it intellectual property on whatever we build there, David. The digital, award space. So, but great to know you support that, David. I know others are coming up to ask questions too, but just another one around also light gamification.
Yeah.
Across Veveverse or something like that.
Yeah, definitely. The Veveverse like Dan have covered in the past before. Eventually on the next after the initial phase, we'll start to expand into all that. And my context around that last time was we just need to do it step by step. And if people think it's just going to be on day one, everything open up, we're not going to police anything, and everything's just going to go wild, wild west. It's not. We certainly, as a company who just like to test and trial, dip our toes in, then we'll walk. And gamification's always been talked about. I think Dan had mentioned many times with license approval, you could be racing those cars that you own in the Veveverse. There could be tracks set up to do certain things.
Thank you, David. Thank you for a very inspiring story as well. I know others have questions, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Sanjay.
Austin?
Hey, how's it going? I just want to congratulate you on your work. That's an amazing achievement. Can't even imagine. Must be full of joy. And you deserve it. I've been watching for the last 2 or 3 years of this company growing, and you've been through hell and back, and it's been very impressive to watch. I have 2 questions for you. I know in your roadmap you had customization of the NFTs for like different styles. I was wondering if that has left the dock, or are you planning to work on that in the future? That's my first question.
Our ambition is how you buy a toy in a retail store. If you can imagine when you purchase something and it comes with extra hands with different different sections of the arm or elbow or accessorized with arrow balls, whatever. We want to provide that type of detail eventually to customize it. So I will need to check how we're coming along. I can't promise that was on our priority list, but it's definitely part of the whole vision is we do want to customize it.
Okay, great. So that's not gone. That's just down the road. Awesome. My last question. I know it's interesting times in Veve. I just wondered if you could speak quickly about the importance of OMI and Veve. Lots of people out there with bad thoughts.
It is very key part for me. I mean, obviously, when we started the business, economy has play a major part on it, and just to set the record straight, there are certain things I'm bound to. I can do and I can't do, and I can't even say until certain things expires. So we are very hamstring and tied what we can do and how we can develop that side of the part of that business. But it is very important to us, and there hasn't been any moment we don't think about how we're going to build that. It's just that a lot of the energy have gone down to the Veve right this moment, and that's because there was a lot of things that we needed to get fixed and accelerate with. I won't go too much on it. I think when the time is right, we'll start doing the announcement and what we're going to do on that rollout side.
Great, thank you for that. Congrats again.
Thanks, guys. We have a few more minutes. I am being a little bit selective on who I allow on stage. It's got to be people that I'm familiar with. So no offense if you're not getting accepted. I'm gonna protect the CEO. So, but if there's anybody else that has questions, feel free to request. Otherwise, we'll wrap it up.
I can't reach.
Sorry, back to Loki. Season 2's awesome.
Good.
Yeah. Loki's so good.
I honestly was like, I had no expectations for season 2. I got to the end of it and I was like, wow, this is
so good.
Yeah. So I encourage people to check it out.
Preach, girl. Preach.
I don't know if you've I know you keep pretty busy, but have you checked out any new movies or shows lately, David, that you actually like?
This is quite crazy. I actually only started watching the Queen's Gambit, the one with the chess.
So good.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Anya Taylor-Joy.
Apparently, someone told me years ago.
Yeah.
I actually texted someone. I thought it was new. I said, "You have to watch this new show." Like, oh, we've seen it years ago. Yeah.
Oh. Well, it's not that long ago. It was 2020. So
yeah.
If you were telling me you just started watching Breaking Bad, I would be happy for you.
Yeah,
but
yeah, but I honestly don't get much TV time these days. It's very for a while.
Sure.
That's the problem. And I think it was just something that came out recommended for me, and then I just played it in the background noise, and it caught my attention.
Sure.
Very well sought after.
Well, good. No, I gotta make sure you're watching good content.
I think I will watch Loki though. I did see a lot of social media about it, so yeah.
Have you seen the first season?
I haven't watched all that at all. But season 2 definitely. I'll probably start it during the holiday season.
Oh wow.
There you go. I don't know for you, Magic, but like for me, holiday season is like right after Christmas until just after New Year's, where I like catch up on anything that I want to catch up on, or like I'll rewatch Harry Potter, or anything like that. Pretty much real down.
Yeah, I try to keep like a schedule of wanting to watch certain shows and things that are coming up. I mean, that's the one good thing about this layup, right? Is I'm going to have time to catch up on stuff. I actually told David, I don't know if I told you or not, but I've been like binging Daredevil, and then I want to go because I never saw it when it was 2015, 2018, and I also want after that I want to go into Punisher because I've been really, really enjoying, and I'm on the season 2 where the Punisher shows up, so I'm like all in on the show.
Yeah,
that is awesome. Yeah, Punisher. By the way, Daredevil. I don't know which episode it is. There's a big hallway fight scene that was highly inspired by an old movie called Old Boy, a Korean film.
Old Boy.
But the fight choreography from that scene, all being like one shot from a certain angle, and all that kind of stuff. I know I'm totally nerding out right now, but that is probably one of the coolest things to see in that show.
It's not so free as a chain.
Yeah, it is.
It's a while ago, but I mean, he used all sorts of weapons. I think of the Marvel shows during that time, I would say Daredevil, Loki, and probably WandaVision would fall in like my favorite Marvel.
First 2 episodes of WandaVision.
Oh,
Not it. The last few, amazing.
Your hand. Let's go to you, and then after that, we'll go to
Yeah. Headed to France. January,
France, baby.
And really looking forward to season 2. Anything you can share with the audience that's going to be there in France and folks there? I'm sure they'd love to hear, you talk a little bit about it, your plans, and things that you guys do.
So we kind of feel that we need to start coming up to 2024. We definitely want to start road mapping, and the first stop just happened to be Europe. South of France is happening, I believe, January 23rd to 27th. It's a 3-day crypto event. We thought it would be quite relevant and important for us to attend, as we really should be getting our message to that part of the world that don't already know of us, and we certainly want to use that platform to meet up with our users, and really, we haven't announced the 4 banner sponsors or the release we're going to do for that weekend. I'm trying to make it as epic as I can, to be very honest with you. And I do believe if you did buy the 3-day pass ticket to the show, there's an after party. The event is actually putting up together. That's what I've been told. So you do need to check the website. So both myself and Dan at this moment will be attending. So we'll love to meet if you guys are down and France, and you can jump on the train or close by. I already know there's fans and supporter from Amsterdam's coming, from Spain, Portugal, from different parts of Europe coming over, because there's only a couple hour flight. So we really do want to build that. And what else? I can't share too much more until the marketing effort is put together and shared with you guys all. Yeah, but it's definitely happening in January 25th to 27th.
Yep. Fanny had a space this past week with the organizer.
Fanny.
Both French and English, and it was great, really informative, and talked about the like special guests they're going to have. It's a professional French soccer player that's DJing the event. Some really cool stuff they have going on. So if you guys have not caught that space, it was recorded. So go to Fanny Carbonell's page and you can find out more information about the event. I am hoping to go. I don't know if I'll be able to make it, but if I do, David, I'm going to try and organize a Disneyland Paris.
Ooh, Disneyland Paris.
Together for
Yeah.
I'm trying to go through, David, so we'll see if I can make it. So thank you for sharing that message to the European audience. Sorry, Queen, maybe one more. Anything for our Asian audience, David? They're just waiting for you to come out somewhere in Asia as well.
I am working on the Asian side. I will be at Tokyo, but the main mission in Tokyo is not really meet up fans. I do have back-to-back full meetings with licensor brand partners. The Japanese content is absolutely must-have on Veve. So I need to do everything I can. I'm going to learn Japanese the way I learn German. I need to push them into Veve, and this has to happen. That's my next trip. Apart from the OMI stuff, I must have all the Japanese anime on TV. That's a must now. It's on my target list.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go, David.
Yeah.
Queen
Thank you guys. Great space. Thank you, Magic. Thank you, Metaverse Life. David, Sanjay. Two quick things. I was at the movies this weekend watching the Marvels, and to me the highlight of the movie was the Flurkins. And
the Flurkins.
The movie. My husband and I were talking, and we're like, could you imagine if they get these things on Veve and how cool this will be? And they could have them, do what they do. It would be so great. So then today we saw it, and it just made our day. Like it was the first time, we were just so excited because we thought about how great it would be to see them and play with them and do things with them on Veve, and then boom, it comes out.
I haven't looked at today's social. Do we reveal much what the pets do?
Oh, they do something.
Well, no, what they do. Not what they do. Just, but you know what they do in the movie,
Yeah,
right?
I know what they do in the movie.
Does too, right?
You know what they do in the movie.
No, the pigeonhole. You know what the pigeonhole is too, right? Have you seen the pigeonhole?
Yeah,
I have not.
Digital school.
It's basically have this pink-colored like a dinosaur egg. It's actually a popcorn holder, and then inside it is this Fleur kitten. And the Fleur kitten, you can actually screw off the top, and you can put a 20-ounce drink in it, or fill it up with 20 ounces
Getting my goose.
Yeah, I was so excited to see that.
Especially for the
Yeah.
Veveverse.
I'll tell you.
That was our thought. That was our discussion.
I don't know how much is announced on that, but you know, you do definitely want to try to get them all. They are very, very, very cool. I was,
Heck yeah, bro.
yeah, and I think the efficiency would be very, very low as well if you look at the whole. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We have
Goose baby.
Yeah,
Goose.
and the mother. You collect all 6.
You get to
Yeah,
Goose.
Yeah. You have to
She's like the duck.
I found that for this drop, that seems that the way that you collect and craft is different opposed to
Oh my god.
other drops that we've had, in that you have to obtain them all from the store in order to be eligible for crafting the mother. Yeah, so and thank you for clarifying, because there are some people that were not sure if that was the case, or if there was, maybe some terminology that was misconstrued or something. But yeah, that's an interesting thing too. I think you're gonna have a lot of people wanting to go for those blind boxes, or they're not blind boxes, but the wait list on each of those individual kittens to try and be able to complete the set.
Yeah, the kids are amazing. They do something. I'm pretty sure that we have announced they're interactive, right? They do something.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard.
Yeah.
Let's say
Man, they're gonna be a killer. Oh man, the cat, anything.
Are they gonna eat up like the movies? Eating up people like in the movies?
Sanjay.
And the way we have made the cat, they look like a off boy. They feel. You guys seen the image, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It has that soft boy. It's so cute. It goes crazy. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we were just, like I said, so excited to see that. And also thank you for not making us have to burn.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I'm not burning.
Yeah, we couldn't do it.
But,
I was
thank you.
The burn kitten.
So,
I'm like, I'm not burning it. I'm not burning my kit.
Yeah.
I'm not burning my kitten.
But the other thing that I just wanted to kind of push out to everyone and thank you one more time is, some of you guys may know that David has graciously donated
yes.
Original version 1 logo. And we are currently still taking bids. I think we have about 7 or 8 bids. So if anyone is interested, send your blind bid to queenscourtcharity@gmail.com. So just wanted to thank you one more time and let you know, David, we'll have that winner next week, or Thanksgiving.
That'd be amazing.
Thanksgiving, baby.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, and Queen, thank you so much for coming up. But before you go, you guys were talking during the movie. I am so hung up on this.
Well, you know what my husband does? He will sit there and go during movies, wow, I wish we had a digital collectible of this.
Throw him under the bus, why don't you? Well, look how she talks about me.
He does it everywhere we go. He will actually take one of the AR collectibles, put it like at a GameStop
Oh,
shelf,
Will, I love you so
and
much,
then
man.
go and ask the people, where is it? He's like, I can't find it. So then that's his way of getting them to talk to them about Veve.
Oh, Will's so cool. He's so chill.
And because they're looking for this, whatever. They're looking for a Tokidoki. And they're like, sir, I don't even know how that got.
Yeah.
So yes, we shout about Veve on occasion in movies. So, but
He told me he talks at that volume. He's just like, I wish we had a digital collectible like that. And then people are looking at him like, what is he talking about?
100% he does. 100% shamelessly during like the Marvel movies, etc. So, oh well.
Man, yeah.
It's like, oh well.
Yeah. Please do get the flow kittens. They are very, very cute. Adorable. When you have a whole set of them, you're gonna get that, Mom. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, so that's one example that I had no idea what we're doing, because that's a day-to-day type of film release where I don't get involved at the NDA and all those things. It's very confidential. Obviously, we had to know what the cat's name before the film was even announced, type of thing.
There was no cat's names. You just you called them like
that's
Flirkin
how
1 and Flirkin 2.
The business we have to be when we're making things that's forward.
All the way to Flirkin 6.
So those of you learning licensing 101, confidential NDA, that's one of them.
That's good. David, a couple more questions. How are you doing on your FTC, David? Are you climbing that ladder there?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I haven't. I will do better if I put some OMI staking on it. So I haven't done that. Yeah, I'm still definitely a master collector at this moment.
Oh no!
That's good. We have like a few level 100 here as well. So, and I'm every day I have to calculate which day I will hit that next year.
Somebody was trying to bridge their OMI to the app, and they sent it to the burn wallet.
All right. What?
They sent 64 million. Oh.
How's my boy from New York?
How you doing? Veve Magic, how you doing? Queen, everybody, Roth, Sanj, it's great to see everybody in here. David, of course, my pleasure with meeting and seeing you with my family in the Adams Family cosplay pre-drop. That was cool.
Tags. Ain't you at like a date tonight?
I actually just came back from the city just now. We were my daughter wanted to go to the anime Comic-Con at the same spot there, the Jacob Chavez
Anime NYC
mentioned, which was kind of exciting with respect to the mention of the Japanese anime, David, and that being on your radar, that makes me feel good. I also have a question with respect to, without pulling anything out of the bag that can't be mentioned, how does the Pokemon brand on your radar rate as with the Japanese anime?
Oh, Pag.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely high up there. Well, I mean, I think every company in this world wants to have that IP. I mean, if we do get it in, it would be amazing. But just so I let everyone know, if we don't, it's not going to be a disaster thing. I mean, there's a lot out there, but I do my best to make fans happy, right? So as I mentioned, I'm trying to bag as many FA and digital as I possibly can, and just so all the fans understand that in the licensing world, this is how brands going to commercialize their business to, there'd be other players. It's not just us. Veve's not looking for any exclusivity when we negotiate, because we also don't want to bound by all our effort into one brand. We want to make sure that as many brands as possible live on Veve and bring that nostalgia to you guys. I often see a lot of negative or fast comments when they announce another player in. I mean, it's not that the space should be, and even from day one, I had mentioned the space should be more player the better, because when you have a competitor or another platform or another company goes under or stop doing it, it's actually a bad look. So the more the better it is in this industry.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Guys, thank you again, and thanks for having me on. Thanks again.
You pig.
Love you, brother. Good to see you.
Oh.
Good to hear from you. Everybody, wrap up, David. But gosh, like over 2 hours with us. And thank you everybody for coming and hanging out, listening.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're Metaverse Magic Happy Hour is not dead. We might have to do these little.
Amen. Yeah. I guess I'll start open another drink.
Thanks for having me on.
My man.
Right weekend ahead, and be positive and just keep having fun.
All right, brother. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, guys.
What a mad lad. Okay, so Flirking Kittens, as I was saying, since they had such really good success with the Hawkeye and the Kate Bishop and the Ronin, there's like, okay, they're likely not going to go and give a first appearance to Ms. Marvel, Captain Marvel, Monica Rambeau, or Photon, whatever you want to call her, Captain Rambeau, Nick Fury. Since I feel like they've finally gotten a really good handle on, hey, the quality on these collectibles are insane, off the charts good, and they have they're making money with them. I just guess that's why they don't want to have them the first appearance of those Mighties. Again, it seems like this was supposed to be slotted for Mighties, and then they're doing the Kittens instead because they're $13, as the Mighties usually are. But again, this logic is a little bit flawed because you do have first appearance Captain America. You have all the Fantastic Four on here. You have a bunch of the villains on here. You have a bunch of the Deadpools and a bunch of the Spider characters. So it's we might wind up getting both. That's always possible, but as of right now, it looks like the Kittens are in place of the Mighties, and those characters might be statues. So we'll see. I don't know. We have been going on for 2 hours here, or they've been going on for 2 hours. So let me go and get some of the. Let me get some of these. Ooh, this phone is hot. I gotta X out everything here. Well, I guess I can because I need. Well, let's get to the comments. Mr. Alex Tortos, the VV peeps are returning. Time to speak up, OMI. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have it's like now is like the really getting toward this. Now it's very hard for a lot of. I won't say OMI holders in general. I don't want to generalize that, but just crypto people, I guess, in general, where you have, let's say, people have their bags, and a lot of people are diversified. So, in a lot of people's portfolios, there's usually at least one, maybe two things that are up, that are like performing. However, that's not for everyone. Some people, they have, even if they are diversified in 6, 8 projects, whatever, maybe nothing that they have is up. And this is where it gets really hard. This is where a lot of people will not make it. And this is even people that are diversified and have success. People chase those green candles, and they will sell out. They will sell the. Oh my God, I can't believe people are selling their stuff at a loss out of good projects and putting it into something that's already like 6 or 7x. My guy, that is not the time to do it. Could some of those things keep running? Sure. It's possible is it the end of the bear, the beginning of the bull? I don't know. But on this, the trend that I've been seeing, and this is not exclusive to the crypto community. It's not exclusive to NFTs. I've seen this in the stock market. I've seen this in Pokemon cards. I've seen this every single which way you could talk. I've seen it in high risk lending, where people are just like, they get, let's say they have like a 8 or 12 month deal with a really top, not blue chip, but like a really highly recommended good company. And they, let's say what do they make, like 12, 15% on the year, maybe if that, and that's really not that good. And they see a bunch of people like, oh yeah, we're getting 24.99%, and then they pay off in like 3 months. We give them X amount of discount. You're still making like 20% on that. They see that and they're like, oh, you know what? Someone's got to buy me out of this. Someone's got to buy me out of this contract. I'm tired of not making money. I'm tired of seeing all you people make money. And then they go in and then they rush into it. They don't really know what they're doing. They're not comfortable with it. They just kind of hear, they kind of see the rates. Oh, give me into the high rated stuff. Let me make some money. And they realize that it's very high risk. And then they go and they realize that they never should have been doing that in the first place. They go and they realize, oh, hey, you guys are charging 24.99% for a reason, because most people don't pay their bills, and like most people have a 20% default rate. Me, obviously, I was very good at this, probably one of the best in the world at the time, and So again, this is not exclusive to Veve and Ecomi. It's not exclusive to even crypto. Any type of investing, whether it's high risk lending, whether it's stocks. Again, I've seen people go in, they buy a bunch of Tesla. It's not doing anything. It's not doing anything. My guy, it's been a month. Can you calm down? And you're after, it's not doing anything. Okay, well, what is the company doing? Well, they're not even profitable. They're not making money. Okay, they're making money. What are they doing with the profits? What are they doing with those proceeds? And then they go and they say like, well, they're building more gigafactories. Exactly. They have such high demand for their cars. They have to build more gigafactories. They have to go and hire more employees. They have to go and that's just growth. That's growing pains. If they had just stayed with one or two cars, they would have been profitable right away. So people going and saying like, oh, I'm going to sell my Tesla because it's not profitable, therefore people aren't buying, therefore it's bad. It's bad. No, it's very, very good. People aren't buying because they're stupid. So now obviously that went on for a very long time. It went on for like 6 years. But obviously Tesla, one of the biggest winners at the end of the day. It even happened in Earth too. Not everything pumps at the same time. Yeah, America pumped first. Great. Everyone made a lot of money. And then South Korea pumped, like I said, and everyone made a lot of money. But if you had even the things that I had, like Brazil, India, Russia, China, South Africa, I got the BRICS nations. USA pumped first. I had a little bit of that. South Korea pumped first. Had a little bit of that. But a lot of the people that follow me and they said like, hey, Chavez, I have some of the stuff that you have, but the property's really not going up. I'm like, guys, it's been like 3 weeks. You got to give it a little while. And then of course 3 months, 3 weeks turned into 3 months. And then eventually they're like, okay, it's going up a little bit, but maybe I should buy some like South Korea. That went up a lot. Yes, but it already went up a lot. Like it's not going to continue to go up forever. Nothing goes up forever. I forget what pumped first. I think it was China, and then I think it was and then like India, and then Brazil, and then Russia. So some things will pump before others. And as Wes brings up, Grummy Can only getting wrecked. Again, this is the hard part, where you see a lot of green candles everywhere. Solana did a nice 7x. If I had sold my OMI 90 days ago, make a couple $100,000, and then I have 1.4 million now. I did not do that because nobody has a crystal ball. You can't turn back time. Who this? For a while. Join. Yeah. So generally that's what happens. Let me message again. Come for 3 hours. Let's go all night. Yeah. That's not as dirty of a text message as it sounded. But yeah, here's how people continue to get wrecked. You have David pouring his heart out. You have David going and saying, listen, guys, I don't ever want anyone to go through what me and Dan went through. That was horrible. That was horrendous. That was one of the harshest times in my life, and probably a lot of people's lives if they were to ever experience that. And they says, but you know what? I am determined to get this done. I will sleep outside of the Pokemon Center in order to get that license. And that reminds me of what reminds me of me, but it reminds me of that is someone that's going to get it. I am more convinced now than ever that we are going to get the Pokemon license, because he will do that, or he will die trying. It's like Leonardo DiCaprio trying to win an Oscar. He literally got hypothermia while he was filming The Revenant, and he was like fighting a bear, and he's just like, he literally almost died. The Academy's just like, okay, we're gonna give this dude an Oscar just so he doesn't freaking kill himself on the next movie. He deserved that long before then. But anyway, it was an Oscar, right? Yeah. So David going out and saying that, and saying like, I will literally sleep on the. It reminds me of Elon Musk. It reminds me, that craziness that nobody's willing to do that. No one. There are 1% of 1% of 1% might be able to go and do that opportunity if they could, or go through hell, like David and Dan have. But many of them don't get that opportunity. Many of them, nobody has this expertise. in collecting and in business, and the combination. So you have this amazing insight that's, again, getting me, that's getting us messaging at a profit before, that's getting everyone more insanely bullish and insanely inspired. And then you have people like, why isn't he working on the token? Why, like, so generally people like that are, and again, I get the frustration. I get the, believe me, I am more frustrated. Well, not really. That's a lie. I understand. I've been in this longer than most people. I am down more than most people. You are not going to get any sympathy from me when you're down like $5,000. I'm literally down like one. I'm down 7 figures. There is, and the reason why there's no sympathy is because, again, most people, not everyone, but most, whatever you're down, however long you've been in, I've likely been in longer, and outside of the one whale group I'm in, that's filled with a bunch of OGs that are that have been in like since there were quad zeros. Outside of them, I've been in longer than most, and I've definitely put in more than most. There are very few people that have put in. There are definitely a lot of people that have more OMI than I have, but I definitely put in more because I bought really high. So that being said, you're going to have people like that. Oh my God, I have 1,200 messages on Telegram. Oh, I'm never going to catch up. Just I see it coming in at the top. But again, this separates the men from the boys. Separates the people that go and are going to make it and are not. I mean, we have the easy jobs as the people that are, buying the token. We don't have to work 18 hours a day to go and try to make this company what it is. The amount of blood, sweat, and tears is absolutely incredible, and we don't have to do any of that work. All we have to do is just chuck some money at a token or chuck some money at a first appearance, and then we just let them work for it. Like, I don't know if anyone here has ever owned a business. I've owned a couple, and nobody ever went to work to make my business better. Nobody ever went to work to make my investment in myself and in my business better. No one ever did that. Here you can buy one of the most undervalued things in one of the most disruptive companies in one of the most incredible multi-billion-dollar a year markets, and you don't have to do anything. You just chuck some money at a token or a first appearance, whatever it is, whatever you like, and they are working night and day like dogs for that investment. This is this is the easiest thing one of the easiest things I've ever done. If you invest in Tesla, you don't have to learn about manufacturing. You don't have to go and sleep on the floor and work 100-hour weeks, splitting his time between 4 different companies that he owns. You have madmen working for you. This is easy. I had a conference with a whale this morning. 1 to 200 grand is going to go in. Not really to OMI. That this particular whale has like 300 something million OMI. So he's already good on that. But a lot of the things that I'm going to get him is going to be places, obviously, that have really good product. But then also the CEO has to be a shark. They have to be insane because that's how you win. You don't win by, oh yeah, I did my 8 hours a day. There's almost no business owner, or there's no successful business owner that I know that works 8 hours a day. They're constantly working at 24/7. My businesses got to 6 figures each. 7 you could probably do. 8 is a lot. This is a multi-billion-dollar company. The amount of work most people cannot fathom. Anyway, who says let's freaking get this bread? Let's freaking go. Beer man, what's up, beer man? Meow. Bathtub Jin says OMI hates us OMI. Oh no, I don't. I like your name though, Bathtub Jin. Bill Garner says let's go, and Johnny Dunn to the moon. I love Johnny. What's up, Omar? How's it going? I know I'm 2.5 hours behind on these comments. What's up, Thomas? How's it going, fam? The RPM 87 says spending all my OMI on sorry. Sobriety, but if it goes any lower, I just might listen, man. I mean, I don't know what to tell people. I'm dollar cost averaging. I'm killing myself. I'm literally putting life and limb on the line to get more in a couple weeks. I'll tell you about it when it's over. But yeah, this is yeah. I mean, I had a conversation with Crypto Rain the other day, and he's just like, if I go and get a million OMI, I don't see that as $700, or I guess 600 now. It's like I don't see that as $600. I see that as $60,000. And that's why I do it now. You make a trade. You make the best trade in the world, and the only thing you have to do for that trade is just give a little time. And again, this is me and Crypto Rain talking. Put in 600, you take out 60,000. 2 years. Now, obviously, we've been saying this for quite a while. It's wound up being 4 or 5 years, but still. And again, we're talking about this recently. When both he and I put in $700 into OMI to get another million, that is not $600 or $700 to us. That is 60 or 70,000 to us, depending on how much we put in. Because again, that 100x, okay, 600 goes to 6,000. That's a 10x. Another 10x, that's 60,000. And to think that we won't get higher than 6 or 7 cents is I think, a little ludicrous. So again, you could look at it as the glass half full, or you could look at it as the glass is filled with piss. I don't know. But yeah, I get it. I understand. Hey, what's up, Connor? How's it going? Meow, meow, meow. So guys says, what up, what up? Music crime scene. It is bloody out there, Bathtub Gin. It is bloody. Tammy Hannah says, I watch Apple TV, comes on my phone service. Very nice. Dr. V Soccer says, just watched the Michael J. Fox documentary on Apple TV last night. Oh, I love him. Oh, Michael J. Fox. I love that man so much. Who says, ever since Netflix and Chill was created, Netflix doesn't need marketing. It's known from the culture. It is Netflix and Chill, girl. Netflix and Chill. Good times. Good times. Danny says, take a look at that. Sounds like a good one. It does. Yo, Grumpy Cat Coin and BoJack Horseman to the moon. Oh, I love this game. BoJack Brother. I'm doing all right. I'm good. Yeah, I'm feeling all right. Baby, I'ma have the best second night. Oh, I keep partying. I know why. Anyway, BoJack comes with love. He does come with love. Love is getting real comfortable and peeing in the pool. Love is real life porn minus all the things that make porn cool. Ooh, what is this? Drama Alert, which has 244,000 followers on Twitter, saying Fortnite Lego collab coming in December. You can play as an actual Lego character. It was pretty epic. Possibly. Wouldn't be my. Is that better? Okay, there I am. But maybe a wolf can. Okay, we got to get rid of some of these things. Ooh, I'm not getting back to that. BoJack does come with love. Gold, silver logo at 5. Oh. Let's see what we've got on the gold and silver Veve logo here, shall we? Let's shall. Collectibles. Yep, we're gonna go to the collectibles, and we are gonna get. Well, we're not gonna get it. We're just gonna look at it and see what this gold and silver Veve logo is going for. So 4,500 from. I know who that is. Oh, he be selling. He do be selling though. I think he has a couple of these, doesn't he? Maybe he sold them. Yeah, maybe he sold them. Damn. Well, either way, I'll get bought up at some point. If that goes any lower in a couple weeks, I might actually get another one. Yep. Hey, where do you see Grumpy's price in 1 to 2 years? Well, I want to go by market cap. Market cap is currently about 1.5 million. In the tens of millions. I do guarantee you though that at one point, or at some point, it might get that $100 million market cap. And I'm not saying this to try to pump it. I'm not trying to say this to try to get it there for money. I'm saying this because I told people that if it got to $100 million market cap, I would get a grumpy cat tattoo. And it will likely get there just to spite me. It'll likely get there because at the time I won't need the money. I need to sell. I won't need to do anything. It's just going to get there. And because I'm a man of my word, I'm going to have to get the tattoo. So I will, hopefully it just gets to the tens of millions. Let's just say $95 million market cap. As long as it doesn't touch that 100 million, I'm okay. But, to be honest, with what's coming, again, I'm working on it myself, and this is, there's a good amount, and it's going to be fun, and it's going to hit. And in the bull run, anything goes. Things that like I forget what token it was that the CEO was literally in jail, and the token like pumped for no freaking reason. Like the CEO is literally sitting in jail. Why is this pumping? Why? So in the bull run, things don't make sense. And if it gets to 100 million, it's likely going much, much higher. So with Bojack, I got in so happy. So happy. And again, just to be working on these projects is really fun. To be working on these is, you learn a lot. You could read as much as you want, but you don't really, and the people that you meet, the networking, it's great. When I go to Dubai, I'm actually going for a couple of reasons now, not just one. There's Magic and You. They Magic and Metaverse Life had a fantastic 2.5 hour stream. I didn't know that they were doing it. Lori had mentioned it to me. I think it was like an hour after I posted like the link to this video. She's like, "Oh, Magic and Metaverse Life are gonna go on." I was like, "Oh, that's cool." Do you want? And she's like, "I think David's gonna be speaking." I was like, "Oh, all right." So then I was like, I had this. I was streaming Friday nights anyway. But then I didn't know if David was going on. I was like, okay, let's just see what happens. And then it, and then it came on. I was like, okay, here we go. Let's do this. So in case they didn't record it, it's not recorded here. Love it. Everyone sell their bags to me. I know, right? Who's destroying? who's doing that? Who's doing that bathtub, Jen? Who's doing it? Marty says, here you can use this while we listen. A bottle of something else. What happened is ran into. I'm so tired. I did accidentally doze off a little bit before. Not that what David was talking about wasn't interesting. It was. I just thought, you put me on my back. I'm like a turtle. Oh. Probably Santa Maria says, hello. Wow, David is on live. Wow. Hello, David. You love the respect. He is down. I get to plug a book now. You do. Stealing Manhattan. The link is down below. It's about a gem heist in New York City. And yours truly is going to be in the movie next year. Well, we were supposed to film it this year. Writer strike. We're going to film it next year. Yeah. Now, where was I? Love you all. Hundreds of this book, please. Yes. Buy all the books. Bill Garter says, I thought Lori was coming. Well, I guess she still is. It's been almost 3 hours later. But she'll be. I don't know what she's doing, but she'll be a minute. And just thought, yeah, I was destroyed. Android has a bug that causes an echo. Google is working to fix it. For now, wear headphones. We'll see what. Hey. Is there an echo?
I don't know. Do you hear an echo?
I do not, but I had a pop-up that said Chrome is echoing and Google's working to fix it and wear earbuds. So I guess we're good though.
I don't hear an echo. I'm good.
Okay, cool. So I know I was kind of being a little okay. I was being a little jokey before, and I was just like, oh, come on for 3 hours. But you can. How long do you want to stay on for?
You're like, I haven't. Let's do it all night. I'm like, wow, I haven't done it all night in years, Randy.
So I'm asking because if you're gonna be on for like, I'll jump on for like 20 minutes, half hour. You know, I'm chill. But if you say like, no, you know, we have a lot to talk about. Let's go for a couple hours. I'm gonna need a drink.
I think you should get a drink.
Lori, this is why I love you. This is why we're friends. Because you help enable certain things about me. Ow, my hip. That was my knee.
I am a big old enabler, Randy.
So this may or may not need to be asked or said, but I'm curious, and maybe I shouldn't ask because it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. But at the breakfast next week, can I ask some political questions?
To whom?
To the guy we're seeing at the breakfast, along with our friendo.
I don't know. I know he leans. I don't know. He leans. He doesn't discuss that very. He does try to stay away from that.
I mean, that is, all right, so we have, or are going to be, so it's supposed to be a podcast, and I think it was titled, I have the title right here, with Lori Brenner on Veve, OMI, life, love, politics, and more.
Oh, wow. Are you trying to get me killed? What are you trying to...
Okay, so Queen Veve.
Yes.
How are you? How is the life of Lori?
The life of Lori is good. I listened to David tonight, and there's been a lot of other indicators and things that I see out there that are starting to make me feel very, very, very good, very happy about the future. Just in general with a lot of things. So I'm doing well.
So prior to David speaking, was the happiness put on hold? Were you holding the happiness in midair until David spoke, and that was going to decide your factor?
No. But like last night, I got to spend some time with Superstar Money, and we were going over different projects, like the Nike NFTs, and you get the shoes. And no, not the swoosh. It's through Artifact. So different, but you buy the NFT, and I guess you get the shoes, which I knew nothing about, and the Pinnacle, the pins. And, then today I see the company I work for and the division I work for, they're launching a metaverse for healthcare providers and doctors and interaction. And I feel like everywhere I turn, I'm seeing, things that I really like to see, really positive direction in a lot of areas. It's still so slow, for most people, but I mean, I'm seeing changes every single day, and like little signs that this is going the right way. This is going like we think it's going to go. And when I say this, hopefully it's Veve, but I just mean in general, digital collectibles, crypto, blockchain, etc. Like in the whole, I'm constantly seeing things that are like, wow. Yeah.
There was I forget who it was. The guy's a truck driver, and he had commented on one of my streams. He commented a decent amount. Probably know his name. But he goes and he says that at all my traveling, drive up all throughout the U.S. and he says that one of the things that he's noticed, there's a lot more Bitcoin ATMs.
Yep. Yep. Our old decrepit mall has one.
Your old decrepit mall that doesn't have a what? So
like it has like 10 stores left in it. You know what I mean? Like it's so bad at this point. And my husband was there a few weeks ago, and he sent me a picture of the mall, like this mall, and it's by crypto. And then a couple of days after that, there was a Walgreens with your crypto right behind it. So I mean, there's just so many things that are just pushing, so many different IPs that are getting on board, and ones Veve has, ones outside of Veve, that it's just like I'm really starting to see so much more than there's so much in 2 years, right? I mean, if you look at it in 2 years, there's a lot. So
the one of my two that really come to mind outside of the normal, Bored Apes, Veve, Earth 2 is the Wendyverse, or Wendy's verse, I think they're calling it, the fast food chain Wendy's coming up with the metaverse. So that's really fun. The trailer for it is like, you basically play Pong but with fries, and the cups are shakes. So you throw the fries in the shake. You like snowboard on these snow cones. It just looks really fun. It looks really cool. And the other thing that blows my mind is that CVS filed for their metaverse, and I'm
right.
Like, what are they gonna do?
What are you gonna do in CVS? I don't know. I don't know. But so many different signs that adoption is coming slowly, but it's coming.
Yeah. I did a little bit of when Disney Pinnacle was announced, and some people are just like, see, Disney's doing their own NFTs on their own platforms. Like, you guys was just licensed, right? like Dapper bought the license. Anyway,
I got that. Yeah, I got that, which was funny.
They going into them, I signed up for NBA Top Shots like years ago. The first introduction to NFTs was actually like a hate video on NBA Top Shots. Somebody was just like, so why are these going up? What is the difference between this one and this one? And the guy's like, there is none. It's all a scam. And I'm thinking like, wait a minute, no, there's something here. So anyway, I signed up for it, and I don't know if I ever even got anything, but I still get like emails from them.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, okay, Dapper Labs, they have NBA Top Shots, and I guess there's still enough of a community there that they're still making money, which I didn't know. But I guess there's a lot of trading on the secondary, and obviously that's how they make their fees, and that's how they make the money. So I don't. On your question for you, as they go and they get this, the Disney license, what do you think they go and spend the rest of their money on? Do they go and they use that to get more licenses from Disney, or do they go and use that to advertise for the upcoming bull market?
Are you talking about Pinnacle, or are you talking about who, or Veve?
Yeah, because Dapper Labs, they have NBA Top Shot, and they have Disney Pinnacle now. So do you think they go and they try to get more licenses from Disney with the remaining money they have, or do they go and use that to advertise to feed the engine?
I think we'll wait and see how Pinnacle does. They'll probably want to see how Pinnacle does. But the funny thing is so many of those Pinnacle people, I truly believe are going to be Veve people, because that's just the way it goes. So I think it'll be interesting to see how those are received. Why not try getting more IP? The more the merrier, because I think, to me, that'll reinforce that collector's mentality of the first and the originals, etc. So yes, these are going to be the first pins, which is great. But if you start getting people that are into pins, they might also be into a statue. Where can I find the partner statue? So I'm not concerned. I'm not threatened. I by Disney expanding. I know I'm sure you saw some of the, oh my God, it's over. Disney's given up on Veve, and it's just like, no, I don't see that.
One of my favorite things that I saw about them, I think I went over it yesterday. I have the screenshot of it, and it was about so one of the first things that they're going to do is a Mickey and Minnie, which is cool. It's obvious. But one of the other things that they're going to do is an Anna and Elsa, which is also fun. But when they go and they described it, exactly how they're going to do it, they had gone and described it in a very interesting way. It's like, okay, well, what's a license? And they gave a license. So, okay. And they say, okay, the variant is like Genesis, for the Anna and Elsa. And they say, is it a chaser? I'm not sure what that is, but they said no. The size is jumbo. And then they put thickness, and the thickness is thick. So
Okay.
I don't know what, I don't know if they did that for the memes so people would talk about it, but Minnie and Mickey and Anna and Elsa are going to be thick. And I don't know, you know, like those Pixar moms, you know, that are drawn thick.
Yeah.
I just feel like I don't know how they're going to draw these people. Are they going to draw them that way?
You know, isn't that on the dating apps one of your choices?
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
I don't know if it's thick. I don't know what's up, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's very
Curvy,
polite.
thick, yeah.
Curvy, but I think thick is on there too. So I don't know. You know, part of me likes the idea of just buying things that are first, like, you know, Crip Toys. I like Crip Toys. I bought a few of them, but you know, I was more interested in getting the first. You know, I wanted Princess Leia, but you know, as far as some of the other ones, it's like, you know, we already have Mickey, we already have Minnie, kind of thing on Veve. But the pins, I think, will be interesting. You know, maybe take a shot. But I find that we get into a lot of projects and then like they kind of fade away, not fade away the projects, but you know, it's like, what's Veve doing? We're always going back to Veve. You know what I mean? Like we'll dip our toes in other places, but nothing makes us, you know, we don't really stick with a lot unless it's a first, and we really like it and believe in it. You know what I mean?
All roads lead back to OMI. All roads lead back to the Veve. So there's there's some people that are not a fan of just digital stuff in general, where somebody posted on the Facebook, it was a screenshot of them posting to the Disney pin group, because I guess there's a Disney pin group on Facebook where people like to go and trade and stuff, which is great.
Sure.
I'm imagining there's tens of thousands of people on there. But they talked about Disney Pinnacle and they posted a link, and the top comments were from Nathaniel Grove saying, "While I'm sure this will appeal to some, I have no interest in collecting something like this versus traditional pins." And then Chris Frank saying, "Same issue I have with trading cards or stores like Best Buy and Target starting to stop selling Blu-ray. Once you no longer own a physical item, a company can turn off streaming/website and your collection vanishes." Some people might find validity in this, and some people might say, well, it's NFTs and the blockchain, so this is completely different. What are your thoughts on that?
Understandable, right? I mean, I think everybody that's ever switched over or starting to collect digital collectibles has that thought and has that fear. I mean, prime example is Recur shut down yesterday, right?
Yeah, it was the last day.
Now, we were in a quandary because we had like a bunch of chests, like unopened chests and different, you know, kitties that traveled off and weren't open. And it's like, we didn't even know what to do with them, Randy. Like, do you open them because then you have that NFT, or do you leave them sealed in their chest, but then they're not going to be able to open, right? Because you're taking them off chain. So, I mean, I think that's a very, you know, that's a reasonable fear and that's a legitimate fear. And I think that's just something that's going to have to be kind of addressed through knowledge and information sharing, you know, as far as blockchain security, and then trust with Veve. I mean, I'm sure you remember when I asked David the question, what happened if, and, you know, he made it seem like there's, you know, like a button, like a red button or something, you know, like it was like special ops or something, that they would all be released to us and we would have our collection. So, you know, there's a few things there, but I think that's a legitimate concern. And once again, I think that's just going to come with time and understanding and belief in blockchain technology, right? I mean, you couldn't have just seen it right away and been like, I'm completely in, you know? I mean, I wasn't.
The first time, so I actually downloaded the app in February of 2021, and I didn't buy anything until a few months later because I was like, these are cool, but I just want the OMI token. So I just bought a bunch of that, and I, you know, I had the app for a couple months before I bought anything, and stupidly, I could have got Todd from the store or Risa from the store, and I didn't. I just, you know, but lesson learned. But the
ditto. It took Spider-Man to get me in,
nice.
you know.
Nice.
But it's hard to imagine, and especially depending on what age you are too. You know what I mean? I mean, I have talked to some people who were, you know, considerably older than me, and the concept just completely eludes them. They're like, no one is ever going to want to do anything like this or collect it. Like, it's so completely out of their realm that they're like, no way. And then, you know, I talk to younger, you know, my son, etc. And then he's like, well, yeah, I can see this, and we're doing this, and you know, more and more kids are born with a phone in their hand, right? So it's an evolution. But you know the old adage, no one ever said they needed a cell phone. No one ever said they needed a computer or would have one. Hell, there's people that still demand a paper check that like don't trust direct deposit. So what do you do with that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have to take time to go to the bank and you have to deposit it. And if you have enough money in your account, it'll clear right away. But if you don't, they'll hold half of it. And it's like, oh my God, this is horrible.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
But so let's talk about getting older for a second. What's the best part about it? Because there are pros and cons. You know, for me, cons is if I fall off of something, I am no longer fine the next day. I'm out for like a week. But the pros is I feel like I'm a lot more calm, and I feel like I am not a hothead anymore, and I'm just more zen, and I feel like a bit happier too. What about you?
That's good. The pros, let's see, there's like you said, there's pros and cons, but I would say probably one of the biggest is just that you kind of, you know, maybe this kind of goes back to your anxiety thing, but you start to learn to say, F it. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of times, like when you're younger, and I'm sure girls and boys, you know, they're worried about who's thinking this about me, who's saying this, you know, how are people going to judge my jeans or my handbag or this or that? And, you know, it's not as bad anymore, but there's always that feeling. And, you know, I feel like when you get to a certain age, you know who you are and you're comfortable and you're just like, I don't give a shit about you or what you say, go away, and you push it away. Whereas maybe 30 years ago, you know, you're going to be like, you want to go, like, you know what I mean? Like you're ready to start fighting with someone practically, you know, and taking vendettas out and slashing their tires because they did you wrong. Not that I ever did that, but what I'm saying is you get that fuck it feeling. You know what I mean? Like, life's too short. Just let it go, or just, you know, you don't mean it. I don't care, you know, Mr. Fud guy, like that means nothing. Just go away. You know what I mean? Like things bounce off you, I think, a lot better.
But maybe this is a sex thing, but that's kind of the opposite of what I have, and maybe it's a male versus female thing where when I was younger, you know, it was a lot of effort. It was a lot, and that's granted that was towards a lot more like physical stuff, you know, where guys would, you know, a bunch of us, when guys get together, we act really silly and we act really stupid. And like, come on, you can, you know, you can jump off this, you can make this jump, you can do this stunt, and like, nah, fuck it, and you do it.
Yeah, but you do it because of the bravado, etc. You know, I think when you're a little bit older and they're like, "Hey, jump off this bridge, Randy," you're like, "Whoa, I'm smart enough to know." No, you know what I mean?
On the opposite end of that, or say like, think, well, now I go and, you know, where I was younger, and I guess now in my home, I don't really care what I look like, jeans, t-shirt, you know, holes in the clothes. But when I go out, it's like, oh, how do I look? Is this appropriate for this occasion? I messed up shaving, I have to shave the whole face, you know, and meanwhile, people probably wouldn't care.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's opposite of what you said. You know, it's like when you were younger, you kind of cared about, do these shoes go or whatever. And
well, just worrying about what people think about you all the time. You know what I mean? Like, oh, am I doing this right? Am I doing that right? You know, and then even in the workplace, you know, like there used to be a lot of, I don't know. I remember I had one job, one boss that was Satan. I mean, he was horrible, horrible, horrible. And like in my mind, even though, I was educated and in the workforce for a long time, I just stayed and I stayed and I stayed. And then, eventually I left the job. Well, I got laid off, and it was like, why did I do that for 5 years? Like what possessed me to deal with that every single day? Like, I will never ever deal with that again. So now, like, I kind of have this attitude too at work, like, okay, this is what you pay me for. This is what I know. If you find, and I don't say it like this, but this is how I feel inside. If you find someone that could do it better and at my level and go ahead. You know what I mean? Like, have at it. Whereas before there was always that, am I doing this right? I don't want to piss this person off. I want to make sure I do this and that. And you know what I mean? Whereas now it's like, it's kind of just like that confidence that I know what I'm doing. I know my shit. I know I'll be okay. Um,
Yeah.
Battle tested and you'll be okay kind of thing. So
Yeah.
it
I think
definitely makes a difference.
that might be because you went through hell for 5 years, working like that and having that lifestyle. I'm probably just thinking about work even when you weren't there. So I feel like a lot of younger people, kind of just stick in their comfort zone and they don't really try to see what they're made out of. And I really try to tell people, listen, go and go out of your comfort zone, see what you can do and work 80, 100 hours a week. Not everyone can do it. Some people, their max is, let's say, 50 before they get super stressed and they get sick, but
I had a child. I had a young child. I had a house. I had a mortgage. You know what I mean? Like, you have all these things, and I took it we feuded. Oh my God. I could tell you stories, HR stories and legal. I mean, it just got crazy. And I'm like, I was so miserable for 5 years. And then, like, as soon as I got free, like, as soon as I was ready to find another job, I had, no issues. You know what I mean? I had multiple offers. I had my education behind me. I had my experience behind me, and I was okay. And I'm like, never again, never, ever again. So, I'm very, not rude, but very kind of, if somebody doesn't want to do something, I'll be like, hey, that's fine. The FDA requires it. So, like, when they come in and they want to know why this is wrong, I'm just going to say, go see Randy and you could explain it to them, but you do what you want. And they're like, well, when you put it like that, you know what I mean? Yeah. Whereas before I would try to be, you know what I mean? Now it's just like, it is what it is. And, it's kind of nice to have that. It is what it is kind of attitude at this point.
Yeah. There's, so yeah, tell me, so we've had, I think one night when me and your son were video chatting, and I don't think you knew we were video chatting. You came in, and I guess you were just in like your like nighttime gear, and he's like, Randy. So I've had this conversation with Will. I would say, like, we're me and Max kind of think the same, and we kind of have the same sense of humor, and I do see a lot of myself in him, and I'm trying to think, okay, well, what was I really like as like a kid? And that was definitely a little weird. How was that? How was he when he was younger? What was that like, and the upbringing?
Well, Max was rough because Max was really early. Max was born at 28 weeks, and he weighed 1 pound and 12 ounces.
Oh my God, miracle baby!
So he was a micro preemie. He was teeny tiny. He was smaller than a bill, than a dollar bill.
Wow.
And so he was little. So he was probably because he was so little, and I spent so many. I would spend the night in the NICU, et cetera. And I got a hotel right next to the hospital for 3 months, and all that kind of. He was pretty. He was pretty, pampered, if you will, a little bit baby, taken care of, but he was a perfect child. Like, I couldn't have been like, you give him a bottle at night, he went to sleep. He would wake up one time, shove the bottle in his mouth, he'd fall asleep. very good. Like I would tell him something like, "Don't touch the outlet." He'd never do it, and he would stop. Like he wouldn't do it. He was such a good child, but I wasn't crazy about stupid things. Like he would roll the 2-liter bottles around the kitchen floor, and people would be like, "Oh, don't!" I'd be like, "Roll away." You know what I mean? And like I remember one time he had something, and he spilled it in the carpet, and it was a big blue stain, and he was like so upset. And I'm like, "Yeah, it's in there now. What are you gonna do? Just don't do it again." And the mother that was with me, my cousin, she's like, "I would have beat his ass so he would never do that again." And I'm like, "And is that going to fix the carpet?" And she's like,
that was my mom.
she's like, "No." I'm like, "Well, what the carpets were," and it turns out it wasn't. It was actually like gel that came up out of the carpet a couple of weeks later. It was like water based. But she was like, "I would have beat him so that he would have remembered never to use that in the carpet again." And I'm like, is that going to bring back the carpet? So I was always like, I let him do whatever. No, I don't want to say I let him do whatever he wanted, but he was a really, really good kid. Only child, so he was just calm and just a good kid.
I'm surprised that he wasn't curious about the outlet still after you told him no. I remember mom was like cooking, like the one time she cooked, and I wanted to know like what she was doing, and she's like, no, get away from here.
Yeah.
And I don't know if she explained to me that it was hot or not. She just said to get away.
Yeah.
So but I like didn't, and like I feel like she let me, and I put my hand on the stove, and I burnt my hand, and so I never did that again. Maybe it's why I don't like to cook, but.
Wow. I never, I would just tell him, literally, I would just tell him, I'd say, no, don't do that. You'll get hurt. And he would just look at me and say, okay.
Oh, wow.
So he was a really good kid.
Yeah, that is really good.
He was really good. He was a big fan of Thomas the Tank Engine, and he had a British accent because he watched so much Thomas. And they would ask me, "Oh, is his father British?" And I'm like, "Oh, I wish." But he knew. He's a little OCD too. He would know every single face. So if Thomas the Train, they have different numbers, different types of cars, etc. He knew them all by their faces, which is just like one little circle in the front. Like he could just Mavis, that's what, that's that. So he was always really good with details. And, I would get like new washcloths and 3-4 years old. He's like, "Where did these come from?" So real observant, he was just a really good kid. He still is a really good kid.
He would have been good in intelligence. There was I forget like who told me this story. It was about Edward Snowden, where he was like in Russia, and like the most advanced like surveillance systems, like when he was in like a scarf and a hat and had sunglasses on.
Mm-hmm.
Surveillance systems cannot really detect you when you have all that on.
Right.
And they said that at some point there was someone in the grocery store like, "Oh my God, you're Edward Snowden," and then he's like, "What? Like, how'd you do that?" So there are some people out there, it's like 1% of 1% that can recognize people even when there's like stuff on their face, and it's that person was that they denied it. They were immediately tried to be recruited like in like NSA, like intelligence gathering. I was like, "Oh my God, that's incredible." So when he gets old enough, I'll make a call.
No, well, I don't know. I don't know about the military. That would be very scary for a mom, I think.
I mean,
very scary.
Well, NSA, I mean, just being behind a computer mostly.
Oh, NSA, that's not too bad.
Yeah. But yeah, I remember Thomas the Tank Engine. It was on PBS, right? Channel 13.
Oh yeah, huge brand, so popular. I mean, even now, those trains, like they're all wood. They're, I think they're crafted in England. And I just have boxes full of trains, and he would just play with them and build all day, just all day.
There's a video on YouTube called "Thomas Did Nothing Wrong," and it's a cartoon, but it is about Thomas the Tank Engine, and it was his life before being on PBS, and and it's do you know what it's about?
No, but I can imagine because he was a very nice train on PBS.
So it's called Thomas Did Nothing Wrong, and it's about he's on trial. He's on a very specific set of trials because he was a train in World War II, and he was given orders, and Thomas was just carrying out the orders. He was just transporting the cargo, and the cargo happened to be not normal cargo, and it is a train ride. It was like, oh my God, like it was very, so outside of it being, shock value and obscure, it was very deep, and it was very like, oh wow, this is actually what some people went through. Like they were just transporting one thing from the other, and they're just following, and it's just maybe you don't know what happens, or you want to turn a blind eye to it because you're so indoctrinated, and it's like, oh my, and it was really well done. And there's like a whole series of that.
Yeah.
Show it to him.
He's probably in the other room listening, so he probably heard that. Now he's probably going to go look it up now. But
So,
it's funny
like
how
I said,
they would take such a sweet character. But yeah.
Everyone has a past, Lord.
Ain't that the truth, Randy? Everyone has a past.
So we I mentioned I brought myself because like me and Will had a conversation about that. And Will threw me under the bus before, I guess, when he said, "Oh yeah, Randy fell asleep."
He did, because I saw your thing in the chat. I'm like, I just told you this, Randy, and someone asked you if he said, okay, so you want to talk a little bit about the interview, probably because there were a few key things in there that I heard that I thought were pretty interesting. Maybe you thought so too, even though you were sleeping, but
dozed off for a minute.
So David was talking about, and I don't know who the competitor was. I'm thinking it was a Bad Cows, but he basically said, yes, we had the well, he was talking about how he won the award and how it got press and and all that. And he was saying, we had the opportunity too. Different companies were reaching out to us, Forbes, etc., to write about Veve, but we always told them no, because we weren't ready for that. He said, but meantime, our competitors kept popping up, in every whatever, in every this, that, and another thing. He's like, but we decided we weren't going to do that. He said we just weren't ready, and slow and steady is the direction that we wanted to go, and we did go. And I'm like, in my head, I'm sitting there thinking, oh, you really, like, you turned down Forbes, but I don't know who do you think the competitor would have been that he was referring to?
I think I don't really remember seeing like Bat Cows or Hero or any of like that particular. Well, obviously I see them all the time, but not in any like big mainstream articles. Maybe the Bat Cows because they had like the NFT NYC, and they had the Black Adam movie that we got to go to, which was really fun. But I think it would probably be Recur.
That's a good point.
Because Recur had the Winklevoss twins, it had Gary Vaynerchuk, it had hundreds of millions of dollars.
That's true. That's true. All that all that venture capitalists, all that money.
And that's what really got me. All these people that were raising so much money, and they still failed. And Veve hasn't. They still have 100% of their company, or maybe like 97% or something like that. They could sell off a piece and make 100 million easily. 200 million easily, and I would just sell a 5% and make 100 million, whether it's Apple, Amazon, Tesla, Disney, Space, whoever. It's fine.
But that was his reasoning, though. He said they just weren't ready.
I did hear him say that he turned down Forbes. I did not hear the reason why.
Yeah. Well, somebody asked him, and he goes, and the reason why he didn't just say Forbes. He said several places, such as, several magazines, etc., like Forbes. He just kind of like rolled it off his tongue. He said, reached out to us and wanted to know if, they could write about us. And, we just declined it. He's like, probably much to all of you all's chagrin, or, something in that realm, like, because all we're ever screaming is market. But, he just said, we decided to do it slow and we weren't ready for that. And in time, it'll come.
Yeah. I can't wait to see them on like the cover of Rolling Stone or Forbes or, CNN, or, written. Does Barbara Walters, does she still do interviews?
I don't even know. I don't think so. I think she's a little old now.
She's very old, but she used to give amazing interviews, and I would love to see a Barbara Walter interviews about, David or Dan, either one or both.
Right. I don't think they were offering them the cover of Forbes or anything. I think it was just the different articles, etc. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of what he was referring to.
But I mean, eventually, I feel like it's just very possible.
Very possible.
I went over a little bit before where he said that they wouldn't wish what David and Dan went through on anyone.
Yes, I heard that too, and I thought Ben. Like, my first thought went to Ben, and then my second thought went to regulations, and then my third thought went to community. Those were my three.
I actually didn't even think about, well, I guess community I did a little bit, but my thought was in the beginning where they couldn't get anyone, where they fought tooth and nail. They got doors slammed in their face hundreds of times before they got Tokidoki. And, to go and let's say you have like your top 10 picks that like, these are, we're going to get one of these, and you don't get those, and you do that again and again and again, and you go through 160 names and you don't get one until you finally get Tokidoki. I might have given up after 50 or 60, but that's what I thought.
I don't know how badly they went through that though. I don't know, because they talk about in the past, being in Al's kitchen with Dan and Dave and Al and writing that list of everyone they wanted to go after.
No.
And it wasn't too much longer though that they started signing those people. So that's why my mind didn't necessarily go there. No. Plus, I think I remember David saying, Disney, Marvel weren't as difficult as you would think. They were actually really quite receptive, more so than other places. Like, they didn't look at them like they were nutcases. So that's why I didn't really think that. I don't know. I mean, who knows?
So the Ben thing, I mean that's a big thorn in the side, and it's been. I mean, I feel like I don't know how much I can or should say.
Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking legal issues. Let's just go with legal issues, right? And then there's regulatory issues. I think that they definitely wanted to, account for. And then I just thought of, community issues, because I think we've heard various members of the team just say, I had to get off social media, or, I didn't even want to talk to the community at these points because I felt like I was just disappointing them. And, they were expecting such lightning speed, and we felt like we couldn't deliver quickly enough, or, et cetera, et cetera. So that was just my thought, but who knows?
No, I mean, you're right. Even on here, I while this was going on, I had people be like, hey, why are we hearing David's life story while OMI's in the tank, and our collectibles are going down, and it's like, this is a clown show. I don't know who it was. I just blocked them for like 5 minutes. I put them in timeout, and then I guess I just didn't come back. So I forget who it was. But yeah. Oh, NFT Hero, I guess it was. I'm scrolling back trying to find the comment, but they just didn't come back. So yeah, that's one of the, people saying like, oh, they're destroying Veve just as bad as OMI, and that's obviously not true. Veve is doing quite well.
I don't know how people could even say that though, when you when you look at them and their IP and all their products and their staff, and then compare it just across the spectrum, I really don't get that, Randy. Like, I just don't see that. Like, even if you say, oh, Nike, Nike can do X, Y, and Z and great. Okay, that's great, but that's still Nike. You know what I mean? Like, that's great, but
That's one brand. Yeah.
that's Nike. Like, I really don't get where people feel that Veve is failing, other than probably the decrease in the collectibles. And, I still take that back to, God, the pump was abnormal, and it was one of the worst things that could happen. But if it would have been a normal pump, I don't think the fall would feel so awful just to a lot of people. You know what I mean? But
Yeah. I mean, you have
which is
people
still
that
like
buy.
regular crypto market, right? Up and
Yeah.
down, ebb and flow. But we did
Oh, yeah.
And I think people are still reeling from that.
Yeah. Definitely that. And so, I mean, going from where we are in kind of our privileged positions, let's say, when David said, hey, there's a lot that we haven't told you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say the stuff that they have told us, the stuff that we know that's already come out to fruition, and stuff that hasn't yet, but we know is on the roadmap. Let's say out of the 100% of things of the info that they have, the team, they've maybe disseminated about 35% to the public. And maybe because of the position we're in, we might know 40%, instead of 35.
Mm-hmm.
That's for people that really pay attention, that are really on Twitter, and really, there's a lot of people that really don't. There's a lot of people that just really don't have time, or if
Right.
they do have time, it kind of goes to other places. And if somebody makes a FUD video saying, like, listen, OMI's been out for half a decade, and we have one thing that doesn't really give us any utility because it gives us MCP points that we can't use yet. And yeah, Veve makes money hand over fist, but none of us are getting that money. So I could make a FUD video really easily, unless you see people like you or Crypto Rain or somebody saying, like, listen, there's an imbalance of Veve values up here and OMI's down here, and that will balance out at some point. And you could either take advantage of that, or you can sit there and cry. But unless they listen to those videos or you guys speaking, they're just not going to hear it.
Yeah, and I got a little bit of flack because I said, they might even it's possible to miss a bull run, but if we're still on board, they're still the leaders, they're still getting all this IP, and its digital collectibles are evolving, and the tokens, maintaining its regulatory compliance, and it's slow and steady, but still progressing to where we all want to see. High risk, high reward, right? It's not going to happen overnight. So, yeah, I'm not nearly as upset or as worried as I think a lot of people are right now.
Yeah, and well, I mean, that's partly because I think we have we're in a place in our lives where even if, let's say, the worst should happen, solar flare from the sun, or aliens invade and they kidnap David and Dan, we're likely going to be fine, even if our investments did go to zero, or at least in Veve and OMI. And a lot of I forget what the statistic is. I think the average man, I think they make like $45,000 a year in a first world country. Most people, like, if you're putting, which you shouldn't do, but if you put like a lot of your extra capital that you were saving for a rainy day or a nest egg or retirement or whatever into this, and then it goes, people are kind of scared.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
So
yeah.
I
get that, but my only issue with that, I guess, is the nature of this beast. Crypto is its own beast. NFTs are its own beast. It's the Wild West. It is budding technology. I mean, that's what venture capitalist is. You know what I mean? Like, we're venture capitalists. We're looking at an idea, thinking it's a really good freaking idea, and putting our money into it and hoping other people think it's a really good idea as well. you know, you want to make money, go buy some Tesla, go buy some Apple. I mean, you go to Fidelity and open up you know, and go open up a Roth IRA that's going to probably give you 8%. I mean, and I'm not trying to be condescending or rude, but I mean the risk for this, you have to have the stomach, and if you don't recognize the risk, you are going to be mad and you are going to be angry, but that's the way it goes. No risk, no reward. You know what I mean?
There was I don't know what movie this was. It was about a guy that was like playing poker or blackjack or something, and he says like, you know, listen, if you keep your money off the table, you don't bet and you don't risk, you are not going to lose anything.
Nope.
But you're not going to make anything either. Correct. And I was like, oh, that's a good one. And yeah, it is high risk. And, you know, a lot of other people, because it's their first time investing, that might not know what came before this. And again, when you mentioned Tesla, and I want to bring this up as well, you know, when Elon Musk is working 100-hour weeks, 120-hour weeks, and sleeping on the floor of the factory because he doesn't have time to go home, he just sleeps there. Mm-hmm. When David went and said, I will sleep outside of the Pokemon Center just to make sure I get that license, that to me signifies that we are going to get this.
Or Naruto's house. And yeah, I heard that too. And then he said it was his goal at the end. Did you hear him at the end say to have did he say Japanese anime?
Yeah. Something like that.
I was like, David, you mentioned Pokemon, you mentioned Naruto, you mentioned Japanese anime. Like, was he trying to tell us something? Or I thought my ears were like, wow.
He's telling us that he's going to do this even if it breaks him, and he'll keep going. Like, you remember a few years ago, like Leonardo DiCaprio hadn't gotten an Oscar yet, and he just kept banging out these amazing movies. And then during The Revenant, when he's supposed to be out in like the freezing cold and like fighting bears, he literally like did that method acting and stayed outside and got hypothermia, and the Academy's just like, let's just give him the Oscar before he kills himself. And they gave him the Oscar.
Give it to him before he dies. Just give it to him.
That's the type of commitment that David, he is going to risk his health and his he's going to risk everything. Like, he's going to get this. Like, I'm convinced. The way he said that, I know it. I'm very, very confident now. And unfortunately, I did look it up. Barbara Walters did pass away, so there will be no Barbara Walters interview with David and Dan, unfortunately.
That would be a hell of a special if there was.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The median.
So Johnny Dunn.
No, I thought that was very bullish, though. I was really surprised he dropped. You know, he dropped unquestioned. You know, that was just flowing out of his mouth. So I don't know. Like today, he was especially, yes, he told a lot of personal stories. You know, some of them we've heard before, and that's just what David does. But I feel like there were also just little bites in there. And if you know what to listen, you know, little pieces in there that were kind of all thrown at us, that I was like, okay, that's important. And to mention those two brands without, you know, being pressed or anybody asking you and saying what you're going to do to try to get them, you know, to me, that was really bullish. I just liked hearing that. Whether he gets it or not, you know, that's another story, but we know he's trying. So
I'm sure he will. And the way he had gone on and said it, I don't know if this was a negotiation tactic. I don't know if Pokemon or Nintendo or Game Freak would be listening, but where he said, like, you know, we don't want to have an exclusive license. I think part of the reason he got Disney was by saying, because I know he locked up Marvel with an exclusive license. Marvel is not going to be on any other platform outside of us, at least for several years, unless they redid the contract. But with Disney, obviously, you know, they're on Cryptoys, they're on this, and so I think that might be a negotiation tactic. No, we don't want exclusive rights. We want you guys to do whatever you want. We're just one of the places that you can do this. Meanwhile, he knows that, try your luck out there. It's not that not that easy. So,
Yeah, he did. I caught that. Did you hear him too when he was talking about Funko? And I think someone was trying to basically say, well, were you going to do it again? And he talked about how they would have had to have sold, way more at $15. They would have had to sell, what did he say, 30,000 units
yeah.
instead. But then he turned around and he said, it is my job to, he said it went extraordinarily well and they were very pleased. But he said, keep in mind, it's my job too to use this information to bring other IP on board. So, to me, that was like, okay, hey, he could go to another company and say, look what I did with Funko. I caught that too. I thought, wow, that was really interesting. He's like, all these things help me to get additional license.
Yeah.
So it was like, okay, so the Funko, I think, was a bit of a testing ground, maybe.
Yeah.
So I'll be interested to see if and how that gets expanded.
And it was their gold line, which according to Gasselcast, and Gasselcast is like our version of Funko, or their version of influencers for Funko, and that's like a line that nobody likes. And we sold this out, and he didn't mention the timeline, but we sold it out in like 27 hours.
Right.
So it was very, very quick.
Right.
So this was, I was very happy about that.
And he still doesn't have the number one because it's sitting in my bedroom. But did you hear him say, people need to go claim your codes, your
Lori,
codes. You
Bill
may
Gardner's
have
quote. Bill Gardner says, "Time to open another Funko."
We're down to 4. There's the secret one is in there. I'm telling you.
I hope so.
Yeah, but David was basically like begging, like. But then he said one about getting tossed out. Did you catch that? What was he talking about when he said it could be the one that got tossed out in the street or something? Did I?
Oh, I don't know. I think I missed that.
Okay.
I might have dozed off again for that point.
Okay.
I unless he meant that on the night of the night of the after party where they had a giveaway.
Yes.
Maybe the guy just took the Funko. I don't know what he did. I don't know what.
I don't know either. But yeah, interesting. I thought that was really interesting. He said, keep in mind, my job is to use this kind of stuff to acquire more license. I was like, okay, that was very insightful. I was so excited to tell him about Flurkins, and thank you for not making me burn them. He's like, I thought about that. We can't burn kittens. And I'm like, thank you. Because that was the first thing I said. Will was like, hey, they're having a, you're going to be able to craft with them. I said, I'm not going to burn kittens, Will. Under no circumstance. I burn kittens. So David's like, I think people would have been pissed if I would have made you burn.
Dude, I really hope that these Flurkins are in place of the Mighties and they're not in addition to the Mighties, because I am going, if they're in place of the Mighties and we're not getting Marvel Mighties for the Marvel movie, I'll blow 300 on this. Yeah. But if I blow 300 on this and then we get the Mighties, I'm gonna be super salty. I will be super nettled, and I will just have to put in more money. So I hope they tell us.
He wouldn't tell us the animation though, and I said to him, because I was talking to him, and I said, he goes, did we let out the animation? And everyone's like, which we should have all said, yeah. And we said, no, that wasn't mentioned yet. What they're going to do. And he went, And I said, well, David, you know what they do, right? And he's like, yeah, Lori, I know what they do. So
dude, I love that movie. That I might go see it again tomorrow, because I just wasn't. I love that movie, and I don't want to wait till it gets on Disney Plus. Did you see Ms. Marvel, or did you see WandaVision?
I did not. Mm-hmm.
WandaVision, you don't really have to see, to get Monica Rambeau's story, but for Ms. Marvel, it was really good. I really liked it, and you kind of know a little bit more. It's a little bit of a
Okay.
better movie if you see it.
Yeah, I think that probably would have helped because I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Just William and Max saw that one, but yeah, I was really excited, and I was kind of mentioning how, you know, when we're in a movie theater, and we, you know, William, we were talking about the Flurkins, kind of talking, and he's like, it would be nice to have a digital collectible of those on Veve. So I'm really excited for that drop.
It
I
is
think they're
done.
going to
Yeah,
be
I can't
cute.
wait.
I could see
Next
them being like
Saturday.
the ghost trap, right? You know how the ghost trap used to
Oh,
suck
it
in the
works with
ghost.
the Slimer, right? Yeah.
So we know the technology's there, so
Yeah.
that would be really cool.
Oh, that would be great. I would love to see. I don't know who it could absorb, or you know what they do.
Yeah. I don't
Because
know.
maybe not to each other, but I'm gonna get at least two geese, two of the goose, maybe three. It depends how quick they sell out, because it's not a blind box. It is a wait list, so you can go and pick and choose. Hopefully people are just like, I don't know who these are. I'm not going to get them. Because you have to buy them from the store. You can't buy them off the secondary to burn them. So like you can buy them off the secondary, but you can't burn them if they're off the secondary. You have to buy them from the store in order to craft.
So wait a minute. So if I get on the list to get a secret rare and I don't get picked.
Well, it's the ultra rare. There's 3 rares and 3 ultra rares.
Okay. So if I don't get one of the ultra rare, I didn't read everything. I just looked at the kitties and thought they were cute. So if I don't get one of the ultra rares, I can't buy it off the secondary to get the set. I have to get each one of those off the drop.
It might be a gray area. I'll read it to you right now, because I obviously have it right
I was
here.
confused about that.
So it says that for Goose, the friendliest, furriest project, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Holders of all 6 Flirt Kitten digital collectibles purchased from the store will be eligible to craft Goose. Your Flirt Kittens will not be burned. If collectors want to craft more than one Goose, they will need to acquire another set of 6 Flurkins from the store. Unredeemed editions of Goose will be burned after December 2nd. So, yeah, it seems like you are going to need to buy them from the store, which I think is probably okay, because there are 3 ultra rare Flirt Kittens, and they're at $850 a piece. So and the thing is, they're $13, so they might get sold out eventually. I don't think it'll be right away though.
How many of the ultra rares are there?
They're $850 each, which means $760 each. So if you do the 760 times the 3, there's 2,280 of them.
I think there'll be a hell of a lot more than 850. So, shit. Okay, so that means there's only going to be 850. Well, minus the Veve holdback, right?
So 760.
Okay,
so
there's only going to be 760 geese even possible then, right?
Yeah, and there's likely going to be a lot less, because there's going to be people that don't read the directions. They're going to get one, and they're going to and they're going to sell it for a profit, maybe because they got a low mint or whatever, and then they're going to
So that might be actually pretty damn impossible though. If even 1,000 people go for all 3 ultra rares each, I mean, there's still, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's going to be hard to get them all from the store. I don't know if we're going to be able to get them all from the store.
I mean, if you try to look at it in the way of money, it would be $29,640 in order to go and get the ultra rares. So that's what the ultra rares need to sell out. If you're going to go with the rares, which is $1,250, so $1,250, so it'd be $1,160. At 3 of those, $3,480, and we'll have the 13s, $45,000. So what did I say? 26? No, 29, and then the 45. It'd be 74, almost $75,000 in order for it to sell out, and that's a lot. The Hawkeye, Kate Bishop, and Ronan did or they didn't sell out, but they did make $70,000. But they were statues, and they were animated, they were cool, and they were of insanely popular characters.
Okay.
From what I've seen on the Facebook and on Twitter, there are going to be a decent amount of people skipping these. So but again, those are just like the people that are, whatever,
Right.
kind of the footing. But
Yeah. I just think $850 is a low or $760 is a low number for a $13 collectible.
that's the thing. It's $13. So people are probably just going to pay for it anyway. It's going to be a cheap set.
Yeah, like I said, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to go in and buy. I mean, can you get in a queue for each?
No, I think it's just one each.
Okay. Well, that might be rough if they go.
Yeah.
$760 at $13. I don't know.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm going to go for if I can continuously get them from the store, I will. I'll get as many as I can, max 3, maybe 4, depending on how. Because it's like $78 for the set. So figure 4 would be $280, like $290-ish. Yeah, that would be. That's probably what that'd be close to the 300. I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I just think it's going to be hard with the 760 to get 3 of those.
Yeah, it's a good point.
But maybe
I'll keep you posted.
I don't know. I don't know.
So that's going to be the 25th, I think. So that's going to be, it's going to be the 25th. So it's going to be after Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So hopefully people are traveling and they're turkey hangovers and they won't pay attention.
I'm hoping. Stay away from the flirkins.
What are
they're so damn cute.
So we're having breakfast in the morning, but what are you and the family doing for Thanksgiving dinner?
We don't know. We're still trying to figure that out. We have no idea yet.
You're gonna have to leave kind of early, right? Well, I guess if you don't.
No, we're leaving the next day. We're staying Thursday.
Oh, you're staying on the. Oh, where are you staying?
We're staying at like right around Empire State, like right around in that area.
Oh, I'll go and get a
where
hotel.
We stayed before.
Okay, yeah, I'll go and hang. I'll go and get a hotel.
Yeah. We'll go. Yeah, we still don't know what we're doing. I mean, we got to find a place to eat, right? I mean, in the evening, afternoonish, whatever. I don't know. Where do you get Thanksgiving dinner in New York City? I don't know.
Well, so for me, I like
Chinese.
I like turkey and I like mashed potatoes, but honestly, give me a couple slices of New York pizza. Give me and or Chinese is fine. That's good too.
You know what? William and Max have already voted with you, so it's already. We got to find a pizza. Is there going to be pizza places open on Thanksgiving Day?
It's New York, yes, 100%. Do you know how many lonely people there are in New York City that they're just going to have to go?
I don't. I don't.
Oh, it's great. But yes, we're going to be able to get that bread, and I can't wait.
We're not leaving until the next day.
Are you going to bring your Louboutin shoes with you?
I don't believe I am. There's no occasion to wear the Louboutin.
Not in the morning.
Are you out of your mind? I'm not wearing those to the parade.
Well, you're going to have seats, right?
Yes, but still, no way. No way.
Okay.
I'm dressing for warmth and comfort. Maybe.
That's true. I guess I'll pack for I'll pack for all climatary conditions in case.
Yeah. We should be getting our passes this week, so we need
the passes for what?
To go.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Do you know where Bryant Park is? Isn't that near the Empire State Building?
It might be. I can do a quick Google search right now, and I can go to the location, and I can go to Bryant. Okay. Why is that where we're meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 blocks away from the Empire State Building.
What's the street on it? East.
There are a couple of streets. It's between 5th and 6th Avenue, and between 40th and 42nd Street.
All right. So our hotel is about 10 blocks away. So that's
Oh,
not too
okay.
bad. We'll probably want to. God, I don't even know how we're gonna get there.
What time do we have to be there?
I think the doors open at 8. I'll have to send you the invitation.
Okay, I have to get a hotel the night before then because there's no way I'm waking up at like 5 in the morning to go.
Yeah,
Get there.
we're gonna be in the night before.
Okay, all right. It's a good call. It's a good call. Let me
But I've
go
never
and-
been. Have you ever been to a Macy's Day Parade?
No, I've not. So,
Okay.
apparently it's crowded AF.
Yes.
But I don't know if we're gonna have to be in the lines like everyone, like with the commoners. We might have to. We might just be in a separate place.
We are. I
Okay.
told you, I asked Al, I'm like, Al, like, what's the protocol? I heard like people get up at like 5 o'clock to get their seats and all that and like save a space. And he's like, huh, we have 7 blocks roped off. You'll be fine. We'll be fine. I'm like,
Oh wow.
7 blocks in New York City. So
That's so great.
I think we're gonna be okay.
Cool
But,
beans. Good.
yeah,
Good.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, that's so when I was younger, I never liked the parade because when I was, it was kind of boring but like my mom used to like it for like Santa Claus. But then, oh God, what was it? 2007 or 2000? It was a long time ago where the Barney float like got a hole punctured in him, and it was like whipping around.
I remember
And people were
that,
just like,
and they couldn't control them. All the people were all panicked.
that was
pretty good. That was pretty good. I remember that.
That made me was like, oh, okay, I like it now.
Yeah, I have to tell you, I used to love parades when I was younger because of the candy, right? I mean, they throw candy at you.
Mhm.
But I'm not exactly a big parade person either. But it's definitely going to be one of those bucket list things. You know what I mean? Like I know a lot of people say they want to go experience it. My mother's never been, so she's excited. So I definitely think it's going to be a cool experience and definitely one of those things I want to check off the list. But I'm not real sure if it weren't for the fact that, we weren't going to be, in a special place with special people. I don't know if I would make that pilgrimage for the parade just as an event. But.
Yeah. So the only time I would, and I don't know if I would do it now, one of the perks of getting older, is if like a girl really, really wanted to do it. I'd be like, okay, I guess I'll do it. I mean, I guess you would. You'd probably do that for your kid though, right? If Max was like
100% sure. 100% for sure. Yeah.
People get like, I don't want to say salt. Yeah, people get like salty and weirded out at me because when people come from like Foster or Mark Wynn or even Fanny, where they're going to be like, oh, you need to show me like, like the Statue of Liberty in the Empire State Building. I was like, I've never been to the Statue of Liberty or the Empire State Building, and they're like, why? I was like, they're just here. You don't like go in them. They're just there.
I loved the Statue of Liberty. 100% loved going there. But I'm a big history buff, and I just like to stand in places and just think about the people that were there before me and what happened underneath my feet, and just kick back thinking about like Titanic days and stuff. Immigrants coming in through the harbor. Like to me, I just think that's just fascinating. So I really liked the Statue of Liberty. I thought it was so cool. But Empire State Building, yeah, I mean, I liked it for the whole, you've seen it in movies. I got to say I was, once again, that little bucket list. We went, I would never go back. Like, it's not like, hey, I'm going to go back every year. I went, I saw it. I was up in the cage, walked around, saw New York from up there, did the King Kong thing and kind of moved on. But I really enjoyed the Statue of Liberty.
I feel you.
I like the bull on Wall Street.
Oh yeah, that's fun too.
I did like that. I was amazed how many people enjoyed taking pictures with the back end of the bull and the testicles of the bull more than the front end of the bull, which that was a little creepy, I thought. I mean, there were like people under the bull, and like there was some crazy shit going on with that bull.
I love people. I forget where it was. They dug up something like in ancient Rome, and there was penises drawn like on the wall from like ancient Rome, and I was like, people never change.
They never change. Max is out there laughing. Well, you know where they have like the statue of David, he's naked. The statue of David.
Yeah.
Well, I guess in the town it's in, there's just penis stuff everywhere, like tourist penis stuff. And one of my friends went, and she's like, you could get penis pasta. You could get penis cookies. Like, I'm like, what? She's like, it's bizarre. And like all the tourists, she's like, I got a thing of penis pasta. And I'm like, oh my God. But yeah, interesting.
It was on Coney Island. I don't know what possessed them to do this, but on Coney Island where Nathan's is, where you have like the best, really good hot dogs and like, decent fries, they handed out the weenie rape whistle, where it was a Nathan's weenie, and you blew into the weenie.
Oh. Coney Island, I've never been there, but it seems like it's like a shady, like I don't know. Coney Island just seems shady to me. Like that whole like New Jersey, New York mobster old carnival vibe. Like I've never been, but that's kind of the feel I get whenever I see it on television or something. I'm like
at night. Because in Coney Island, there's a place not as big but similar to Chinatown, where it's like Russian town, where the street signs are in Russian, the clothes stores, like all the places are in Russian. So there's a big Russian presence there.
Ooh.
And
wait, where is this?
In Coney Island. So
okay.
My ex-fiance lived over there. Take the Q train over to I forget which stop.
Nastascia?
Yeah,
Yes, your true love, Nastascia.
Have I told you about her before?
Oh dear Lord!
Apparently, I have. The one that got away, but
the one that got away.
She'd be in her 40s now, I think. Almost.
She's probably like doing like special ops with Mossad right now, Randy.
Jordan, I know you say I had a fiance thing, I'm not a virgin, but I was saving myself for marriage, and I have yet to feel the warmth of a woman. So let's.
That's noble. That's noble, Randy. Some woman is gonna take your flower and it's gonna bloom. Like
they're gonna steal my seed, and they're. Have you ever seen 40-Year-Old Virgin?
Oh, yes. Oh, God, yes.
One of my favorite parts is the ending, where it's like, oh, he finally did it. And 90 seconds later.
Yeah, he's out. He's
so
out.
I will kind of dismiss this. I'm not going to lie. The first time I ever did it, it was maybe 30 seconds. Like maybe. And it was over.
You know what, Randy? I think that's pretty much the norm. I think for most guys. I mean, at least you made your way in. I mean, some don't even make it. I mean, the zipper goes and they're done. So you know what? You did good. You did good.
I did good.
You did good. You made it 30 seconds.
The girl I was with was so nice about it too. She was like, "No, it's okay. I expected that. And then like she let me go again, and I was like, "Oh, girl." That was great. Yeah. I feel like other women, especially as you get older, probably would not have been as nice.
I think it's I think Max is listening, so I still consider it a compliment initially, but after you're right, after a little bit of time,
Yeah.
but to me that's very
There-
complimentary. I think I
there-
mean, isn't so that's a nice thing. That's complimentary,
my friend, so this ex-girlfriend of mine had we have a bunch of these stories, but one of which was she hooked up with a guy like at a bar, or she met from the bar, and she said it was literally like 1.5 pumps in, and he was like done. She's like, really, like she was so salty because he was done after literally like 2 seconds. I was like, oof, big oof. She's responsible for some of the scars on my back, and it's not what you think. It's
Okay.
not from like scratching. It's because and I'm a little tipsy, so excuse me.
Oh God.
We
What
were
are you
on
drinking?
top of just some Jim Beam honey whiskey. Mhm.
Okay.
So we're on like top of a couch, and her legs are up on my shoulders, and I guess I give her like a good one, and she kicks me, and I and I fall back on her glass table, and I just shatter it, and just everything's destroyed. And she's like, "You okay, babe?" I was like, I was like Loki after Hulk like smashed. I was like, "Ugh."
Wait, I'm still good. Just wait, I'm coming back.
No, I knew I was done. I was like, "Oh."
Oh
I
God,
was,
sex injuries are the worst.
yeah. Superstar says we love Queen Veve.
I love you
Totally
guys
love
too.
Queen Veve. Oh, so
I'm so scared.
love
I'm so
Superstar.
scared of where this is gonna go.
Oh, I think I feel like it's about as dirty as it could have gone, right? Right? I mean, we're not getting like super graph. So as long as we're talking about where this could go, Mike H. I feel like do you know who Mike H is? He comments a lot on people's stuff.
Mike H. I don't know who Mike H is.
So Mike H is a dude that, again, he's super hysterical, and we were
Well, I
talking.
can't see very well though, too, Randy,
Yeah.
right? Like even when you put the comments up, I can't see them, which is probably a good thing,
No,
but I can't see them. So for me, for the most part, like, I everything I read, even on my phone, I screenshot it pretty much
Yeah.
and have to blow it up. So yeah. So sometimes
So
that's
the reason I brought, and I'll read it to you. I'll read the
Mike
comment.
H.
He I guess I was doing something. Oh no, David was bringing up. Somebody asked him about Super Smash Brothers. So I was like,
Yes.
and then I roll up the sleeve to like go like show the Donkey Kong and the Pokemon tattoo, and then Mike H says, "Randy, go back to flexing. I'm almost finished." So that's a good idea.
Nice. That's nice. Nice, Mike H.
Okay. So
Nice.
Prince Toby says, "Can't wait to use this stream for some Randy out of context moments." Have you? So in your video, in the video for the gold and silver logo, it's like a 2-minute video. In that, I know you had the Prince Toby go in and say like, "Oh, hey, put some pictures in here for me," and
Yeah.
the one picture he had of me in there, I was going like this, like that was like, girl. What? So yeah, he's quite hysterical. He's
Well, it was better than the one with our hands down our pants.
oh, that's what he used for the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what he used for the thumbnail?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, I edited it so that you don't see the hand down the pants. You just see us from like torso up.
Okay.
But that is not for the thumbnail. I don't know. I think I've told Will this. I guess going back to the thing about getting older. So social circle I feel like gets smaller but better, and I feel like I don't know, I love you guys, and just to have you like in my circle and to joke about like the most obscene thing, especially like Al Bundy, and just I don't know, like just the perfect combination of you guys are older, we'll get my older pop culture references,
Yeah.
and then Max is younger, and we can talk about anime. Like this is like the perfect group. This is this is a lot of fun.
Yeah, we have a lot of fun. He wants me to he keeps asking me, I don't know what time it is, but he's like, have Randy explain what hentai is to you on stream. And I'm like, no, because he thinks it will be very funny because, you know, he's to that age. And I think we talked about it briefly and you're like,
We did.
yes, I like hentai when I yes. But he just thinks, you know, when you said that, he's like, yeah, Randy gets it.
Yeah, because that's so there's do you know what Rule 34 is?
Roll or rule?
Rule, like, hey, this is a rule that you need to follow, like Rule 34.
No, I don't.
So Rule 34 states that if it exists, there's a porn of it. And from pretty much anything I've seen, yes, it's true. If it exists, there's a porn of it. And sometimes it's like, oh, okay, this makes sense. You know, Power Rangers, people in costumes and they're doing the thing. Okay, cool. And then it can get to like some really weird stuff. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen I don't know, you ever go on TikTok?
Once in a while, but usually it's limited.
So for TikTok, so it's different from YouTube. YouTube, if you just click a random video, if you make a new account, you don't like or subscribe or comment on anything, you click a random video, it will default to I think Shrek and Sonic videos. Or Shrek and Sonic or Shrek and SpongeBob. One of those two. And that's what the YouTube algorithm will default to, and those are the videos that will play eventually.
Okay.
But for TikTok, if you make a new account and you just scroll and you don't like or comment anything, you essentially bully the algorithm, and it won't default to one specific thing. It will go to some weird out of left field places. Like I remember, well, I won't bring that up, but it'll bring up things that are like, oh, here's thalassophobia, and thalassophobia is just like the fear of the ocean, I think, or the fear of like the deep or the big, and it'll bring up some just weird stuff because it doesn't know what to bring you. And for Rule 34, if you like go on like page like 87 of Google, it'll just go to things that probably should not have porn of it, like cartoon stuff. And then, but it's cartoons and they're drawn older. I was like, oh my God, this is Dora the Explorer. What are you doing?
Oh man. Okay, now I have Dora Explorer and Sniper. Sniper, no sniping.
No sniping.
Oh shit. Now, do they get in trouble though for like copyright and such with that, or no?
So no, or not that I've seen, but there's I guess it's not really new. I guess like a year or two old now.
Yeah.
Because AI is getting so good, and I guess face photoshopping and face swapping.
Yeah.
They'll just have body doubles of, you know, let's say people that have like the body of that looks like someone,
Right.
like let's say like Emma Watson, and then they'll like superimpose her face on the body to make it look like, oh, hey, it's Emma Watson, you know, doing whatever, or and it doesn't have to be her; it could be whoever.
Right.
And there's really, the laws on that are so gray. There's really nothing illegal about that yet. So it's you know, that could
how
be.
are we ever going to know in the future, in journalism, in our phones, on YouTube, how are we ever going to know truth again after, you know, in a decade, if not even in a year? how are we ever going to know truth? I mean, we already don't know truth, and I don't want to make this, even though you said politics, I don't want to make this politics or anything, but you know, it's going to be so harmful to a degree that there might be people that just say there's not one word, not one image. You won't be able to believe your eyes or your ears. You know, we count on our senses, right? Our eyes, our ears to know that's that person or who that is. What can we ever believe again that we hear or that we see? I mean, how are humans going to differentiate between, I'm just trying to think of something outrageous, whatever, the president doing a harem or for like, we're never, or somebody putting, your face on something, whatever. Like, how are human beings ever going to know truth in anything they see moving forward? That scares me, because I'll just get to the point, and I'm already almost to that point, where I just believe nothing because half of it's horseshit. You know what I mean? So how am I going to differentiate? Well, was that really, ex-politician, or was that AI? And I will have no idea how to know the difference. So
I
that's
think
scary.
there might be two. Well, I'm thinking of two schools of thought on here. One of which is, I forget who said the quote that said, "A lie will get halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put its pants on." And I think for the people that are patient and the people that can think, they'd be like, "Hey, this is something that is really out of character for this person. Let me wait for this person's official Twitter, YouTube, or their official statement before I judge." Or there's so I don't know if there's AI. Well, in general, computers, I think humans can see maybe 6 or 8 types of different shades of gray. And there are computers or AI that can identify like 600 different types of gray. It's like, well, what does that matter? What does that mean? Well, when you're talking about like MRI images or X-rays, you could be like, okay, this shade of gray is normal, this shade of gray is this, and this shade of gray is actually a tumor. And computers and AI are already better at that than human. So I think what people will, I'm hoping what we'll ultimately do, whether it's ChatGPT or Grok from Elon Musk or open source AI, they'll be like, everyone will have like an AI with them, like, hey, AI, I'm going to upload a video. Tell me if this is real or if this is superimposed. And then because we can't tell, they'll be able to tell.
So we're trying, yeah, that's, but once again, that even gets questionable, right? I don't know. I can just see this really tearing at the fabric of our reality. Even if, you get a video with your spouse or something. I mean, I could just think of just so many ways that it could just, how are you ever going to know the truth? You know what I mean? Like I just think it's going to be so hard. And I think there will be some people that are just like, I can't believe, I don't know if anything's real or it's, truth or fiction. I'm just done. I'm shutting it down. You know what I mean? Because I don't know what to believe. Or you'll have the people that want to believe certain things or who are more inclined to believe certain things. So they'll believe it no matter what. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
I mean, there's talking about like the fabric of reality and relationships and stuff. I mean, I think there's already been a major disruption. Like from when I was a kid, it was already, at least to me and my friends and me and my friends' parents and my parents, divorce in the 90s was already fairly common.
Yeah.
But talk to people's grandparents. If you're in the 90s growing up and talk to anyone's grandparents, most of them will say like, divorce. We didn't do that back in the day.
Right.
We made a marriage work. We fixed it. We did this. And
right.
That's something that we've grown up with, but it's fairly recent. Divorce wasn't really common in like the 60s, 70s or beforehand. It really only got common really in the 90s. And then now, obviously, like half of all marriages fail. I think that's partly because the same people keep getting married over and over, but and they keep divorcing. But
People get married.
yeah, I mean, I think the real number is probably not 50%. It's probably like 35 or 40%, just because you do have the same number of
Right.
people
The same
getting married.
people doing the same act multiple times.
Yeah. But that doesn't change the fact that, again, back in the day when people didn't really have options, they kind of just kind of stuck it out and they made it work.
Right.
But nowadays, now that people have so many options, both men and women, although I think 80% of the divorces filed are by women, but I feel like that's, you can't just blame one sex. I think it's the fault of both. But
Yeah.
I feel like society's changed so much. Like parenting kids was the same or mostly the same. You might have had one technological advance every generation.
Right.
Oh, now we have to raise kids with radio. Now we have to raise kids with TV. But when the internet came on, then all bets were off. So it got really, really hard.
Yeah.
I feel like the fabric of life is already being tested over and over, just at different.
Yeah. I get that. I don't know if we've ever really tested reality, though. I mean, I don't know. I mean, with the AI, you could make it look so different. Crime. I mean, the list could just go on, and we're going to have a way to know whether things are real or not. That's the thing that concerns me. Well, here's the video of Randy robbing the 7-Eleven, clear as day. There's his tattoo. There's his that, that those are the types of things that worry me. Like, will we lose track of what's real and what's not?
I think you kind of already have that, because you see YouTubers be like, yo, this is the end of a Comey. A Comey's not really doing this. This is, and some people believe it. And some people will be like, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right. And then they'll go and they'll search for the truth. And obviously this will exacerbate the problem. And you'll have not just thousands of people, but millions of people going and believing that. But maybe I'm just being a little bit naive or doe-eyed, and I'm hoping that it won't be as big of an issue as it could be. Or maybe that my belief in humans are a little, hopefully placed correctly, in that people are still good and people will still, maybe magic, be able to go and, so this is another thing I wanted to ask you. Veve had their new job postings recently.
I saw.
They do take their job postings, they update them like every couple of weeks. They're always constantly hiring. So most recently we've seen developer productivity lead, lead engineer, senior mobile engineer, assistant content editor, brand director, digital marketing manager, Salesforce marketing automation specialist, whatever that is, and community manager. I've given my pick for community manager. And if you haven't known, I'll tell you after, but I want to know your pick for community manager and who you think it should be and why.
Well, first of all, that person would have that's a rough job. I mean, everybody says community manager is one of the toughest jobs you could have in a crypto project, right? I mean, have you heard that? Like,
I've seen that.
Reese has said that it was like the most horrible years of his life when he was community manager. I can't remember what he was community manager for, but it was some other project. I can't remember what it was. So that is a tough role. Oh boy. Well, I guess the first thing would be who would want to take that on, right? Because you have to be. Do we have one now? Do you feel like we have one now? Let me start with that. Do you feel like Veve has one, has had one, or who's done the job so far?
The closest I could think, well, I mean, Reese is the Comey community manager, but for Veve, I guess Ryan or Old Rhubarb. And Old Rhubarb isn't necessarily a community. It's just he does a lot of the videos, but he talks to the community. He makes videos for them.
Yeah.
So I'd say the Drop Ryan, not the Dope Ryan. Like I That guy's so
The dope
autistically sad.
Ryan. The dope Ryan.
I would say it's a mix. I mean, Alex has a rough job, and there's a so this is not just
Alex
exclusive.
repeatedly said, though, I am not the community manager. He has repeatedly said that. He's like, I am marketing. I am marketing.
And even with the marketing, I feel like some of the stuff of community manager did fall on him, even though that's not his job. Because, well, again, if you're the boss of the company, you hire not necessarily a middleman, but you hire someone to manage the floor, whether it's sales, whether it's in the military, whether it's whatever. You have somebody that's a buffer between the commander, but whoever, and the rest of the people. Why? So this way they hate that person and they don't hate the actual owner or leader.
Right.
So yes, it is going to have to be someone that can take the hits, and that is always their job is going to be fielding complaints. So you're right. Yes, it's going to be exceedingly difficult.
Yes. To me, I mean, to me, that's just such a tough question, because I believe you have to be so mentally tough, and it is so much the opposite of sunshine and rainbows. And I think it would be a hard job. Really, the person that now you kind of brought up Magic, so I think Magic is great. But I see like a Foster, because Foster has just been killing. And I know it's not going to be Foster, but I see someone like Foster who has just been killing it. He's able to take the shit on and come back with facts and reason, etc. So someone, and he manages it to do it in a way that is respectful most of the time, and factual, and like complete, like homework, you know what I mean? So when he comes back, it's like this, and as long as people are respectful to him, he is respectful to them. And he has taken over the years a lot of shit and been able to kind of have it, just roll off his back. So from that perspective, I could see someone like Foster who can kind of take the crap and take the shit and still be factual and still be respectful. I could see someone like him doing it. But you mentioned Magic, and she's just liked by so many people, and so many people, she's always in a good mood and she's always happy. And I could see her being a good community manager, but I think also people could be very mean. It would be a tough. I would not want that job. You know what I mean? I think you would take a lot of personal attacks, and I don't know. I wouldn't wish that on Magic, because she's just, she's always so happy and in a good mood. And I think that would just, I don't know. I feel like that would be that would make her not Magic. I think she would just I think she would just be like, oh, you're gonna kill you. But no, she would be good as well. I just think it's a really hard job with our community.
It's a lot.
I don't know. So who do you think?
Well, I'll go. So I didn't say Magic. I just said, well, speaking of Magic.
Yeah, you did. You already led me down that path. Thanks.
So to go piggyback on what you're saying with Foster. Yeah, Foster has a sword for a tongue, and I really, really want, like, if you're gonna have like Veve debates, or if you're gonna have like a debate stream, debate Foster at your own peril.
Yes,
because he's quick, man, and
yes.
You're likely not going to win against him. And I've talked to him about this before, and I was saying, like, because he obviously won't take any shit because he's a corrections officer. Now, granted, he's
Right.
not a corrections officer in like Pittsburgh or Chicago. It's
Right.
in Canada. where the
Those damn Canadians, they can't even commit hard crimes. They're just minor murderers.
So he's likely not dealing with like, hard murderers that are, where prisons in America are just, oh my God, they're insane. But he is still dealing with people that are not being as good as they can be.
Right.
And so he's likely not going to take any shit, but he knows all the facts and he knows the ways that, and he's dealt with
And the
some really,
history.
some really bad stuff. So I think he would be fine. I don't know how much the community manager position pays, but he's got a wife and 2 kids, and he's got a mortgage, and he's got he's got a lot. So I don't know if he would take this. I don't know if it's right for him to take this. Magic, I think I've seen, which by the way, you still have my hats. I want my hat. If you come to France, I'm giving you my hats back. She, she's there's always a flood storm with everything that we do, and putting, and being a woman on top of that. Some guys think that they might be able to take advantage and be like, oh, and try to bully. So yeah, maybe it's, I would like to say, because well, I'm biased because I really like her. Like I love her. She's like my confidant.
She would do a great job. I just think it would.
It's really stressful.
It would be. It is really stressful. Like I said, Reese, I thought was really a good community manager. Reese was really good. But even Reese has told us, I know he has shared this with you and I, that like he had to. It was just, you know what I mean? Like people were just piling, and he just had to step out of the limelight. And it's just, to me, it's just something that like, and not because she's a woman, but it's just you're constantly getting, I feel like as a community manager, you are constantly going to get, slings and arrows just thrown at you constantly. And I don't know. I think it would be hard not to take that personally and just to be able to turn it off and say, that's my job. God, I would like to see her working with like brand marketing or something. Like, to me, that's where she would be phenomenal. Like, working with Disney and brands and ideas and integration and like doing all that kind of, because she has that Disney knowledge, she has that passion, she has the Veve knowledge. Like, I think she would be great, like in that kind of marketing and working with the customers and facing that way. I don't know if I would not want to wish that on Magic, I think, as a community manager, but she may just, she may kill him, but I think it'd be a rough job to take.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you ever read the book The Giver?
No, I haven't.
It's about this kid Jonas. So it's like this really weird. Oh God, I forget what this M. Night Shyamalan movie is. I think the M. Night Shyamalan movie is called The Village. Have you ever seen it?
Yes.
Okay, so it's about that supposedly takes place in like the 1600s, the super small village. Yep. And then you realize they're just deep in the woods, and it's really the year like 2005.
Right.
So there's this book called The Giver, where it's a society like that, where they're caught in, it's almost like a cultish thing. There's maybe, I don't know, like 800, 1,000. There's enough people there so that the people don't get like inbred. Mm-hmm. But there is one person, and there's one giver for each generation, and they bear the memories of all of civilization, the heartache, the bad, the great stuff, the pure bliss of sex, drugs, and rock and roll, but also the heartache and the horrible images and the horrible things that have happened. So what happens is that each generation, a new giver is born, and they have to pass on all these memories. And this guy Jonas gets selected, and this giver says, listen, there was one before you, and it was a girl, and she was sweet, and she was awesome, and I loved her. And, you know, I gave her the good memories at first to show her this was okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the bad memories, you feel everything for the memories. So it's like,
Yeah.
I could not stand to give her the physical pain memories. So I gave her a lot of the emotional pain memories. And me being the first time I'm ever doing this, I didn't give it to her in the way that you're supposed to. You're supposed to like kind of balance and even it out. But because I only gave her the bad emotional memories, she wound up unaliving herself. And she's like, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give you these horrific, god awful memories. So anyway, it's just, I feel like in this sense, whoever gets that community manager position, if it is the BB Magic, you are getting the brunt of all of that hate and all of that FUD. And hopefully not for too much longer. When David was talking about expiration dates and expiry dates and only, you know, this is likely not going to go on for another year. It might go on for another 6 months, but I think people can, you know, withstand that. Foster would be great. I don't know if he's the right person for that.
Well, you have to have a really good, I guess maybe not. I mean, you have to have a really good relationship, I guess, with the community too. And I don't know though. I think he does have a good relationship, but I just, God, I feel like you just have to be able to just absorb shot after shot after shot after shot in that role.
I think my collectibles is really good because so again, I love Veve Magic and she definitely, I even told her in a recent video I did, hey guys, pick her. But now that you mention it, yeah, it is very stressful and it is very hard. You know, I'd help her through it if she needed, but I think my collectible is also a really good candidate because people really do seem to love him, and you know he does know collecting, and he does know. I mean, and you know, Alex goes on his streams, he goes on his lives to drop the alpha, to drop what's coming.
Right.
And they're not going to do that unless he's a superb candidate. So I do think that they've probably thought of him already.
Yeah.
I would say those three: Foster, my collectibles, and Veve.
I think they would also have a tough role too. That would be a tough role too. Not that it couldn't be overcome, but you know, you would have to be sitting in some of those meetings and some of those communication. You know, I feel like Alex often gets in Twitter spaces and gets questions asked and he doesn't know the answer. You know, he's like, I don't know, I'm not privy to that, or, you know, I'll go back and ask that question later. But like, I feel like whoever gets that job is going to have like scheduled time to, okay, people are really asking about the Spider-Man. You know, what happened to that? You know, what's our narrative? I mean, really, you know, like really working and defining the narrative and then coming back in and giving the answers. And I'm not sure if Alex gets that, or maybe he does and he just doesn't want to answer, you know, a lot of things, or he can answer them. But I feel like whoever would get that job, you know, would have to really be part of the team, have a certain amount of hours to just address, here's what's going on with the community. You know, what's our response? How are we going to respond? We know these things are popping up, get immediate feedback and then relay it back to the community. And I don't know if they give that time to anybody. I don't even know who would be the person to do that. You know what I mean?
No. So you do have a couple fans here. You have Love It saying, wow, Queen Veve live again. I'm here for Queen Veve. And then William Geifer saying, I pick Queen Veve for community manager.
No.
I've seen the Queen wage wars in Twitter. Why, if you were offered this, what would the reasons you would give for not accepting?
Ooh. Wow. That would, whoa. Wow. Who asked that?
This is Will. This is William Kuiper.
Wow. Yeah.
Well,
no.
I asked the follow up, but he asked,
no. That would no. Just no. Just no. Like I said, I think that you end up just being, you know, we have a position called Kappa corrective action, preventive action in various industries. And you know, you're the one that is kind of in charge of the program for problem correction, etc. Yeah. And a lot of that is measured and metrics and audited and all that. But it is like one of the, it is, everybody that goes there starts off sweet and ends up just angry by the time they're done, because you're constantly, you know, having to just put up with people who are just unhappy, extra work, didn't do something right, etc., etc. And I don't want that. You know what I mean? But yeah, I just don't want that. So I hope whoever takes that is very strong and also gets the support from the Veve management team to provide those answers. And so I would definitely require that to whomever takes it to say, look, things pop up. We need to turn around. Because, you know, sometimes Veve will let things drag way too long before they, yeah. I think it was Danny the Bull that came on after something happened and said, why don't they just pick it up and come out with a narrative? And I think that's what a good community manager will have to do, is jump on things quickly, get them resolved in management, bring them back to the community, answer them, and move on. So definitely would need time with the team.
Yeah. And also, you know, depending on what they pay, let's say if you're locked into a contract for 2 years, I don't think that'd be that long, but let's say it is. And then, you know, 6 months into it, you know, OMI does a 10X and just like, hey guys.
Yeah, that's the flip side, right? Like,
if people, so some people were asking me about it, and I kind of made a video telling them why I would not be the best choice, just because, you know, if I'm already doing all these videos and I'm already bringing in a lot of whales and I'm already doing, like, well, he's already doing all this for free, you know, there's no need to really go and you know, pay him whatever it is, you know, 50 grand a year for it. And then again, if they want to lock me into a year contract, well, they know how much OMI I have, and you know, in 6 months, like, okay, hey guys, I don't need this job anymore. You know, I mean, I would stay on for whatever the contract is, but that's really hard.
Yeah, I am. No, good luck to whoever gets that position. And like you said, I mean, they would be supported by, of course, everyone and anyone of us, but rough job, just any community, you know. The Twitter, the people in Twitter are like their community manager, or X, I should say X. I remember talking to a couple of them, and like, even in X, like, people were just constantly yelling at them, and where's my sound bar, and what is, you know, and like, they're like, you don't know how many emails, you know, how much shit I get from angry Xers. And I'm like, I'm sorry. So it's a rough job. It's a really rough job. And I would just hate to see her go from, you know, happy magic to, you know, to being something different. But God, I think her talents could be used so much better with the IP and the branding.
That's
and
true.
her
She'd be
personality.
really good at that.
But anyways,
she also has a surgery coming up. She really hyped herself up in New York Comic Con. She had the knee thing. Did you hear about that?
Just from you, I think the other day you said she was just standing there or something, or
well, she was dancing. You know, she was, you know.
Yeah.
And then her knee just went and then she just like thought she just popped it or whatever, which she did, but she like tore like a ligament or a meniscus or something. Like, literally, it from the time we were at the last place until the time we got to our hotel, you know, her one knee was like normal and her other knee was like super inflamed. I was like, oh my God.
Was this the Funko party or Sanjay party?
This was after the Sanjay party.
Okay. I was going to say, I saw her. She looked okay. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew she was hurt, but I didn't realize what happened. That she was just dancing and it popped. And you heard it? Was it you that said you heard it pop?
She just happened to have, she let me know about it. I don't know what I was, I come out of the bathroom and I see this one guy. He was with like I think like two girls, and he was dressed like Johnny Lawrence from like the Karate Kid in his like the skeleton outfit.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh my God, are you like Johnny Lawrence? And he's like, oh no, I just played in this this band and we just had this thing. I was like, oh cool. So I asked them about, and I just started like talking to him because I was interested. And this one girl was like, she was kind of mean at first. She's like, is this what you do? You just like go up to random people and you like ask them questions? I was like, well, actually, and then I showed her like my YouTube channel. And so, like, you know, I actually do this. And then she's like, oh, and so I just put in like the real Randy Chavez, and like one of the first videos that comes up is like how I went from like no bed to becoming a millionaire. It was like a 2-year-old video by now. And she's like, oh, you're a millionaire. I was like, oh, well, actually,
I was.
It was like 2 years old. So that was, and then she goes, just like, Randy, I just like messed up my, oh yes, busted ACL and meniscus. Oh my God. Big oof.
Was it already like ready to go or something? Or was this out of the blue? I wonder. Oh God.
I don't know, but she had bought like a ton of like comic books. She like I remember carrying the stuff there, and my arms are getting tired. I was like, oof, this is, you know, it's heavy after walking like 20 blocks. And then it was not one, it was maybe like five blocks. And then someone was like, hey, Magic gonna have, like, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll bring the stuff with her, you know, to the hotel.
Yeah.
And then I feel so bad because
So you're saying you took Magic back to the hotel?
Oh man,
I'm joking. I'm just
so
kidding. That's gonna be a little clip tomorrow. Queen Veve reveals.
So we get to the hotel room, and I forget what we were talking about at first, and then she mentions, like, we're talking about Veve, obviously, because you know that's what we do. Mm-hmm. And then she mentions like Star Wars, and then I like autistic info dump on her for like 20 minutes, the importance of like Obi-Wan Kenobi in like the Star Wars universe. I was like, I'm gonna tell you why Obi-Wan Kenobi is the most important figure and so I just unload on her for like 25 minutes, and then at the end she's like, it was like that meme, the Neil deGrasse Tyson meme, where it's like, these levels of autism shouldn't even be possible. And then she's like, oh, but she was super nice. She's like, oh my God, that's so great. I like never knew that. And I love her. And then I was getting all of these messages. So like my phone was blowing up, and I was like, oh my God. And she's like, what's going on? It's like, I don't know. I'm just getting a bunch of messages. And then she's like, she says, bro, it was so hard to stay awake through the rant. Not gonna lie.
He does that on Around the Acomi. You do that sometimes on Around the Acomiverse too.
I'm so sorry. Like, I don't mean it.
Like, we'll be having this whole conversation about something, and you'll just pick something and you'll just give us like 10 minutes on it, or you know, or 5 minutes on it. And Will had said about our last stream on Monday, he's like, I just loved that stream. It was absolute utter randomness, but it was phenomenal. He's like, you guys just, you know, Rain's a little serious, and then Randy will get on a tangent, and then, you know, and he's like, you guys were just like, he's like, and then you're like talking about Titanic, and you're like, let's get the doors a collectible, calculating the weight ratio, whether Leonardo should have really, you know, been alive or not. He's like, I was just like, this is really entertaining, but random as all hell. He's like, and then they're talking about something, and you're gone from the screen, and you pop up with an ultra rare art. He's like,
yeah, you self
randomness. I'm like, well, Jordan doesn't give us a script. He doesn't get. Yeah. He just tells us just to go at it. So
that's what we do.
that's what you get. But He's fun.
Sure,
Well, that's one of the you mentioned earlier. What are the bad parts about getting old? Okay, so obviously the body, right? I mean,
yeah.
and I just mean like in general, you know.
My
I
shoulders.
noticed like I was sitting under my knee. You know, I like to sit with one leg crossed under my, you know, under my other leg, and so like my legs bent, and you know now like sometimes if I'm in that position for like a half an hour or more, I'll get up and like it's like it really freaking hurts for a long time, and I'm like, oh my god, what's wrong? And then it, you know, it kind of wears off. So you know you start to notice, you know, you start to notice like the body doesn't like rebound as quickly, you know. So you absolutely start to notice that is one of the downsides, I think. And then just the fact that you know you are faced with your mortality, and it just becomes more and more like, you know, a little bit more and more scary. You know, as you get older, like, you know, you're getting closer, you know, to the end, etc. And even though you know you could die at any time, just as you start to get older, it starts to really become, you know, I think on your mind, like, is this it? You know, is there something else? You know, you better get your shit together if you screwed around the first half, you know. You better start praying. You know, I think that's tough. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the obvious, you know, the obvious kind of stuff. You know, the wrinkles, the gravity, all that kind of fun stuff too. That's the bad parts, but I don't know. No.
There's I've had a couple of thoughts about this, and one of which is I think fairly normal as you age. Maybe not, you know, when I'm so young, but it's just like, it's my time, it's my time. But then the other part that you kind of mentioned, like, oh, is this all there is? Like, I always feel like, oh, if I get to this level, I'll be happy. Or if I can accomplish this, I'll finally be happy.
Yeah.
You know, when I
There's a
got
book on that, not to do that, but go ahead.
Oh, well, I should probably read that.
Yeah.
You know, when I
Because
got to
you
move,
never get happy, even if you do that, you have to have something else. You know, once I get married, I'll be happy. Once I have a kid, I'll be happy. Once I get that promotion, I'll be happy. And you do that until you're dead, pretty much. So yes.
Yeah, I was just gonna bring up one thing, and I want to talk about that. It was just like when I became millionaire, when I, you know, got a girlfriend, when I like, or serious girlfriend, when I did all this, like, didn't, you know, I was happy for a little bit, and then, you know, that was it. So I feel like every time I bring something up, that's usually, whether it's scientific or an article or whatever, you always know what it is. Do you go and like, how do you go and stumble upon these things, whether it's the monkeys and the banana and the fire hose, or whether it's the how do you go and like, how do you consistently learn about all these with your busy life?
I don't know, Randy. I think I've been around for a while, so you know what I mean. I think a lot of this stuff, I don't think too much is really new. You know, a lot of it's kind of recycled. You know what I mean? Over and over again, like you said, the penises on the cave. You know what I mean? On the cave balls.
Dude, when David was talking about he got the Batman comic, you know, the one where Bruce Wayne kind of showed himself a little too much. And he's like, well, I got it not because I like to look at it, but
he's like, I got a 10, but I got 2 other ones. And I'm like, what? I'm like, that's the one he looks at. Oh, that was pretty funny. Yeah, that's interesting that he got a 10 on that one. Yeah, I don't know. It's just yeah, you just as you start to get old, and then of course, you know, if you do have a significant other, you start to worry about them. You know what I mean? You start to worry about like who's going to go first. Am I going to go? You know, all that kind of shit just can get to you, I think. And then of course the whole am I going to be, eating cat food when I'm old because I invested too much in crypto. I mean, there's lots of stuff to worry about, but I try not to. What good is it gonna? I mean, it's not gonna slow anything down. I don't know.
That's fair. There's I feel like a couple things that keep me young. It's my friends' kids, which we talk about the most obscene things, and that keeps me young. Or some of the guys at the gym that are just hopped on like energy drinks and they're trying to lift too much weight.
Yeah,
They keep me young.
yeah.
So, what is it that keeps you young? Is it the stupid young people around you that put hot sauce into drinks and they have to ask for a new one because the milk in the drink accidentally curdled like I did? Or is it your kids? Is it Max? What keeps you young?
I don't know if we ever really grow up, or if you ever feel like you're. I don't know. I don't know if you ever feel like you're a kid inside, but you have to put on a different kind of like a facade, depending on whether you're going to work, whether you're doing that, or whether you're doing this. But I think deep down inside, the things that we love, or at least that I love, is having fun. We love to have fun. I love to play games. I love to have, I love to have fun. We go and watch movies. I think that keeps you young, continuing on to want to have fun and go have a good time, go do different things. Lots of sex. I think that keeps you young too. I do. I think that's a good path.
Very important.
What?
I said it's very important. Yeah.
It is. But it's just not, looking, and that's also just kind of keeping up, on yourself too. There's that adage, you're only as young as you feel kind of thing. And, I've seen people like my mother, you'll meet her. She's 69 and
nice.
What, 60, comment down below for 69. Yeah. Smash that like button. But her I was in CVS the other day, a couple weeks back, and there was this lady, and my mom looks a lot like me, just a little bit older, blonde hair. My mom is an attractive woman for her age, I think. And I was in CVS, and there was this lady up at the counter getting her medicine, and I heard her date of birth, because you can hear that, right?
Sure.
And she had the same date of birth as my mother. And then like she turned around and, no just, but like she had on, the full on white gray hair. She had on like the grandma polyester slacks, the big thick, like support shoes, like, oh my God. And like, I was thinking like that woman looks absolutely nothing like my mother, who dresses very nicely, who colors her hair, and it just freaked me out. I'm like, wow, that woman is, and she even walked, maybe she wasn't in as good as health, which I get that, but she walked like an old person. She talked, she looked, and like she had to, that has to come out, right? You know what I mean? Like if you look like an old grandma, I'm sure you act that way. You know what? I don't know, but
yeah.
But it's just everything in her just screamed like, like my older grandma with the polyester, like everything just screamed, I am an old grandma. And whenever I heard the age or the date of birth, I'm like, no. No. But so I think you could stay young by your friends, by your kids, and by having fun, whatever that fun is, having fun, trying to do something fun. Like we talked about earlier, right? Like this Macy's Day Parade, we're going to have fun. I think stuff like that keeps you young.
because we're gonna have some Irish coffees beforehand, right?
At 7 o'clock in the morning, we're gonna drink.
YOLO, Lori, YOLO.
There's gonna be kids around, right?
Just your kid.
No, the first responder children are all gonna be there.
Oh yeah, they gotta learn sometime, right? Oh my god. So I have to. Oh, I'm not gonna bring that up. Never mind. Okay, so going off of the fact that we were talking about, getting old. I feel like when I was younger, when I was like, single digits, 6 through 9.
Yeah.
I feel like if you were 50, you were like dead. You were just like, you were old and you were fat and then I feel like in like the late 90s, early 2000s, people started like really lifting. Like they started like getting in shape and like not just being healthy and thin, but they were like getting muscular. And they had this, I don't know. I feel like maybe it's like a generation. I remember seeing a meme. It was like 2 years ago saying like, oh, in like 40 years, the old folks home is just going to be filled with people playing Super Smash Brothers with The Office playing on in the background, because that's what we had. And I remember maybe it was just maybe it's why my mom was so mean. She didn't have friends. It was like when people came over, they came over like for coffee, and like that, like they didn't do anything fun. They didn't have like a good time. Right. And now I feel like older people, like we have fun all the time. Like we have all the fun.
Yeah. I agree with you too about. I feel like people, are more fit conscious. They exercise more. I mean, there's also things that there weren't ever before. I think there's more plastic surgery. There's more Botox. There's more people like, look at J-Lo. Like, my God, you know what I mean? Come on. She's like 50. Yeah, right. I mean, come on. She could take down like 95% of the 20-year-olds, if not more. And she's 52, something like that. So I think, I really believe that really did used to be older though, because I think by the time you were 40, you already were starting to have grandkids. You know what I mean? Like my grandmother was my grandmother at like 40, 41 or something. My mom was 19. My grandmother was 19, whenever she had my mom and whenever my mom had me. So she's 40 years old as a grandmother. And a lot of people were. I mean, women didn't, a lot of women stayed home while the men went out and worked, and you had babies and you raised your family. And that went on like up until the 70s or the 80s. So by the time you were 40, you were worn, you know what I mean? You were looking old because you've already raised 6 kids. You're taking care of the grandkids. You know what I mean? You've been cooking and now we don't have that. Now women, wait to have children, and you don't have a grandchild whenever you're 40 years old, or, so I think they really were older looking when we were younger. If that makes any sense at all.
It does. Even Free Agent Lifestyle says like the diets were so bad back then. Nutrition wasn't as good as it is, and so that the gym workouts were just machines that would shake you. They're not machines now where you have to work. They would just do that thing. I remember seeing those things.
I remember the thing that tied to the doorknob. Do you remember that by any chance? Was that around? It was like a rope or like a little plastic thing, and you'd put it on your doorknob, and then it would you'd stretch and stuff, like I remember that. And then I remember the exercises were like a joke. Like there was this one that women would just go, I must increase my bust. And all you do is do this. And you would just pull your arms back. And I'm like, what the hell is that doing?
Well, I mean,
so,
if we're talking
maybe not the blubber machine. That that was more like 1930s, where they'd put the thing around you, and they thought that they could just shake the fat off you. But even in the 60s, well, I wasn't around in the 60s, but even in the 70s, the workouts and stuff were in effect, some of the shit that they would tell, that I remember watching my mom and grandma do. I'm like, I look back on that now and I'm like, that did absolutely nothing for you. What, you know, nothing. What, you know, what does this do? You know, it stretches your arms. That's about all they were doing.
I mean, I guess if they're increasing, well, when you measure your bust, you measure around from like the center and then it goes to your back. So I guess if you're doing, you know, like back reps and your back muscles get bigger or your lats get bigger, you know, that might increase the size because your muscles are growing. But
it was bullshit, Randy. It was bullshit.
have you ever read those, like, not the cookbooks, but like the diet books where it's like, okay, for breakfast, have a hard-boiled egg, and for lunch, have 2 hard-boiled eggs with salt, and for dinner, have a glass of wine and like something else. And it's like, oh my God, this is like, it's horrible. Like the nutrition intelligence.
No, but I never did, like when I was doing my dieting down and stuff, we always used to drop it down gradually, you know, you know how you cut off sugars first and then you start reducing your carbs but I never did any of like that keto stuff or anything like that to shed weight. But you know, I remember people were like, you could eat all the bacon you want and still lose weight, you know,
Atkins diet. Yeah.
And I would be like, yes, but you're eating like 100 grams of saturated fat, you know, and they're like,
So keto works, but it works for like only a certain select amount of people. Because so there's Jordan Riz, and I've fought with him on this so often because there are, you know, there's different diets for a reason. There's a Mediterranean diet and there's keto and there's other stuff because people have different, you know, compositions, and one diet will work for one person and not work for the other just because of where they're from. And Jordan has this book on like veganism, which I definitely know of a couple of vegans out there that take the amount of supplements that they need to, and they take the amount of whatever, and they are healthy. But most people don't do that. And the book that Jordan tried to like shill on me or give me was like, Randy, this book, it's a one diet, like on the back of the book, it said this diet is a one diet fits all. I was like, listen, Jordan, I cannot read this book specifically because it says one diet fits all. And the diet that you have, if you're, you know, like a Viking from like, you know, Norway versus if you're from Peru, you have to have blood tests on. You have to know like which one is going to be better. And so yeah, I fought with him on that a lot. But there are, the keto diet does work for certain people. I don't know which ones. I don't know if that's the one that, you know, would necessarily work for me. I have done it and I have lost weight on it, but my strength just plummets when I'm on it because I'm not getting carbs.
Yeah, carbs are rough. I mean, oh my God, carbs. I missed carbs more than I missed fat. I mean, carbs. I love carbs. And even whenever like I would diet down, you know, and try to shed, you know, all the everything that was left, I wouldn't crave things like cake and cookies and candy and steaks. I would crave like pasta or a piece of toast or a pancake. Like those were the things that used to really, really like, oh my God, I wanted those so badly. The carbs, but, you know, I know what you're saying about one diet fits all, but, you know, I think that there are some fundamentals though that fit all, right? I mean, there's fundamentals such as you have to get your heart rate up and do a certain amount of, you know, an aerobic. And I don't mean aerobic, like, you know, step crossover, but get your heart rate up. And I think we know that's something that's going to work for everybody. And I think that we know that reducing calories, is going to work, but all the different specifics of, you know, how many carbs, how many calories, how much fat, all that, I think that can, you know, obviously be different for each person. But I think if you work out and you watch your calories, I think it's pretty safe that you'll lose. But a lot of people get into that problem where the first X is easy based on their size. No. And then that's when it starts getting tough. You know what I mean? Like if you weigh 300 pounds, the first 40 pounds just slide off you, right? Like as a guy. And then you start getting into that zone. And I think that's where what you're talking about comes into play.
Yeah.
once you get the easy stuff off, you know, how do you keep losing? And I think a lot of people struggle with that.
Yeah, that does get hard. Especially for, I think, guys after like 30, you start losing like a certain amount of testosterone like each year. You know, so that gets hard too. So I found a
No
post.
pun intended.
Yeah.
It gets hard when you start losing testosterone.
Laura, I love you so much.
I would think it'd be the opposite, but whatever. Whatever works.
So in 2020, so that was when J-Lo and Shakira had their kind of like striptease halftime show for the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And a bunch of people got like offended. So I made a post like the next day saying, heard a few of you got offended by a little pole routine that was done yesterday. LMAO, y'all are soft. I said, remember when y'all got offended by this? So I know you can't see, but it's for everyone else. This is me starting to get on the pole.
Okay.
This is me halfway on the pole.
I do see you on the pole.
And this is me upside down on the pole. And so I don't know. I love to like just kind of troll people. Probably another reason why I wouldn't be a good candidate for the community manager. For me, at least for guys, but definitely for me, might not be for all guys. If I see like a super jacked or super good looking dude in like the gym or wherever, I'll be like, I gotta get like that guy, and like that gets me pumped, it gets me motivated. And you obviously being like a former, what would you have called yourself, like a supermodel or like a?
Oh God, no. No. I would say fitness competitor is what I would say. That's what I would say.
If you were to ever see someone that was as good as you or better, would you be like, okay, that's my new rival and the bitch is going down? Or would you be like, oh, I gotta get on her level, this is my next plateau?
Oh wow, that's a really good question. In the past, yes. I would have been like, yeah, I could press more than that, I could bench more than that. Yeah, absolutely. Now, not so much. I mean, you know, it also helps, you know, when you're married to somebody and you really love them, and you know, it's not like, I mean, obviously I don't want to let myself go or anything, but it's kind of like not the same, you know, when, you know, it's not like, oh, I gotta have the six pack and everything perfect, you know what I mean? You kind of, but you know, I started to lift. I lifted before, started back again, and probably I did legs like 12 straight days in a row. Because I just want to just kill my legs. I just wanted to just kill them, because then I figured that would make upper body easier. But now with me getting surgery here in another week, it's like, yeah, the hell with it. I just kind of stopped. So I'll do it again. You know, I'll probably start again after the surgery. But now it's just more about like maintenance. You know what I mean? Like I want to maintain. But it's genetics too, right? I mean, you know, my husband comes from a family, you know, that they're much bigger, taller people, etc.
Like Vikings.
Yeah, they're like Vikings, and they like to eat, and they're, you know, they're very hardy and they grow easily. And then, you know, you got my side, my family, where like all the women are like little and skinny and you know, petite, like, you know what I mean? They're like all little, and you know, don't really, never had to really, you know, we just don't, our metabolism isn't the same, you know. So thank God, like that, you know, I think a lot of that too just depends on your genetics, what's your hand that you're dealt with, you know. You know, I have a friend that, like, her ancestors are from the mountains of Peru, and she's like,
Same.
we are stuck being, or I'm sorry, not Peru, Puerto Rico. And she's like, we are just stuck being, I'm just doomed to be a short little fat woman. And I'm like, why would you say that? She's like, just look at these pictures. And like, and like all her aunts were like 4'2" and like 200, like, but like they're, because they were from the like they were smaller people, and like and then like whenever they didn't have to work so much, that they just stored those calories.
Wow.
Like their bodies just store calories, and she's like, I'm just screwed. Screw it. Give me the spaghetti. So, genetics can definitely play a part.
Yeah, big part.
In your nutrition. But you said, okay, so tell me something, and I hope that you asked me personal stuff, so I'm going to ask you something. So
yeah, ask me anything you want.
You had mentioned you're from Peru, and you have mentioned that you were adopted.
Mm-hmm.
Were you were adopted by a family in the U.S.?
Yes.
And they took the time to go and find a child to adopt, yet you say that they weren't necessarily the good or kind or loving parents.
Yeah, so this really came to, I kind of understood it, or not really at the time, where my mom had worked in an office of a White Castle. So there's a bunch of different castles. There's the castles that are the fast food restaurants, and there's the office castles. And she worked I guess she started in the fast food restaurant like 60 years ago,
Okay.
whatever. And she, worked in the office in her later years. And this can sound not good. The office was just women, and I don't think, I might have seen this once later in my life in the veterinary field at one specific hospital, but the office that she was in it seemed very toxic. And now I realized this years later. At the time, I didn't. But when she was talking to my dad about something, she said like, "Oh, this girl that she had worked with, like, oh, she's pregnant again, but she just got pregnant just to compete with this girl that already has 4 kids, and she only had 2 kids. That's why she got pregnant." And I'm sitting here at like 9 years old, like, why would you get pregnant? Like because somebody else got pregnant? That made no sense to me at the time. And then as I got older, I was like, oh, okay, people compete with each other, and that's likely why she was likely right about that. So having dialed that back and thinking, okay, my mom's one of three girls, the woman that adopted me, and her one sister had a kid, and her other sister had 2 kids, and she didn't have any. And this is her second marriage, and this is like it's not happening. It's not working for her. Spend like $50,000 to get a kid in the U.S., or spend a fraction of that to get a kid from Peru. Hey, look at me. I'm going to go and save this kid from this specific place, and I don't even have to do anything. I could just call an agency, and I just pay a couple $1,000s, and they're going to do all the work for me, and then we go pick over. And it was a lot more detailed than that. There was
yeah.
Apparently Peru is really corrupt, and there's much stuff there. But so yes, I was adopted from there, and if I was much more agreeable, or if I was much less conscientious, or if I was just, kids just come out of the box different. I've had friends that have had kids that they love and treat their kids the same, but their kids are just, one is absolutely wild, and one is just this quiet reserve. And I just happen to have a problem with authority, and just not a good son. I don't listen. I have to. She can tell me all she wants. The stove's going to be hot. I'm going to put my hand on there. Or people can tell me you shouldn't do this. I'm going to do it and learn that lesson for myself the hard way. So knowingly, I'll admit I was a very, very difficult kid, most likely. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, it does. It's just usually people that adopt. I don't know. I shouldn't say that. The people that I've known that have adopted, really just, really wanted a child, couldn't have one way or another, etc. And I don't know. I've heard you mention that a few times about your mom this or whatever, and that was just. Have you ever considered, like 23andMe, DNA, blah blah blah? Have you ever considered, cared to do that, or?
So yes, because apparently there is a full sister that I had that was older, and she wound up getting adopted eventually and is in the US. And there's it, you know, I think I've had a dream about it before. Like, you ever see Frozen?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, my husband is telling me good night.
Oh, tell him someone said hi and bye and meow.
That's his hand. Hey.
I'll text you my workout tomorrow morning.
Copy that. I took 2 days off. My gym was closed. They were moving.
Oh no.
I just did my push-ups now.
Nice. Love it that he does that. We're texting buddies. We text each other. Anyway, so the question again was the Wannakids and the adoption and you've told me about your parents and the 23andMe.
Oh yeah, 23andMe, DNA.com or whatever.
So you've seen Frozen, the first.
Yes,
movie.
The first one. Yes.
And in the when they closed off Arendelle, Anna and Elsa really hadn't seen each other for like at least 10 years, if not like 12 years.
Right.
And then when they open up and they have the party, they start sniffing like chocolate, and they both say chocolate. Like, it's almost like they hadn't missed a beat in like 12 years, and they just picked up right where they left off.
Right.
And I feel like part of me maybe wants to feel like, oh, that's what siblings are. Like, it's that nature versus nurture thing. You could take two kids that are twins, but one goes to Kansas and one goes to New York City, but then they'll meet together 20 years later, and they'll like the same things, and they'll have the same taste in different things. And part of me kind of romanticizes that and saying like, oh, I could have like a new best friend, and we could talk about Pokemon, and we could talk about anime, and we could talk about all this stuff. But I think I also got fairly lucky. Well, I mean, lucky that I got adopted out of a third world country into a first world country. Even if the upbringing was not good, it's still not good in a first world country.
Gotcha.
But I got lucky in the fact that even though I, not the best upbringing, I got attached to TV, and that could be bad for probably a lot of people. But I got attached to Pokemon, which tells you to treat everything with kindness and respect, even if they can't do anything for you. Even if you're the superior being and they're the lower being, you should be friends and you should be kind. And Dragon Ball Z, to like take no shit. And it's not, Android 16 has like the most beautiful quote. And it says like, it's not a sin to fight for the right cause. And there are those who words alone will not reach. Cell is such a being. I know how you feel, Gohan. You are gentle. You do not like to hurt. But it's because you cherish life that you must protect it. And that one line just told me like, okay, fight for what's right, even if you yourself can die. And reading comic books and Captain America and all these quotes, that raised me. Like, TV raised me better. I don't think I remember any of the lessons that I probably should have been taught by parents. Most of the lessons I got really were from TV and from cartoons that all have lessons in them, which I feel like really get overlooked.
That's really good.
But if I didn't have that, like even with that, there were times where I was really not a good kid. And there were times where like, hey, I don't have a ton of money, and some of these people have money, and they're not going to miss this. And this, even though this business is likely now as a business owner, I would never, but you sometimes steal, and you would sometimes take things because you are a little hungry, or you're a little whatever, or you just are jealous. And the fact that you can do these things, okay, no one's going to catch you. And thankfully I grew out of that fairly quickly. But what if my sister or any part of me that is brethren kind of went down that path and didn't stop? And they're just like, and what if they're a really good actor? Like, I can go to, and I wouldn't do this, but I can go, let's say we're like on a date, and let's say we
let's say I'm super poor and you're super like whatever, like you're super wealthy, and let's say I'm really not that into you, and let's say don't like your look, I don't like your personality, whatever, but I
Right.
need a place to sleep tonight. Be like, listen, Lori, I've traveled the world in the military, and I've known thousands of different people,
I know where this is going.
and I can count on one hand the amount of people that look and think like you, that make me feel like this. Like there's a part of me that maybe is not so good, but when I'm around you, that part gets smaller, and I'm the best version of me when I'm with you.
Trying to stay at my house.
No, I'm saying this because that's the part of me that would manipulate you just so I could have a bed to sleep in at night.
Right. And you're
And
worried. You're worried about that.
And what if I let my guard down because, oh, you're my friend, you're my family. This is what
Right.
family's supposed to be. So I'm going to help you out, and they manipulate me, and suddenly I'm out $300,000. And I realize this is one of my rants that takes way too long to explain. I'm so sorry.
I get it. I get it.
But
yeah,
that's my fear of life.
that's interesting. I mean, I guess I'd be curious too from like a genetic standpoint. You know what I mean? Like what runs in the family, what you have, all that kind of stuff. Because you don't have that. But I don't know. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. But that's something you would have to do on your own. I know I have two sisters. My father, they divorced when I was like, I don't know, 5, 6, somewhere around there. He went on, got remarried, had 2 daughters. 2 additional daughters. And, you know, I knew when they were young, and then, I don't know, we moved away. I became a teenager. Life goes on. I never really was part of their life growing up. Came back together, you know, more or less, and found exactly kind of what you're talking about. Like, you know, ordered the same thing. You know, me and my sister, like, went to like several restaurants, and she's like, 2, that's what I get here. You know, or, you know, I only have 1 series on, you know, DVD. Like we both had you know, watched the same, like was our, you know, so there was a lot of stuff. But because we weren't raised together, you know, because there was differences, because we had not grown up together and our worlds were totally different, it didn't like turn into like any kind of long lasting bond. You know, there was no animosity or anything there. But there was like we all ended up, you know, getting our master's degree. Like there were so many things that were all the same, but because we were apart for those years, like it always felt strained and foreign. You know, never bad, just not the same. And then, you know, you have a lot of brothers and sisters who, you know, they make it sound so great on television, you know, like, oh, this and that, and I love you and you're my, and I know more people that don't speak to their siblings or don't like their siblings than I know that do. So
Wow.
I don't know, you know.
See, that's heavy. That's but I also feel like that's real, and that's raw, and that's reality, and reality is sometimes very cold.
Yeah.
And you have to, you know, cut out people in your life that are toxic, and unfortunately, you know, decent amount of people are.
Yeah.
Oof, that's super scary, and that's also why I really don't want to have kids. Like you even said before, oh, I got lucky. Max is a great kid, and he's still a great kid, and he's awesome. And I've seen people that, and this happens for I think much different reasons. I'll go over two. One of which that, hey, they didn't have a lot when they were younger, so they give their kids more than they had, and they wind up being spoiled. Or they're just they actually parent the correct way, but the kids are just wild, and they get into drugs, and they get into booze, and they get into things that they shouldn't be, and they're absolute terrors for like 10, sometimes 20 years of their life, and it takes them that long before they realize, oh, you know, I need to wake up, and I need to be like a productive, like my friend Chris, he got really bad. He was drinking in his teens, which is fine, a lot of people do, but he got like super bad with it, and then he was on drugs. Like it wasn't until he was like in his late 20s, after like 12, 13 years of like putting his parents through hell, that he's like, fine, he's got a great job, he loves his parents, they have a great relationship now, but he put them through hell for like a dozen years.
Yeah.
And I like, I don't think I have the energy.
Oh,
for
it's
that.
scary having kids. It is scary.
Yeah.
So scary. I mean, yeah, it's scary. And I think you wonder too, like, whenever you see everything going on with the world and the earth and all that, it's like, shit, did I do them a disservice by bringing them, into the world? It does get scary. I mean, Randy, I was so worried about like child abduction. Like I was thinking about that. Like to me, the worst thing on earth that could ever happen to a parent. I can't think of anything absolutely worse than like having your child taken and not knowing where they are. Like to me, that's oh my God. I think I would just want to die. Like I would just want to die. I mean, it's one thing like if they pass away and like but having that every day, that uncertainty of not knowing where, what your child, I couldn't even imagine. Oh God, to me that used to scare, like that used to be one of the reasons I didn't want to have a kid, because I thought that'd end my life. I don't know how they do it. You know what I mean?
There's this is likely only in very, very few cases, like a small percentage, but there are times where I feel like, I've read a story or it's been on like true crime or whatever it's on, where it's like, oh, hey, after 48 or 72 hours, your child will most likely never be found and they're most likely gone.
Yeah.
But then there's these mothers like, no, I know my kid is still out there. I know if they're gone. And like years go by and eventually like the kid shows up somehow, like, see, I knew. And there's almost something almost like romantic or poetic about that like the bloodline or that mother's love, they know. And that's, I can't quantify it. I can't understand that. I don't know how you know, but I don't know if you've ever read those stories.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I've heard of that, but then again, I don't know, but I can't imagine being a mother and saying like either like, I know they're gone. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know. That's a tough one, but you're right. You will see these stories where like this girl was held in captivity, by this, weirdo for 12 years and, in plain sight, da, 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 da. And, they come back after 20, in their 20s or something. And it's like, I just, to me, that's the absolute worst, worst thing that could happen emotionally to a human being. So those are the kinds of things that, would scare me. Like,
So if you were going with what's worse, like child abductee, or if you've ever seen Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, where not Lord Elrond, King Theoden of Rohan, where his kid happens to die in battle, and he says like no parent should have to bury their child as like they're having a funeral for him. In your opinion, like the abduction is worse because of the not knowing?
how do you ever get over every morning you wake up and you don't, and to me it would be the thought of the suffering, you know what I mean? Like I guess at least if they were gone, you would have that peace of mind that there's no suffering. To me, my imagination, my fears would picture, horribleness every single minute of every single day of every single second. I don't know how you'd ever get yourself out of that. You know what I mean? So yes, I mean, God, I don't wish any of that, but I mean, at least, either they're with God or whatever, whatever you believe in, or it's over. You know what I mean? They feel nothing. There's no pain. There's no suffering. Whereas to go years and have, I mean, I just think I would be thinking the worst every moment of every single day. You know what I mean?
So you did say that I almost didn't want a kid because of these reasons, but then you did. What was the deciding factor of why you did have Max?
I always know. I said that scared me. I guess I did want to. I always wanted one. Always said one. I always just wanted one. But like I said, when I was pregnant, I guess I should have said it, like those were the things that like you start thinking about, you know what I mean? Like, oh my God, what if this, what if this, what if this, what if this? And it's just scary. You know, you just think of everything, you know, and then you see St. Jude commercial, like, you know, and I'm sitting there crying, like, oh my God, what if he gets cancer? Like, oh my God, that's so scary to think about how much, you know, you could be devastated by, you know, the love you feel for your child is just, I don't know. I don't know if all parents, you know, feel that way, but as a mother, you just want to protect them, you know, at all costs. So
I've heard and I've noticed as I've grown up, people saying like you never stop being a mother. Like there was this one woman that she was like 90 something, and her son was like 70 something, and she was fine, but her son that's like 70 something was having motor skill issues or whatever, and you know had to go in a home, and she was perfectly fine on her own, but she moved into the home with him to go and help take care of her son. And people interview like, why? She's like, you never stop being a mother.
My kid.
Like, oh my God.
That's my kid. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I could totally see that. My grandmother is 89. My grandfather's 90. And yeah, they still treat my 69-year-old mom like, do you need money? You know what I mean?
That's so sweet.
You know, and my mom does the same thing. Like she'll come up and like vacuum and do some laundry, and you know, I mean that's just what moms do, you know.
There's so I remember my grandma saying, I don't know who she was talking about. She's like, well, sometimes you got to cut those apron strings. And I feel like maybe that was, you know, a little bit old school. But there's a point where like, when do you go and like kind of let your kids be like, okay, you know, you got to go on your own?
Girls are generally, if they have a good relationship with their mother, they never cut the apron strings. I mean, you move away, etc., but you always have your mom. Boys, you know, they're gonna they want their wife. You know what I mean? They want their wife.
They do.
So you know, the majority of the men are gonna pick their wife over their mother. You know, so I think the apron strings with the boys are cut. And I shouldn't say cut, but I mean they got to go be the head of their family. They got to be independent. And you know, you don't want to piss the wife off and come over and, you know, let me show you how to make my spaghetti like he likes it, you know, like that's, but you know, that sucks too, because I mean, I remember my mom saying about my first husband, like I was always nice to him because, you know, I knew that he was your husband and, you know, he was going to be the father of my grandson. And I never wanted to lose you guys, you know, and that happens a lot. You know, the mother won't get along with the daughter-in-law and boom, you know, you're not seeing your grandkids at Christmas or whatever. I mean, that happens a lot. So I will always I will not be, you know, that meddling, you know, horrible mother-in-law. And I will always try to be as kind as I could be to whoever my son picks, because ultimately I think she will be the one that will determine my long-term relationship with my potential grandchildren and him.
Yeah, a good point.
To a large extent. So
there's my friend Sarah had said that having a boy is like having a boyfriend that you love that slowly breaks up with you, because they're always about you and they always love you, and then eventually you know, instead of saying no, stay with me until I have to go to school, like, mom, leave me, I have to go to school, I have to go with my friends.
Yeah.
Is that accurate, or is that just her depiction of her relationship with her kid?
No, I think that's true from what I've seen. I mean, you have a few mama's boys for sure, but you know, the man's got to go still. They feel that need to go and fend on their own and find their wife and build their life. Whereas I think women, they're always, if they have a good relationship with their mother, I mean, they're always on the phone. You know what I mean? That it's just so much easier to keep those ties because, you're going through the same things, et cetera, et cetera. A son's not going to call a mom up and be like, hey, whatever, I'm working on this engine. Can you help? I mean, maybe some of them, et cetera. But I mean, women are normally, they talk to their mothers about their marriages, they're pregnant, et cetera. It's just more natural. More, whereas I don't think that happens as much with boys and their mothers.
It's true. I love genetics and I love studying it. And there's so me and your son were talking about who would be best to play Link in the upcoming Zelda movie that they're doing. And we were talking about method acting, and he sent a photo of Christian Bale and his son. It's like, if Christian Bale was younger, he would totally do the method acting for Link. And the picture of Christian and his son riding scooters, I was like, oh, this is interesting. Christian
Yeah, I
Bale
can see that.
pumping off of his right leg, and his son's pumping off of his left leg. So the kid must take after his mother a little bit. And we got into a discussion about genetics and tech trees and all that. And question, who does your son take after more? Does more after you, first husband, and in what ways?
Ooh, that's a tough one. He probably takes more after me, I'm gonna say. He's a worrier, my first husband was a little bit more like whatever, like da da da. I worry. I think about a lot of things, a little bit anxious, and I think he's got that. He's got a lot of that side from me, just kind of the way he thinks and he processes things, So I think he's probably takes more after me on that side. But on the looks side, probably definitely more after his dad,
Yeah. When I feel like at some point people realize, oh, yeah, kid's their own person, and then they have different, their own interests and their own thoughts. When did you realize that? When did you realize, oh, okay, this kid is, yes, like me and like his father, but also different? When did you realize, oh, this is a different person?
Oh, yeah, pretty much immediately. I mean, you know that you just know. I mean, you see pieces of yourself in your children, but they're not you. I think we see a lot of mothers and fathers try to live their dreams through their children. They couldn't make it in the big leagues, but maybe their son can, or they weren't all that cute, but they put their daughters in pageants or want them to be actors or actresses. And I never wanted to do that with Max tried sports. I was an athlete, his dad was an athlete, and we tried it, and it just wasn't Max's thing. He didn't love it, he didn't like it, and it was okay. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay. Like that. I think that's when I really knew, like really, really knew, like, okay. Like, he's like, Mom, no, this doesn't, I don't like it. It's, it doesn't. Yeah. That's when I knew. I'm like, okay, you're your own person. Cause I thought for sure, you know what I mean? Like, got two athletes, he's going to like sports, and he just didn't, nothing, played a little soccer and then, but nah. Mm-mm. Pretty much immediately I recognized he was going to do his thing,
There's a I remember that too, and so I kind of hated it at the time because I didn't really like baseball, I didn't really like football when I was younger, but then I recognized as I got to like middle, especially high school, that it's like a male bonding thing. I was like, oh, I didn't like it when I was younger, but I'm thankful I know all the rules, and I could talk sports and like, oh yeah, this guy's a great wide receiver, or this guy, oh his batting percentage is really good. You know, it got helpful as I got older.
Yeah, we try. We try by osmosis with him. You know, but yeah, he just just so many things. He was just hit onto his own. You know, and you had talked about like one might be bad, one might be good. You know, that was kind of like a reason, like, oh my God, if there's a number 2, it's going to be the opposite, and it's probably just going to be the worst child on earth. So I don't think lightning strikes twice. So, maybe just one is good enough. But I don't know. I always wonder too, like, parents have to have favorite. Like, I only have one child, so I don't know. And I'm sure you love them both, but I'm sure there's personalities that you just get along with better. You know what I mean? Or children that I don't know. I think that's interesting though, when parents are like, yes, I love them all the same, but they're all different individuals. But, I swear parents like other children more, I think. And I don't know if that's necessarily bad, but they just like, let's say you have one son that, you can bond, that you really have the same interest, and you have one that has complete opposite interest. I mean, it's just natural kind of thing. But I like having one,
There's my friend Tyler, this guy I worked with at Levittown Animal Hospital. I like asked him about that. I was like, oh, what's it like, like the siblings or whatever. He's like, well, it depends on which sibling you are. And he's like, I'm like the good one. And he's like, I remember coming home from college one day and just like talking to my mom, and she was drinking a bit, and she's like, you're my favorite. I was like, oh my God.
They have favorites.
Yeah. And then he's like, oh wow, like he didn't know what to say. And then she just continues on. It's like, your brother and sister, they're fuck ups.
That's so mean though.
Yeah. And then like the pressure, like my friend Kara had this thing where, so like, and this is like going back like 8 years ago, she was like the fuck up because like her brother was like a art gallerist person, went to college for art. Her sister was this she was going to school to be like a lawyer or whatever, and they were like fairly conservative like family,
right?
But and then her brother wound up coming out, he was gay, and then there was like, oh okay, and when I went to like her dad's funeral, her uncle Frankie just, I don't know if he just didn't know or didn't want to believe it. And this was not private. I'm literally like 3 feet away from this man, and he just goes to, and he's like, hey Zach, here's a couple $100, go get your dick sucked. And I was like, he knows he's gay, right? And she's like, and so then I was like, oh my God. I guess in like super conservative families, even if one of the kids is like out as gay, like I guess you don't talk about it or whatever. But then her sister got arrested for like a hate crime because she wasn't hated, like she, again, super conservative family, and she had like had a boyfriend prior, but she had got like super drunk one night and stole a LGBTQ flag because she was lesbian and she wanted to, and she took it, but because it was considered a hate crime if you steal that, not knowing, but she couldn't like come out to like her family, so she has like a record now because she's like, she had to explain to her, oh yeah, I didn't want that flag in my town, in my whatever. Meanwhile, she took it because she wanted it for like, because that it meant a lot to her. So suddenly my friend Kara and her family went from like the mess up to like the one that was like, I'm doing the best in my family.
I'm now the best. I am not gay, and I did not get arrested. That's terrible.
And so she was like, sort of like, and we're friends. We would say this to each other, and she was like, "See, Chavez, like, I am like a good person." And she was security forces. So I was like, "Kara, you literally kill people." And she's like, "Well, that's like for like country." She's like, "That's for like the America." But it was, yeah. families are wild and kids are wild, and parents definitely have their favorites, and the pressure that puts on you, I guess, is a lot. It's having to go through that is wild.
It is. I always think too, like, it's, I think parents to like, some people like have children because they want to, make sure that there's someone there to take care of them. And that doesn't guarantee shit either. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes your kids are more likely to stick you in the home, than, so I mean, that doesn't guarantee it either, so I don't know. I just, I'm glad one is good. One is good.
To stick you in a home, man, that's another thing. I don't. Have you ever seen the movie I Care a Lot?
No.
So it's about this woman that has like an assisted living home, and she's fighting with this client, or to a judge, and she's like, "Listen, this guy, whose mother stays with us, does not want her in a home because he's worrying that we're squandering away their inheritance. We've seen this time and time again." I was like, "Oh wow, it's a good point. I didn't think of that." And then like the movie, it turns out that she's like the bad person. Like she like kidnaps these like older people, and they like force them in. It's a what you have to watch. It's on Netflix. It's super good.
Okay.
But
so like that's shit you worry about as you get older.
Yeah. I'll probably not worry about that, because if I have to go in a home, I'm not going to a home. They will have to kill me, or no, it's not. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. I often think like, one thing I think is nice with like social media and stuff though, I'm surprised more people don't do is, like try to stay I don't know, like a lot of people talk about like when they get older and they lose like their spouse or something and they get lonely, but they don't really want to go, into a home or something. I feel like I would want to be with, like, I know it's a fantasy, but like Golden Girls or something. Like,
I love that.
That would be the better, like, I'm surprised more like people don't go that route. You know what I mean? Where you because there's a lot of lonely people out there, especially like older people, you know what I mean? And I just like, I don't know. I just feel like, why don't more people do that? You know what I mean? Like get together and live together, and maybe hire like a nurse to come around once in a while to give you your medicine or something. But to me, that's another scary part of being just, just old and alone. That's sad. That's kind of scary as well. So I don't know.
That's I mean, I guess it's because I'm still like relatively young. I mean, to a 20-year-old, I'm probably not young, but to someone that's in their 60s, like, oh, maybe the thing about going in a home, 32 is pretty young. That sounds fun, just going and hanging. Like, I live with friends now, and I've only really lived alone twice. Once in 2010 after I moved out of my parents, and then once, like last year for like a year and a half. The rest of the times I was with friends, and it's fun. I like that. I like it when there's always something going on in the house, and someone's always cooking and
me too.
playing video games.
I've never lived a day alone in my life. Not one.
Yeah. So it's fun. I like it. So are you saying that when we get old, we should just have like a communal green space?
Absolutely. I do. I'm surprised more, like, I guess because they're older, but like more people don't older people don't use like social media. Like, okay, so I gotta admit, I watched The Golden Bachelor and I'm a little embarrassed that I watched it. But I did, but like, I just thought like, these people are like trying to find love again. And they were 70 plus, I think most of them were like 70 plus. So even, for me, even that's old. But it's like, why don't, you could still live, you could still find love again at that age. Like, I would want to still be trying. You know what I mean? Like, if if I was 70 or years, I don't want to just like sit there and wait to like die and see my grandkids. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. What's that song where the guy's like, once I was 7 years old and I.
Oh yeah.
In that line, he has a song like, hoping my kids visit once in a while or something like that. That seems so lonely. But I think,
right?
yeah,
So lonely. So lonely to me. Like to me, those are the kinds of things that I think about.
Prince Toby says, can't wait for the communal old people home. Just please don't make me change your adult diapers.
You will change my diapers to get that inheritance.
Listen, if you just sneak us alcohol, we'll pay somebody else to change our diapers. Just sneak us the alcohol. That's all we want. But I think in like the last 20 years, ever since the introduction of like Viagra, the amount of STDs among the elderly has increased like 600%. Because I guess nobody used condoms back in the day. And
Well, I think too, they think why bother?
Yeah, no one's gonna get pregnant.
Like, fuck it. I'm 80. What am I gonna get? You know what I mean? Like, what is the worst that could happen here? But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. I guess the way we like think of homes too is they are evolving. And I think being that the population of boomers is so big, and that's where a lot of the wealth is concentrated. I think they'll make great strides in that for Gen X and then moving forward. But it's like, yeah, I would want to be like in some kind of situation where I was still around other people and I was still able to do stuff and still able to talk. Like, I just couldn't imagine, just like you said, waiting for maybe your grandchildren to come visit you, once a month or, because there are times when, like, people that do calls and such say that like old people will just want to keep talking to them. Like, they don't really even care about your product. Like, you'll get a cold call for like window treatments, but they'll just want to keep talking to you. You know what I mean? Like, because they want to talk to someone. So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe we'll be in the metaverse when we're in like 40 years. I don't know. I don't know.
That'd be great. So speaking of old people and getting it on, in Veve, who is the most eligible bachelor and why is it Cavell Anderson?
Are you serious?
Well, I'm trolling with the latter half of why it's Cavell Anderson, but yeah, who's Veve's most eligible bachelor?
Oh my God, I don't even know who Veve's most eligible bachelor is. I don't pay attention to that. I don't even know who has girlfriends and who's single. Hardly at this point. But Cavell. Oh God, don't get me started on Cavell today, Randy. Just don't.
Okay.
Just don't. I don't know. I kind of feel, you know what? Just no. Okay. Anybody else trolling you?
Even Prince always like, bro, really, Cavell?
Cavell. Who says he lives in his mom's basement? Is that true?
He does live with his mom. I don't think it's her basement. I think it's just a room in her house. But I think it's just a room in her house.
I think that was when Foster put the smack down on him. I feel like once you go, you can never come back. It's really hard to come back. Really, really hard to come back.
Yeah, that is hard. Especially when you take money from Quid and you say like a Comey token is done and they're scammers. Yeah, you can't do that.
I know. My bladder. You said we were going to stream till midnight.
Well, we're way past midnight.
It is almost 1 a.m.
We can definitely. I do have to talk to you about one thing, but we could do that off camera if you want to end it now.
Yes, I really have to pee and I'm tired.
Okay, go pee. I'll end this, but then come back.
Okay, I will.
I have to pee too, so come
Okay.
back in 2 minutes. Okay.
All right, bye.
Bye, guys. Say bye to Dashi.
Bye, Dashi.
Meow.
Meow.